Her Excellency Rim Alabali-Radovan, the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. His Excellency Yuliot Tanjung, Vice Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. All distinguished guests, speakers, partners, exhibitors, and participants.
Please be seated. Thank you. Terima kasih. Kembali kami mempersilahkan kepada teman-teman media dan fotografer untuk dapat kembali menempati tempat yang telah disediakan. Sesaat lagi acara akan kita mulai bersama. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. To officially begin today's program, we invite you to enjoy a special opening performance. Mari kita sambut penampilan pembuka yang akan mengawali rangkaian acara pagi ini. Please enjoy. Puspo Pudoyo Dancer.
Bala tak putih di hulu, di bawah gumpalan tali. Asa mulu kato dahulu, 3-5 gol terjadi. Pertama Sabah menyambah, kedua masuk di pasir, ketiga Syria jom Pinang.
wonderful way to begin our morning by witnessing the talented dancers. Please give another big round of applause to the dancers. Thank you. And now we prepare for the official opening of ISU 2026 in conjunction with IndoSolar 2026.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly invite everyone to rise for the singing of Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Everyone, please remain standing for a moment of silence for our brothers and sisters in East Nusa Tenggara who recently has to endure an unfortunate disaster on Saturday morning. Let us pay our respects and condolences for the victims and families affected. Thank you. Please be seated.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Salam Sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to ISU 2026 in conjunction with IndoSolar 2026 here at Fairmont Hotel Jakarta, Indonesia.
First and foremost, please allow us to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests. Minister of National Development Planning or Head of Bapanas, His Excellency Rahmat Pambudi. Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development or BMZ from Germany, Her Excellency Reem Alabali-Radovan. Vice Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, His Excellency Yuliot Tanjung. Ambassador Designate of the Federal Republic of Germany to Indonesia, His Excellency Ralph Besti. Deputy Coordination Sector for Economic Cooperation and Investment, or Kemenko Perekonomian, Mr. Edi Priyo Pambudi.
Dan juga anggota pemangku kepentingan Dewan Energi Nasional, Bapak Satya Widya Yuda. Selamat pagi, selamat datang.
GIZ Energy Program Director for Indonesia, Ms. Lisa Tinshert. Chairwoman for Indonesia Solar Energy Association, or AC, Ms. Mada Ayu Habsari.
And of course, to all distinguished guests, speakers, partners, and exhibitors. Dan tentunya kami ucapkan selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada seluruh peserta yang mengikuti acara secara daring melalui kanal YouTube. Terima kasih telah bergabung. Before we go any further, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Cynthia Rompas, and I will be your master of ceremony along with my partner of the day.
I'm Edmund Daniel, your master of ceremony. Very pleasant to meet all of you today.
Yes, Edmund, if we call about today's agenda, perhaps we should clarify something for our audience. We often hear ISU and also IndoSolar mentioned together today. What exactly brings these two events together?
Exactly, it's very unique that we combine both these events today. The ISU and IndoSolar are two separate events organized by two different institutions, Cynthia. ISU is an annual multi-stakeholder platform established by under the German-Indonesian Energy Cooperation, bringing together government, international partners, private sector, academia, civil society, and others to advance Indonesia's sustainable energy transition.
Yep. IndoSolar 2026, organized by ISE, focuses especially on the solar energy ecosystem, bringing together industry players, technology providers, projects developers, investors, and also other stakeholders across the solar sector.
Exactly. Now, Cynthia, while the two events have their own identities, programs, and organizers, they are also being held in conjunction this year to connect policy with technology, investment with implementation, and international cooperation with Indonesia's private sector.
Ya, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian yang kami hormati, ISU tahun ini akan mengangkat tema Accelerating Indonesia Energy Transition, Policy, People, and Private Sector Synergy.
And the joint spirit of today's gathering is Advancing Indonesia's Sustainable Energy Future Together.
Edmund, I understand that ISU has quite a history behind it.
Yes, exactly, Cynthia. Because for more than 3 decades, Indonesia and Germany have maintained strong cooperation in the energy sector. ISU was established in 2022 as a multi-stakeholder platform under the German-Indonesian Energy Cooperation.
And of course, this year, private sector participation takes an even stronger focus.
Exactly. Accelerating the energy transition requires ambitious policy as well as investment, technology, business partnerships, and concrete implementation.
And for IndoSolar 2026, participants can look forward to the exhibition, business matching, training sessions, the student innovation competition, research, and the gala dinner and appreciation night.
Together, these platforms create opportunities for different backgrounds, expertise, and roles to come together.
Satu energi, berjuta aksi.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, We will now proceed to the first opening remarks. It is our great honor to welcome His Excellency Yuliot Tanjung, Vice Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia.
Kita sambut bersama Bapak Yulio Tanjung.
Excellencies, Minister of National Development Planning, Head of Bappenas, His Excellency Bapak Rahmat Pambudi, Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Her Excellencies Mr. Rim Alabali-Radovan, Excellencies, Ambassador, Delegates of the Federal Republic of Germany to Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Ralf Beste, Vice Minister of National Development Planning, Vice Head of Bappenas, Bapak Febrian Aprianto, Vice Minister of Public Work, Her Excellency Mrs. Diana Kusumawati, Member of German Parliament, Member of National Energy Council of the Republic of Indonesia, Director General GIZ Latin America, Europe, North Africa and Middle East, Asia, Mr. Carsten Smith-Hoffman, GIZ Country Director for Indonesia and ASEAN, Mr. Hans Ludwig Born, Chairwoman for Indonesia Solar Energy Association, Ibu Mada Ayu Hapsari, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning and guten Morgen. It is give me great pleasure to meet all of you. On behalf of the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Let us begin by expressing our gratitude for the opportunity to gather today for this important event at the Indonesia Sustainable Energy Weeks. It is a meaningful step forward strengthening to build our partnership and working together for competitive sustainable development, especially on energy security. Each year, the Indonesia Sustainable Energy Weeks bring together leaders, innovators, and experts from across the world. All of you who are here today have diverse experience shaped by your country's energy system, resource endowment, and operating environment. But we have the same goal, and that is to navigate the energy transition journey successfully and build a secure and sustainable energy future for our children as next generation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight the long-standing bilateral relationship between Indonesia and Germany, with focus on strengthening a strategic partnership in economic transformation, investment in the future industry, and accelerating the clean energy transition. This commitment has been reinforced by the state visit of German President and his bilateral meeting with President Prabowo Subianto on last 15 June, during which both leaders agreed to expand collaboration in critical sector. The following area is key point of Indonesia-Germany cooperation. First, economic and investment cooperation. Accelerating the trade agreement, both nations are pushing expedite the conclusion of negotiation for Indonesia European Union Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement (EU-SEPA) to open border market across for business community, industrial downstreaming, and global supply chains. Indonesia invite German companies to invest in high value-added industries, including the electric vehicle ecosystem, semiconductor manufacturing, and the processing of critical mineral and rare earth elements. Cooperation in energy and green transition, GTEP partnership, German acts as a key partner to Indonesia in the Just Energy Transition Partnership program designed to accelerate the phase-out of coal-fired power plant and fund energy project development of new and renewable energy active collaboration through the Dutch Gezelschap for International Samenwerking or GIZ regarding to funding for the feasibility studies, technical assistance, and technology transfer for eco-friendly power generation, such as hydro, solar, and geothermal power plant. Green industry development investment focus on decarbonization the manufacturing sector, as well as exploring cooperation on green hydrogen technology development and smart grid integration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, global geopolitics and energy crisis are closely intertwined. Tension between nations, conflict in strategic regions like in the Middle East, and disruption to key oil transit routes such as the Strait of Hormuz directly trigger price spikes, supply shortage, and global economic uncertainty. Conflict in the strategic region, military and geopolitical tension in the Middle East disrupt global shipping lines and crude oil supplies. Supply chain disruption, closure of trade to vital maritime checkpoint, cost of logistic, energy distribution costs, and to shore, fossil fuel dependency, heavy reliance on oil and natural gas render market highly vulnerable for foreign policy volatility. Impact on economic and nation, inflation, source, and fiscal burden, high fuel and energy price drive transportation costs and commodity price, while inflating energy subsidies costs within the state budget, purchasing power pressure household face to risk and declining purchasing power and rising poverty due to the high cost of energy. Energy transition dilemma amid crisis nations sometimes refer to immediately available low-cost fossil fuel, risking delay in achieving long-term emission reduction target. To remain and maintain national energy security, the Indonesia government is pursuing various approaches to increase the use of new and renewable energy, aiming for energy mix of the target 18 to 21% by 2026. Indonesia possesses a new and renewable energy potential around 3,600 gigawatt, comprising solar, hydropower, and geothermal source, yet actual utilization stands at 16 gigawatt or less than 0.5% Furthermore, the development of this energy source offers the potential for carbon emission reduction, which can be valued by carbon asset and trade on domestic and international carbon market. To reduce reliance on fossil fuel, the use of palm oil-based biodiesel set up to reach B40 blend level by 2026 has been implemented. This initiative also serves as a policy for sustainable use of renewable energy. Major cities in Indonesia face significant challenge regarding air pollution and urban waste, according to the latest data from the National Waste Management Information System. Total urban waste in Indonesia is projected to reach approximately 71 million tons annually. Yet, the rate of successfully managed or processed waste stand only about 25%, equivalent to 17.8 million tons. The remaining 75%, approximately 53.2 million tons, is classified as improperly polluting the environment. Although current processing rates remain low, this immense potential to process it waste, if it waste is sorted at the source, organic waste processing potential around 50%, dominated by household food scrap. It is highly sustainable processing into compost or biogas or fermentation technology in organic recycle waste processing potential around 25%. This category compost plastic, paper, glass, and metal waste. Regarding the plastic, especially Indonesia generates around 9 million tons annually, yet currently only 7% to 12% is effective recycle. The government has issued a policy regarding residual waste with the energy potential specificity waste that cannot be recycled or degraded, allowing it is processed into alternative energy resource through waste-to-energy technologies such as waste-to-energy power plant and renewable fuels. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a prime example of a crucial international partnership in our transition journey is long-standing German-Indonesia Energy Cooperation, supported by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, and International Climate Initiative. This strategic collaboration has committed over 2.3 billion euro in cumulative support across a comprehensive portfolio of technical assistance, capacity building, and capital investment. This cooperative is closely aligned with Indonesia offering target of achieving net zero energy sector by 2060 under RUKN roadmap, as well as just energy transition partnership target with the aim 44% on grid renewable energy share by 2030 and peaking on grid emission at 250 metric ton carbon dioxide, our joint priority agenda span for our strategic pillars. In energy regulation and just transition governance, we building robust framework to ensure energy affordability, social acceptance, green job creation, and active carbon management through the initiative like the German Indonesia Energy Cooperation Hub or entry perform IKIJET and direct support to our energy transition task force via establishing the regulatory foundation needed to real market transformation. In renewable energy expansion, our collaboration actively unlock Indonesia fast hydro, geothermal, and solar potential. Major hydro project in Bakaru, Kumbi, and Sawangan, alongside geothermal development in Kamojang, Ulubu, and Matoloko, are providing the essential bedrock for clean-based power, while programs like quality infrastructure ensure technology standardization across our solar sector. For transmission grid development, grid modernization is paramount to supporting our national vision on inter-island supergrid strategic initiative like Green Energy Corridor Sulawesi, targeted result-based lending program, and technical assistance via RE2 grid and FlexGreen ensure grid stability, flexibility, and reliable power distribution across of our island. In energy efficiency and demand-side innovation, our partnership target of critical sector and systematically reduce national energy instability, flagship initiative such as peer coal, RE2 coal, and so-coal demonstrate how sustainable cooling system and clean energy cold chains direct empower local supply chains and uplift communities. Furthermore, our partnership continuously explore emerging frontier technologies, including green hydrogen ramp-up initiative, triangular South-South cooperation for mini-grid and carbon monetization mechanism. As we embark this new chapter for Indonesia Sustainable Energy, let us move forward with shared sprint, collaboration, innovation, and determination. The work ahead is significant, but with our collective expertise and unwavering commitment, I am confident that we can unlock new opportunity, strengthen our energy resilience, and contribute meaningfully to global sustainable energy future. Thank you once again for your dedication and partnership. I wish all of us great success in this important endeavor, sustainable energy future. Thank you. Danke.
Thank you, Your Excellency Yuliot Tanjung, for the insightful opening remarks.
Terima kasih sekali lagi Bapak Yuliot Tanjung atas kalimat ataupun ucapan pembukanya pagi hari ini. Dan sebelum kita melanjutkan acara, kami ingin mengucapkan selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada Wakil Menteri PPN yang juga Wakil Kepala Bappenas, Bapak Febrian Alpianto Rudia. Selamat pagi Bapak, selamat bergabung. Dan juga kepada Wakil Menteri Pekerjaan Umum, Ibu Diana Kusumastuti. Selamat pagi Ibu, selamat bergabung, terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with the next opening remarks. It is our great honor to welcome Her Excellency Reem Alabali Radovan, the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, known as BMZ.
Germany and Indonesia share a long-standing partnership in supporting sustainable development and the energy transition. We are very pleased to have her this morning. Please welcome Her Excellency Rim Alabali-Radovan.
Your Excellency Minister Pambudi, Your Excellency Vice Minister Tanjung, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to open the Indonesia Sustainability Energy Week today. Sustainable energy is key to our common future. It will decide whether we succeed in reconciling economic growth, energy security, and climate protection. Indonesia has extraordinary wealth on renewable resources. You can draw on the power of sun, the wind, geothermal heat, and biomass. This holds an enormous potential to develop a climate-friendly, secure, and affordable energy for all. And this is precisely why the Indonesia Sustainable Energy Week is so important. It creates a space to build partnerships and to facilitate investment in sustainable energy. It brings together policymakers, business leaders, representatives from financial institutions, academia, and international partners. Together, we can build on Indonesia's enormous potential of renewable energies and advance a just energy transition. I would like to warmly thank Bapinas and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resource for co-hosting this conference and for their leadership in driving Indonesia's energy transition. My thanks also goes to GIZ for organizing this conference. The focus of this week is on accelerating the energy transition and deepening cooperation with the private sector. This is also the heart of my visit to Indonesia. I'm here with a delegation of German businesses, German companies, mainly from the energy sector. We are convinced that Indonesia's energy transition offers an enormous potential for long-term reliable partnerships that are to the mutual benefit of Indonesia and Germany. Our two countries are linked by almost 75 years of close partnership. Our development cooperation dates back to the 1950s, and for more than 30 years, we have worked together in the energy sector and on energy transition. Germany is committed to deepening this cooperation and to strengthening global climate protection together, a key building block in clean. At the same time, we are all aware that energy security and affordability are core concerns of Indonesia and for Germany as well, as I might add. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz has made it very clear that these goals are closely linked to clean energy. It shows how vulnerable our energy systems are when they depend heavily on fossil fuel imports. Therefore, I very much welcome that Indonesian government has responded by further strengthening its plans to expand renewable energy. With President Prabowo's 100 gigawatt solar initiative, Indonesia is sending a strong signal that you are committed to an ambitious climate action and that you are investing in greater energy sovereignty. Germany stands ready to support Indonesia in this path. And I'm confident that German companies can make a substantial contribution to rapidly scaling up renewable capacity in Indonesia. They are among the global leaders of renewable energy technologies, from large-scale infrastructure to decentralized solutions, from grid expansion to storage and system integration. And the German government is ready to support the expansion of our economic cooperation. We provide advisory service to German companies wanting to invest in Indonesian markets. We facilitate matchmaking between businesses and with credit institutions, and we support efforts to secure finance and mitigate risk. At the same time, we support our Indonesian partners in their efforts to create a regulatory environment that is conducive to private investment, for example, through transparent and fair procurement processes. A central instrument of our cooperation is the multilateral Just Energy Transition Partnership, the JET-P. Germany took on the role of co-lead together with Japan at the beginning of the last year. Through the JET-P, 20 billion US dollars are being mobilized for Indonesia's energy transition. Roughly half of this comes from public sources and the other half from the private sector. A large part of the JET-P public funding has already been approved for major infrastructure projects and reform programs. Germany, for example, is funding the construction of power transmission lines and pumped storage power plants. All this shows Indonesia's energy transition is a tremendous opportunity. It is an opportunity for sustainable growth, for good jobs, and local value creation in Indonesia. It is an opportunity for German and European companies to invest in Indonesia and build long-term business relations. And it is an opportunity for the global climate and our shared environment. And I'm convinced that the free trade agreement, SEPA, with Indonesia and the European Union agreed upon last September will give a boost to German and European companies wanting to invest in Indonesia. It creates more opportunities for economic cooperation and sustainable development, and that is a win-win for Indonesia and Germany alike. Ladies and gentlemen, there are significant challenges ahead, but our combined potential is up to the task. Together, we bring rich renewable resources, clear political ambition, technical solutions, and long-term commitment to the table. Let us unlock the huge potential of our cooperation together as equal partners. I look forward to a successful Indonesia Sustainable Energy Week with inspiring discussions, new ideas, and concrete projects. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ms. Rim Alabali-Radovan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the final opening remarks. It is our great honor to welcome His Excellency, Professor Rahmat Pambudi, the Minister of National Development Planning, the Head of National Development Planning Agency.
Her Excellencies, Ms. Rim Alabali-Radovan, thank you for visiting us, visiting Indonesia. And I think it's the second time we meet together, and I really impressed when we met in Hamburg in 30th of June. Federal Minister of Economic and Cooperation and Development of the Federal Republic of Germany, His Excellency Mr. Julio Tanjung, Vice Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellencies Ms. Diana, the Vice Minister of Public Works, Excellencies, Vice Minister of National Development Planning, Ambassador Fabian, and the very special Vice Minister of Julio Tanjung, Vice Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Indonesian Republic, distinguished representative for Government of Indonesia and Government of Germany, and especially Ambassador of Germany, our development partners, representative of private sector, academia, civil society, and energy communities, and especially our friends from German companies and German government. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and peace upon all of us. It is a really pleasure to welcome you to Indonesia Sustainable Energy Weeks 2026. And I think we met at an important moment for Indonesia, especially after we join in very special moment in a sustainable conference in Hamburg. So it is very special moment for renewing our economic growing for our industries and our expanding, especially new economic center are emerging across the archipelago. As Indonesia moves toward becoming a high-income economy, our demand for energy will continue to rise. The question, therefore, is not simply how Indonesia can produce more energy. The real challenge is how we build an energy system, how we build energy ecosystem that support growth sustainable, strengthen our independence, reaches every part of the countries, and remains consistent with our climate commitments. For Bapenas, it is fundamentally a development question. Indonesia's energy transition cannot stand apart from our national development agenda. It must be part of Indonesia transformation of envision the two medium term and the long term of development. Our long term ambition is clear: a sovereign, advanced, and sustainable Indonesia by 2045. And we aim to reach a gross national income per capita of more than $30,000, increase manufacturing to 26 and 28% of GDP, bring extreme poverty close to zero, and significantly reduce greenhouse gas emission on our pathway toward net zero emission. We also want growth to become more balanced across archipelago. This is why energy is matter. This is why this meeting is very important. Energy will determine where industries can grow, where investment will go, where jobs will create it, and especially for green job, and whether the benefits of our development can reach to all of our nation, especially for the benefit of all the countries and for the benefit of the countries in the world. Our transition, therefore, needs to move stages until 2029. Our priorities to build the foundation, accelerating renewable energy and storage, strengthening the electricity grid, limiting additional coal-fired capacity, gradually redirecting fossil fuel, subsidized toward cleaner energy, and preparing the regulatory foundation for emerging technology such as nuclear energy, hydrogen, low carbon ammonia. That's why we want to work together with all of the country which meets with our Indonesia partnership. In following the stages, Indonesia will need to move progressively toward coal retirement, carbon capture to hard abate sectors, ocean energy, offshore wind, local carbon, hydrogen, and ammonia, greater industrial electrification, and stronger technological self-resilience. But we must also be clear about where we are today. Indonesia final energy consumption reached 1.2076 million barrel of equal 2004 until 68% higher than decade ago. Industry and transportation account for more than 80% of that consumption, yet electricity represents only 16% of our final energy supply. And Indonesia continued to import oil-based fuels and liquefied petroleum gas while exporting significant amounts of coal and natural gas. This structural imbalance must gradually be corrected. Electrification must accelerate. Natural gas and bioenergy must play a stronger transitional role. Renewable energy must increasingly become the backbone of our energy system. The opportunity is enormous. Indonesia has more than 3,600 gigawatts of identified renewable energy potential. But yet, renewables represent less than 16% of our installed electricity capacity. But there is another challenge: is geography. Java is home to around 56% of our population, while many of our largest renewable resources are elsewhere. Sumatra has more than 1,200 gigawatt of renewable potential, while Maluku, Papua together have more than 900 gigawatt. This gives us a clear policy reduction and policy direction. Indonesia must connect its energy transition with its spatial transformation. We cannot develop renewable generation without simultaneously building the transmission infrastructure needed to move that electricity and then for the new of our generation. For Bapanas, this is very critical. When we plan industrial area, downstreaming centers, cities, tourism destination, and priority economic corridors, energy must be part of that decision for the beginning, not added later. The same principle applies to equitable development. For rural communities, small islands, border regions, and disadvantaged, especially for the frontiers and outermost area, energy access determines whether school still can function. Health facilities can provide reliable services, local business can grow, and communities can participate in the modern economy. And then our transition must therefore achieve two things simultaneously: support new engines of economics, and then growth, ensure that development reaches those who have historically been left behind. This direction is being translated into concrete program toward 2029. We aim to improve the quality and sustainability of electricity supply nationwide, with electricity consumption reaching 1,070 kilowatt hours per capita. This requires faster renewable development and storage, stronger inter-island transmission, expanded distribution networks, rural electrification, smart grids, and greater electrification, transport, and industry. National priority programs include 100 gigawatt and the peak solar power program with a strong rural component, conversion of 6 million base fuel motorcycle to electric motorcycle, electrification of 10,000 villages across 36 provinces, integrated large-scale hydropower development from Sumatra to Papua. And the next phase of Indonesian energy transition must be about delivery. We have strategies, we have resources, we have targets. Increasingly, we also have a pipeline of projects. Now we must connect them. Project must be technically sound, commercially viable, environmentally responsible, and we are ready for financing. We need better project preparation, lower investment risk, regulatory certainty, and stronger collaboration between public and private financing. And again, for Bapenas, planning must increasingly become an instrument for implementation. Every major energy policy should have a clear project pipeline. Every project pipeline should have a financing pathway, and every investment should contribute directly to our national development priorities. This is also where international partnership is matter. Indonesia cooperation with Germany has helped connect planning, has helped policy implementation, and help for financing. And implementation is very important. It has strengthened institutional capacity, supported technical assistance, and especially stakeholder dialogue contributed to government reform and also helped integrated energy transition priorities for long-term and medium-term of our development. Again, we are really appreciate this partnership, but we are ready to take it further. The next generation of Indonesia-Germany cooperation should move for knowledge to investment, from studies to the project, and from policy dialogue to implementation on the ground. So that's why we always remember about our dialogue in Hamburg. We need partnership that help prepare bankable project, mobilize blended risk finance, strengthen domestic technology capabilities, and reduce the cost and risk clean energy investment. And this cooperation must support Indonesia for our own development priorities. The energy transition should not create new forms of dependency. It should strengthen Indonesia energy independence, technological capacity, industrial competitiveness, and human capital. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I hope Indonesia Sustainable Energy Weeks 2026 can help us achieve. Not only simply another discussion about energy transition, but also a platform where policy meets investment, where technologies meet real development needs, and where partnership meet to the real project. Indonesia has the resources, we have the demand, we have the development ambition. Our challenge now is to connect them and to deliver. If we succeed in the energy transition, will become much more than a pathway toward lower emission. It will become a new engine of industrialization. It will strengthen our energy security. It will create new economic opportunity across our islands. And it will help ensure that Indonesia transformation toward 2045 is not only faster, but also more resilient, more inclusive, and more sustainable. And again, yes, Indonesia has so many resources of renewable energy because our position in the archipelago and between two big area, one of third of Indonesian area is land. Two-thirds of Indonesia area is water, is sea, maritime. And yes, Excellency Minister told us that we have biomass, we have wind, we have solar, and once again, we still have another new potential energy. We are in the ring of fire. So many volcanoes, so many geothermal. So again, please work with us. We want to grow together. We want to make world greener. And because of the global climate change, we happen here, also we feel in Germany, we feel over the world, and please work us for a better future and better for the new world. Thank you very much. Dankeschön.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Profesor Rahmat Pambudi, agar mohon tetap di atas panggung.
Ya, dan kami juga mengucapkan selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada Bapak Abdul Malik, Deputi Infrastruktur Bappenas. Terima kasih Bapak sudah hadir dan bergabung bersama kami. Dan juga terima kasih sudah hadir bersama kami Direktur Jenderal EBTKE, Ibu Enia Listiani Dewi. Selamat pagi Ibu, terima kasih sudah hadir bersama kami.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the symbolic opening ceremony. Once again, we kindly invite our distinguished guests to join us on stage. His Excellency Yuliot Tanjung and Her Excellency Reem Alabali-Radovan join us on stage for the symbolic opening ceremony.
Bapak dan Ibu, simbolis pembukaan ini menandai dimulainya rangkaian ISU 2026 in conjunction with IndoSolar 2026.
Today we bring together two platforms and many different perspectives, united by our shared commitment to Indonesia's sustainable energy future.
Our distinguished guests will now hold their angklungs, a traditional Indonesian from West Java, and our guests will play the angklung together to symbolically open our grand event today.
And when we count down together, please shake your angklung to officially mark the opening. Are you ready?
Yay. Alright, mari kita hitung bersama.
3, 2, 1.
Let's give a big applause to the opening of the conference, ISU 2026 and IndoSolar 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give our distinguished guests a big round of applause.
Advancing Indonesia Sustainable Energy Future Together. Kita akan melalui sesi foto bersama. Kami
Your
mohon
Excellencies and
kesediaannya
distinguished
untuk
guests,
sesi foto
kindly
bersama.
remain on stage for the official photo session.
Usai foto bersama, kita akan melakukan sesi foto wifi bersama. After that, we would like to invite all the participants to join us with the wifi photo session. Terima kasih. Baik, kami mohon kesediaannya Bapak Ibu untuk turun ke panggung dan kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama, wifi session.
Okay, Your Excellencies, please go down the stage as all participants in the ballroom
Dan kami
can
undang
take part
teman-teman.
in the Wi-Fi or
Yep.
photos with the
Ya, kita akan
Excellencies.
melakukan sesi wifi photo session. So, to all participants, we would like to invite all of you to rise, and then to all journalists and media on the stage to capture the iconic session this morning, Advancing Indonesia Sustainable Energy Future Together. Let's give a big applause for us. Give us the big smile today. Oke, boleh ganti gaya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kita boleh ganti gaya dengan senyum yang luar biasa pagi hari ini untuk membuka kolaborasi yang luar biasa dalam tema Advancing Indonesia Sustainable Energy Future Together. Terima kasih. Kita boleh berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi yang meriah untuk Bapak Ibu sekalian yang sudah berpartisipasi, memberikan atribusinya dan juga perspektifnya. Dada-dada juga boleh Bapak Ibu, oke? Kita berikan semangat yang luar biasa, tanda kolaborasi. Terima kasih. Baik, kami juga mempersilahkan kepada tamu VVIP untuk dapat mengunjungi exhibition area. Terima kasih, kami mempersilahkan kepada tamu VVIP untuk mengunjungi area exhibition, tetapi kepada seluruh partisipan untuk tetap berada di dalam ruangan ini karena kita akan memulai sesi pertama dialog dan juga diskusi yang luar biasa yang tentunya nanti akan dipandu oleh moderator kita yang luar biasa.
Once again to all participants, to please be seated as we are about to commence the joint session, which is the first of the joint sessions this morning.
Baik, terima kasih. Tentunya sambil kita menyiapkan rangkaian diskusi kita pagi hari ini, kami kembali mengundang Bapak Ibu sekalian and to all participants to stay at this room and then we're gonna through to another session for discussion.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat as we are about to commence the joint session number 1. Thank you.
Now that this event have been officially opened, we now move on to the part where the perspective represented by ISU and IndoSolar come together: policy, partnership, investment, and also implementation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in the ballroom as we begin session 1. Bapak dan Ibu, kini kita akan memasuki sesi pertama. The session will explore how Indonesia can align policies, partnerships, and investment to strengthen energy security while accelerating the energy transition.
Untuk itu kami kembali mengundang Bapak Ibu peserta partisipan untuk tetap berada di dalam ruangan, dan bagi para partisipan dan juga peserta yang mungkin masih berada di area foyer, kami kembali mengundang untuk masuk kembali ke dalam ruangan karena sesi diskusi akan segera kita mulai. Judul sesi kita pagi hari ini adalah Addressing Global and National Energy Security by Aligning Policies, Partnership, and Investment for Indonesia Energy Transition.
This is precisely where bringing ISU and IndoSolar together becomes valuable, connecting policy dialogue with financial and private sector perspectives.
Untuk memandu sesi diskusi kita pagi hari ini, we are pleased to welcome our moderator, Miss Lisa Tinsyek, Energy Program Director at GIZ Indonesia, ASEAN Energy Program. Please welcome and give a big applause for Miss Lisa.
Okay, this is working. Yeah, selamat pagi also from my side. Good morning, guten Morgen. So it got a little bit emptier at the front, but very happy that the audience is staying while the ministers are doing the tour of our exhibition. So very welcome from my side also to the representatives of the government of Indonesia, of Germany, and the wider audience. I am leading the GIZ Energy Program, and GIZ is the organizer of the ISU, which is the flagship event of the German Indonesian Energy Corporation, this year together with IndoSolar from IEC. Before I introduce our panelists, allow me please to make a few introductory remarks on this session, which is addressing global and national energy security by aligning policies, partnership, and investments for energy transition. So we've already heard it from the inspiring remarks of our ministers that the global energy markets are in deep turmoil. There's the conflict in the Middle East that is disrupting global energy, oil and gas supplies. And Asia is the region hit hardest by it as the main importer. At the same time, if you follow the news in Europe, we have another big heat wave putting additional strains on the energy infrastructure that is not built for this changing climate. So this session is about energy security, and I want to highlight two emerging themes that are emerging, which is reliability and the affordability. So what we're seeing is that governments are cutting import dependencies and focusing more on domestic resources. So while maximizing self-reliances, utilities like PLN, they face a daunting task: keeping the grids stable. So integrating high shares of weather-dependent renewables like solar and wind introduces volatility. So grids must become more flexible. But it doesn't end there. To create a perfect storm, we also see that electricity demand globally is skyrocketing. Heavy industry, electric vehicles, rising cooling needs, they all draw additional power needs. And there's the global demand and the global boom in data centers and AI, putting additional strain on infrastructures, also in Indonesia. So the global solution is domestic clean power, including solar, wind, geothermal, hydro, and bioenergy. So according to the latest data from EMBER and also the International Energy Agency, last year we have hit historic milestones. So on the one side, renewable energy has officially overtaken coal as the world's largest source of electricity. 34% now. And solar alone met 3/4 of the entire growth in global power demand last year. So this brings us to Indonesia. As a surging, emerging economy, Indonesia has a massive power appetite. It needs cheap, reliable electricity to fuel green industrialization and achieve its vision of golden Indonesia by 2045. Economically, renewables combined with the efficient use of energy are Indonesia's best solution. However, this transition faces obstacles. Right now, Indonesia's grid relies heavily on coal for steady, predictable baseload power. Transitioning to variable renewables brings complexities. This shift creates technical, financial, and societal challenges. Luckily, Indonesia does not have to build this ecosystem by itself. International cooperation can become a very strong asset. Cross-border partnerships, like the long-standing cooperation between Germany and Indonesia, allows us to join forces. Together, we can build the smart grids, attract private capital for generation, and de-risk foreign investment. So how to link policy, investment, and international cooperation? This is something I want to discuss with our dear panelists, which I would like to introduce now. Please join me on the stage. First of all, Professor Dr. Tirta Nugrara Musitama, the Senior Advisor for Institutional Relations of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources from MEMR. Prior to his current appointment, he served as the Senior Advisor for Investment Equity and Partnership and Deputy Minister for Investment Cooperation at the Ministry of Investment and Downstreaming Industry. Please come up. Thank you. Next we have, thank you, Dr. Edi Priyo Pambudi, the Deputy for Coordination of Economic Cooperation and Investment of the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs from CMEA. Please join me. He has served as Deputy Minister since 2024, following his tenure as the Deputy Minister for International Economic Cooperation. From Germany, I'm very honored to have Ms. Christine Tötzke here, the Director General for Bilateral Cooperation, Africa, Asia, and Latin America of BMZ. In her current role, she oversees the bilateral development cooperation, including for Indonesia. And in a moment, we will also be joined by Abdul Malik Zadat Idris, the Deputy for Infrastructure and National Development Planning of Bappenas. He will join us in a short... he's already here, sorry. Good to have you. You already came from that division. Please take your seat. So welcome to my panel. We have to adapt a little bit as we're running late, and also we have some movement. So I would like to start actually with you, Christine, because I know that you have to leave at 10:50, and giving you the time to make some remarks. We've already heard from Minister Radovan the current shifts of Germany to policy. So I would like to hear from you a bit more, if you could tell the audience about this new approach of linking development cooperation with foreign trade promotion, and how this can link to the energy transition in Indonesia. The floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for organizing this conference and this very, I think, important session. You heard it this morning in the opening speech from our Minister, Rim Alabali-Radovan, that Germany and Germany's development cooperation has undergone a reform, and within this reform, new strategic priorities have been identified. And one of them is to strengthen and to foster economic cooperation. But what does it mean? It means that we want to support and strengthen, especially economic cooperation with emerging economies like Indonesia. And the idea is to build on established partnerships, as we have them with Indonesia, to identify the sectors we are already involved in within our development cooperation and see how they can link to interests and demands of German and also European companies. And the idea is to have a triple win. It should serve the Indonesian economy, it should serve the German and Indonesian governments, but also German, and I would really draw a wider circle, European economies and Germany and companies as well. And when you look at Indonesia and our development cooperation, we heard it, and I mean, this is what the ISU is about, that energy transition, energy climate protection is one of our strategic priorities within our development cooperation. So it's very obvious to make the link and try to see how we can link our development cooperation programs, and we have a lot of them in this field. You saw, I think, the slide where they were all mentioned, to involve our German and European companies. And this is how we want to move on. I think the first is, and it was also mentioned already earlier this morning, to involve companies very early on, in a very early stage when it comes to the planning of the programs, and see what are their demands, what are their interests when they want to invest in Indonesia, and how can we link these two approaches and these two programs. And then, of course, ask our Indonesian partners, what do you expect from German companies? What do you expect from German technologies? And I think it is very clear that German companies, German businesses have a lot to contribute. They have a vast range of experience. They have a lot of expertise in especially the renewable energies field, be it in, and also in expansion of grids, in storage solutions, in renewable energies. So there is really a lot they can contribute and a lot of experience. We would also, and I think that is the second part, that also in Germany, a lot of institutions are involved. It's not only the Ministry for Development Cooperation, it's the Ministry for Economic Affairs. It's here in Indonesia, GIZ, it's KfW, it's the Chamber of Commerce, and they are all, and even the Ministry for Environment in Germany. So they are all involved, and what we really would like to also to foster is a closer cooperation and collaboration between these institutions to make sure that German companies, but also on the Indonesian side, that we work very close together, and that you know whom you can address. I think that is a very, very important point. And maybe I would like to give one example, which is more on information, which in my view is crucial. In the conversations we had with the business delegation, which is part of the delegation of the minister, I heard sometimes the issue of capacities coming up. Are there enough skilled labor, for example, in Indonesia to face the challenges when it comes to expansion of renewable energy and the technologies? So we, with GIZ, we are working on an architecture, on green skills architecture together with the Indonesian government to make sure that there may be deficits in skilled labor when it comes to renewable energy technology are addressed. I think this is also very important to know for German and European companies, and also maybe something they would like to join, and they would like to also tell their demands and their interests when it comes to vocational training. This is just one example. And the third thing I would like to mention is that and the minister from Bapenas, you also mentioned it, that there is this issue of structural barriers. I mean, if you want to have foreign direct investments here in renewable energies and in the energy sector, what investors are asking for usually is to have transparent mechanisms when it comes to procurement, when it comes to tenders, but also a reliable framework. And I think these are things we are already working together with the Indonesian government. And this is also something which is, I think, very interesting and very good to know for business companies, that we are working on these issues with you already. We are identifying together the bottlenecks and the barriers and try to address them. I stop here, and yes, if you have any more questions, feel free.
Thank you so much, Christina. Looking at the time again, well, first of all, thank you, I think, for highlighting the facts. I think it is clear that Germany has shifted a little bit how it looks at the cooperation with Indonesia, and I think it's clear that you talked about a win-win, bringing more companies over. But I think I'm also very impressed how detailed also your understanding is, and the offer that Germany makes to support Indonesia on concrete policies and steps going forward. I would like to bring in now Bapenas, Pa Abdul, to on the one side react also on what Mrs. Tötzke has announced. And what is your view from Bapenas on the cooperation, but also under the heading of energy security, the main themes? And if the time allows, I would give Ms. Tötzke the word again, but I know that you have to leave by 10:50, so I would give you a signal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First, to balance between energy sovereignty and energy security, what Bapenas plan and the government actually shifting the current energy into more value added. For instance, instead of using all our oil and petroleum to go to the mother cycle, we shifting more to the petrochemical ones, and our gas should be reserved to be more to industry, and then we can unrelease our potential of renewable energy. So because Indonesia is still a producer and also a consumer toward the industrialization, and what we're doing actually in Bapenas is beyond the RUPTL or beyond the energy plan, actually is to connect between to decentralize and to connect this energy transition into real sector of use. For instance, how we can shift our transport and mobilities, our water resources, also digital transition, our logistic, and we have several the project already on the field. For instance, the North Kalimantan project that we connect between large hydropower and the industrial park, and then to upgrade the Jawa Madura Bali system, because many of our industries is located in Jawa, and the most populated area, the largest urban is also in Jawa. So now we preparing how to upgrade it, the Jawa Madura Bali system, and unleash also the potential, because most of our renewable located in Sumatra, in Kalimantan, how actually that become the cornerstone of our industrialization there, to offer, to connect the project into our renewable based industries and our renewable based economic development. And what is the role of Bapenas actually? Most of the talk currently work in the macro level, same the target, same the program, make it same. But actually, we need to go beyond that to see the connect in the project level, into project development, financing, and my ministry already established, since now the national strategic project is under Bappenas, we will put attention for the collaboration, especially in the project readiness level. Because many of idea, when they connect, they still need to be upgraded. To sum up all the action, so basically we will implement 5 strategy. First, I think you can go to the last slide. First, any project here should apply international best practice and sustainability standard. Because to foster the Germany investor, European or international player, we need to put in the same playing of field that use the protocol of sustainability. And second is to address the classical problem in Indonesia. We call it mohon izin, ya. It's the cross sector permitting the bottlenecking. So we be more active on that. And as my ministry mentioned, about to diversify innovative financing. PLN himself cannot do the financing. Ministry of Energy cannot do the financing. Ministry of Finance, even Ministry of Finance cannot do the financing by their own resources alone. So what Bappenas doing currently is to put the viability gap, for instance, for a transmission or from large upfront project, combining the PPP approach, IPP, and the Blue Book and the Green Book, the project. When the PLN project is moving, when the Pertamina project is moving, basically it will show the climate that private sector could move. And then when the private sector has encouraged to move, they will invest more. That also we improve our institutional governance. For instance, we upgrade, we did a lot of capacity building to our institution. And finally, that's why it's to make more synchronized in thinking. And later on, our cross ministry and agency setup will have, let's say, unity in the mind, and we can be faster in everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Abdul. Ms. Tötzke, maybe we lose the last 2 minutes. I don't know if you want to mention also the JET-P, because you introduced the bilateral cooperation, if you want to also highlight a few points from your perspective.
Yes, thank you very much. 2 words, a few words on the JET-P. As you know, it is a multilateral initiative, partnership with Indonesia to foster energy transition. Germany is, together with Japan, the co-chair. And we are also supporting the JET-P Secretariat and the JET-P Delivery Unit. I think it is really an excellent opportunity and an excellent framework for collaboration between different actors, for identifying joint priorities and goals with the Indonesian government, but also jointly deciding on how to reach them, to decide the paths, and we have working groups on different subjects, how we can move on and how we can achieve the objectives of which we identified together with the Indonesian government. There is, as it was mentioned, the commitment from the international side is half public and half private financing. So it is also an opportunity for private investors to mobilize, so that we can mobilize funds for the JET-P. And there is a consortium of private investors who mobilize funds for the JET-P, who are looking for bankable and for rent-seeking projects. And also this is a very, very good opportunity, and also for private companies from Germany, from Europe, from all over the world, I would say, to see how they can invest in those programs. There are some preconditions. There is a need of a good pipeline of bankable projects, and we are working on that. There is a need of, as I already said, reducing some structural barriers. But we saw from the slides in the opening speech by the Ministry for Energy and Mineral Resources and by Bapenas how far the plans already are. There are a lot of programs. We all know the 100 gigawatt solar program from the president. And I think these are all very, very good options. And the opportunity to have this joint approach is something I only can say I would like to encourage everybody to join in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tölzke. With that, I also please a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, with this, let me turn to our next panelist from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Patieta. I'm curious to hear from you. On the one side, Paptul, okay, thank you so much. Also, you have to leave. It's a very volatile and moving panel. Thank you for being with us. Patieta, I would like to hear from your perspective on energy security, and also if you would agree that the case for renewables has now been strengthened, looking at the new theme of energy security and the new priorities of the Indonesian government, please.
Okay, thank you, Alisa. I think from the term of reference that you also give to us, of course, the renewable energy or energy security is one of our top priority. Okay, and then but we do understand that there's a implementation risk or toward the project for the RPTL 2025-2034. Yeah, I would like to talk within the allocated framework here that already prepare for our team. So first of all, maybe we need to understand how to deal with the grid and system flexibility, for example. And then one of the challenges was the variable renewable energy intermittency. So to make sure the energy security also, we need to have very good energy storage technology, for example, right? And then number two is about the infrastructure and transmission timelines that we also need to have implementation of smart grid technology that will need to construct approximately more than 47,000 of the new transmission lines. And then number three is the land use and permitting, like Pak Abdul already said about the license. We have a vast land of areas need to be covered, and then therefore we need to work across the ministries how to get there. And then of course energy security, we need to get the consideration of the economic and financial viability. Not only to support the energy itself, but also how from the perspective of the investment also viable in terms of commercially. So we do understand that high initial investment cost is upfront is very, very high. But I think like previous speaker mentioned that from the support from the company and government from Germany, I think there's also opportunity to get the financial provided. And the last but not least is about the strategic alignment. We need to deal with the risk of the implementation of the PV. This one, I think the align with the actual electricity demand, and also to connect with the domestic industry and the supply chain. Therefore, the capacity can be supported, and that in the end of the day can contribute to the to secure the energy security. Yeah, I think this is one from our side.
Thank you so much. I think you described the ecosystem quite comprehensively. With that, I would like Pak Edi, you to jump in. and share the perspective of the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs. So you're coordinating also the energy, right, and then the related ministries. CMEA has also established a Satgaste, so the government workforce on energy transition and green economy. So I'm curious from your side, what are how do you look at the topic of energy security, and what are the main policy gaps that you're seeing for the energy transition?
Thank you. So I would like to observe from the integration frameworks, because if we listen carefully, the minister's remarks, we have a lot of numbers. We also have a lot of plans, programs, projects. But when we come into how then we can map this more coherence, because the big problem when we learn from the blockades of the Hormuz Straits, this is kind of like a wake-up call for us to measure structural vulnerability for import-dependent energy of Indonesia. So that's why this is becoming the asymmetric shocks in Indonesia. In one side, we get the windfall from the coal demanded increase. But in the other side, we also face the inflation of the fossil fuel, and then also becoming the necessity of fuel for industries in Indonesia. So then we have to combine these issues. How then we can, 2 points that I think is very important. One is, of course, execution of the projects. The other one is bankability, right? Because any projects that we have to make sure with a lot of obstacles, for example, but if we can work on how to measure the risk, then we can give a comfortability to investors, how then they can run the projects. I still remember in JETP launch in the margin of the G20 Indonesia presidency in 2022. At that side, we tried to launch this proudly, that we announced JETP with around $20 billion commitments, but until the early 2025, we still get 1 billion plus. So that's why this is how then we can enhance the project into the bankability and make sure the projects can be run by every sectors. The coherence problem, like if I can say, many of the framework, like nationally determined contribution, and also national biodiversity strategy and actions plan. And we also have national long-term development plans, just mentioned by ministers, and also national electricity general plan. So how then we have to integrate this in the one frameworks? So then the issues is how we can deliver the responsibility to every across ministries and agency, and they understand how to run this based on the function and also responsibility to just make everything clear. So that's why I think now we are discussing about the task force, for example. Even for me personally, task force is not necessary if we can distribute the responsibility properly. But how then we can make this and glue it into the integrated frameworks? That's make the investors more confidence, and then also they can bring even more projects into Indonesia. Because I believe with a lot of numbers and the commitment from the industries, I think the big frame is energy sovereignty becoming the policy anchor, not just alternative to transition. So that's why when we plan the demand of the electricity and energy, we have to make sure that transition is also part of the plan. So it's not only just think about the big demands that we have, but how then we can also accommodate the transition.
Thank you so much. I think you beautifully laid out how policy must connect to frameworks, and how to debottleneck the issues that we really move towards bankable proposals. And for this, in case you wondered why there are so many empty chairs, we actually have 2 more panelists who I would like to invite us to join us, who will give us the investor and private sector perspective to react to some of the remarks from Paidi or questions that were raised. First of all, please, from Deutsche Bank, we have Markus Leichum, Regional Coverage ASEAN, Infrastructure and Renewable. Please join us on the stage. A round of applause, please. And also we have Bapak Raden Carlos Mangun Song, the Director of Development Investment from Danantara Development Management Fund. Please join us also on stage. Thank you so much. Sorry. Good to have you. Okay, now we're complete. Markus, may I start with you? Because we heard about the JP, we heard about the investment frameworks that are needed. We talked about de-risking. So, what do you see as the key risk factors from the perspective of Deutsche Bank? How to move towards debottlenecking these projects that will help us then to upscale renewables and transmission grid investments?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would say from a Deutsche Bank perspective, we are in the market since 60 years already. We're trying to build partnerships on a local level to our local clients and to our international clients investing in Indonesia, for example. In the recent past, we have seen certain, just recently, movement in the renewable fields. We are part of GTEP as well, have following up discussions. But what we learned today is we're still lacking on the pipeline, that's first, of bankable projects, have the right structure behind, the right governmental support. What I learned today, there's a strong international alliance already happening between Indonesia and Germany to align our strengths and the support on it. And we would be keen to explore this further. On the risk side, we love to mitigate our risk in a way. We would use maybe blended finance structures. You need a combination of everything. You need to have DFIs, multilaterals active like ADB, GIZ and others. And us as international banks, maybe providing financing solutions either on the supplier or the Indonesian SOE or company side. We would love to do it. We would like to see more traction in this, and we are ready for it, actually. We have done a lot of projects in the market with clients like Pertama, PLN, and others on the big SOE side. We would like to scale this and help to the transition of Indonesia into the more sustainable energy way. And I see there's a huge potential in it, which we would like to track on. Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much. Paraden, over to you. So now we heard the global perspective. You are Danantara as the new, right, domestic investment vehicle. What do you see? What will be the role of Danantara to help debottleneck and realize investments? And what policy signals you would like to see if you could wish for?
Thank you. I think that's a very excellent question. Danantara is established basically to address most of those issues. Yeah, we are thinking in two ways. First, we have to mobilize to become the catalyst of private sector investments. Yeah, and by which, like the risking, by risk allocation, by preparing projects to become well prepared and everything, we can help that. And then the other thing, it is important to look at that Danantara is not to replace private capital. We are actually on the objective of crowding in the capital, the private sectors to Indonesia. The second point that I need to explain is that sometimes we think projects just as a single projects. In Danantara, we look projects beyond that. Yeah, we look at projects as an ecosystem. Like for example, energy transition. Energy transition needs generation, transmission, infrastructure, and everything. And that's why Danantara can collect all those pieces together and then develop an integrated investment portfolio. And therefore, we can
not only concept, we can execute the program, the projects entirely. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your remarks. I would like to give our panelists the chance to also react. To this. Patieta, I mean, you also have a background working for the Ministry of Investment. So I'm curious from your perspective, what would be the top priorities, or what would you react to what you just heard?
Yes, of course. I think based on the 9 priorities of the investment as a, let's say, like a strategic project or priorities, what we learned that the renewable energy is one of the top priorities. So here, along with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, I think I agree with Eddie as well that how our task is to closing the investment gap between the target, the needed project, and the capacity of private sectors, including the bank, to finance the project, and providing the low interest financing, and also how to combine to provide with the fiscal incentive. And then I think the other priorities is about overcoming the technical and infrastructure challenges. As I mentioned previously, that the VRE intermittency is quite challenging for us, and I believe that the technology specifically from German that can work together with the Indonesian industries, Indonesian companies to solve this problem. Therefore, developing the energy storage, including the battery itself, and smart grid implementation, in order to create the archipelago bridge, very power bridge, I think is one of the priorities as well. Last but not least, I think along with other speakers here, regulatory and capacity support, like Pak Abdul mentioned about how we can work together. Maybe if we don't need a task force, but as long as we can work together very close with PAID as well, I think we have been working very hard to make it happen. So the policy alignment itself, to minimizing the environment impact, and also to ensure the supply chain development, I think it's one of the priorities among others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Paidi, would you like to react? Maybe explore a bit from your side, what would you see as next steps, and also to facilitate, right? There's also G-Funds, Deutsche Bank is part of it. It seems funds, money is available, that's usually not a problem. What would you see as next steps really to realize these investments?
All right, so the next step in my perspective in this case is not just maintaining the mobility of fund, but I think it's very important now how to maintain the demands. One is coming from domestic. Hilirisasi or downstreaming is the largest sources of the new industrial electricity demand. And also now Indonesia is developing 80 data centers. They are also thirsty with the energy, of course. So that's why I think if we talk about the off-takers of the electricity or the energy, is there. So that's why I think how then we put this into our map, how then we can work with them, and how then we can also collaborate in the industrial development policies in this case. This is from the domestic demand. From the external demands, we also need to anticipate that Indonesia will launch the entry into force into the EU CEPA. So in this case that we will like-minded with the European standards in this case, such as CBAM and others. So that's why if we do not make a transition into the green energy, then Indonesia will pay more penalty, more externality costs. So that's why this is part of the opportunity how then we can work together to bring into the export-oriented based on the green energy. So I think how to maintain this demand in the next step is very important, because market is becoming more logic to shift. So that's why we have to adapt with that market. Otherwise that we lose a lot of things, and then we even a lot of numbers on our pockets with the mobility of fund, we cannot realize this investment.
Thank you so much. With that, I would like to invite also colleagues from Deutsche Bank and Danantara to quickly give your final remarks. We're unfortunately running out of time, but Markus, anything you would still like to share on making the projects more bankable? And also the same question to you, Pa Dadan, also with a view towards the JETP.
Okay, yeah. Danantara has several pillars right now. I'm from the Danantara Development Management Fund, while the other two is Danantara Asset Management and Danantara Investment Management. On our pillars, the project doesn't have to be commercial. Yeah, we help. We focus on development investment. We help projects that perhaps the return is marginal, and therefore we well prepared the projects in order to be investor interested to them. Yeah, and also we think beyond. Yeah, we think about economic growth. When a project can really generate economic growth, even though the financial aspect are still lower than the commercial, we will help, yeah, in various ways. For example, like talking to the government how to manage this in order to execute the project. So basically, our target is to create a better economic growth. Yeah.
Thank you. Markus, final words for you.
Yes, on my side, from a banking perspective, we love to be involved early stage as well, as you highlighted in the discussion, to find the right structure for the financing. What I mean with it, for example, from Deutsche Bank perspective, we are keen to finance SOEs like Pertamina PLN on a commercial level. We can do this. But for sure, for large projects, we prefer to have like structured like ECA financing, MEGA, World Bank financing options, mitigating our political and commercial risk in the end on the project, to be involved, to have open discussions. And also what I have seen recently, what I want to highlight, the big projects are not the hardest to crack open, because you will find financing for it. We discussed desertification, island solutions. You have smaller projects, which are usually not bankable. We need to find maybe an approach to make it more like on a portfolio point of view, on a higher level, that we as a bank can have a larger ticket size in these projects and find a structure which then it enables us also for smaller transactions to find the right solutions as well. I would say cooperation, early involvement, and an open discussion to find the right structures fitting for the financing needed in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Markus. I think it's also very important, yeah, the ticketing size, and of course not everything is a JETP size project, and there's a lot of small projects that could be bundled, hopefully, so still become financeable. With that, we have to close now because there's the next session already starting. From the main key takeaways, I would say, is that yes, the case for renewable energy is very strong in Indonesia, but we need to translate the ambitions and the targets that we have into frameworks and regulations that are predictable, right, and can be implemented. On investments, the same. We need to debottleneck. We need to de-risk. Projects must become bankable on various scales. And following also what Ms. Telske said, cooperation can help. Germany is ready to support through technologies, through investments, to know-how, bringing it to Indonesia and creating win-wins for Germany and Indonesia. So thank you very much, dear panel. Please join me in a round of applause. I'm not sure if we do a photo. Is that planned? Abdul, then I would join you up again.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you to all our distinguished guests and speakers, respondents, for sharing your valuable insights. Please give another big round of applause.
We would like to invite Ms. Lisa to distribute the certificates to our speaker, and also followed by group photo session. First certificate to Professor Tirta Nugraha Mursitama, the expert staff for Institutional Relation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources.
And the second certificate to Mr. Edi Priyo Pambudi, the Deputy for Coordination of Economic Cooperation and Investment, known as CMEA.
And the third certificate to Christine Tutske, Director General for Bilateral Cooperation, Africa, Asia, and Latin America, BMZ.
And fourthly, Mr. Abdul Malik Sadat Idris, the Deputy for Infrastructure of Bapenas.
Let's give another applause to our first discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to commence the second joint session, which would be very interesting.
Thank you.
And this session brings the discussion closer to implementation,
Yeah.
focusing on how opportunities in Indonesia's energy transition can be translated into concrete projects and greater private sector participation.
Yeah, but before that, I would like to remind to all participants to keep your lanyard, because tomorrow we still use the lanyard to enter the room and also to enter the event. Sekali lagi kami kembali mengingatkan untuk Bapak Ibu partisipan untuk tetap menyimpan lanyard Anda, karena lanyard tersebut akan kembali digunakan untuk dapat mengikuti acara pada esok hari. Terima kasih.
And for those who'd like to ask any questions, you can do so by scanning the QR code on the slides. The next session is titled Turning Opportunities into Projects, Private Sector Participation in Indonesia's Energy Transition.
Sesi ini akan dimulai dengan Global Insight, dilanjutkan dengan presentasi dari sektor publik dan juga sektor finansial, yang kemudian talk show serta question and answer bersama para pelaku industri. Untuk memberikan pertanyaan dari Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami tadi sudah menampilkan QR code untuk ditampilkan pertanyaan yang ingin disampaikan. And to begin our discussion, we are pleased to welcome Mr. Sasha Winzerit, who will present the Global Insight and subsequently moderate the panel discussion. Please
Mr.
welcome.
Sasha Winzerit leads the Energy, Utilities and Resources and Energy Transition Practices at PwC Indonesia, with more than 30 years of experience advising the energy, mining and utility sectors across Asia Pacific, including more than 20 years in Indonesia.
He also leads PwC Indonesia team as knowledge partner for IndoSolar 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Sasha Winzenreed to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Selamat siang. Is this working? Okay. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here today to discuss this important topic for Indonesia's economy. The energy transition for Indonesia is no longer only about generating electricity in a more sustainable way, but is becoming key to Indonesia's energy security future, as the government has acknowledged and we've heard this morning. We will hear more about this throughout this morning's session. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of ISEW and also IndoSolar for inviting me to present in this joint plenary session. I'm also pleased that PwC is the knowledge partner for the remainder of the IndoSolar program over these 2 days. After I give some opening remarks on trends in the global energy transition and the lessons these may hold for Indonesia, we will hear from PLN on Indonesia's energy transition pipeline and opportunities for investors, and from KfW on insights for financing the energy transition. We will then conclude with a panel discussion among some distinguished industry experts. As seen here in the chart on the left, global investment spending on the energy transition has been growing year on year since 2020, reaching a record $2.3 trillion in 2025. 3 key sectors are contributing to this growth: electrification of transport, renewable energy, and investment in power grids. All key areas of growth that we also see as necessary for Indonesia's energy transition trajectory. On the right, we see that China continues to be the biggest contributor to energy transition spending, accounting for approximately 34% in 2025, followed by the US, Germany, the UK, and India. China also spends the highest share of GDP amongst these top markets, around 4%, followed by Germany at approximately 3%, while the US spend represents only around 1.3% of GDP. Interestingly, the largest sector for energy transition investment in China in 2025 was transportation, both electric vehicles and clean shipping, rather than renewable energy. But of course, China has been the largest contributor to renewable energy expansion already over the last 10 years. A key takeaway is that globally, energy transition trends build on success stories, often driven by business seeking to create value. We see this both with the scaling of electric transportation, again, particularly in China, but now progressing fast in the rest of the world, as well as the growth of renewable energy, with capacity additions over the last 5 years more than double the previous 5 years. And this is now being supported by rapid growth in battery storage to support grid sustainability, as well as electricity supply during off-peak periods. Going forward, we see several strategic initiatives driving investment globally. Firstly, increasing investment in energy efficiency to support both decarbonisation as economies seek pathways to net zero emissions, and companies look to reduce energy costs. Of course, the best transition in the power sector is the electrons you no longer use, so energy efficiency programs are becoming more and more important. The tech sector is also driving this investment. 43% of new clean power PPAs signed in 2025 by generation capacity were by large tech companies. And again, the huge growth in data center investment to support AI, with approximately $500 billion in investment in 2025. So more investment is going to be needed across the whole green electricity value chain to meet these demands, right from the mining of components for electricity for data centers to investment by IPPs in renewable energy supply. Here we provide some examples of policy levers and investment environments which have supported growth in energy transition investment in some key markets. China, for instance, has designed feed-in tariffs to catalyze renewable energy deployment, combining this with incentives on water usage and land tax. India has specific incentives for investment in domestic manufacturing of components for renewable energy power plants, such as solar panels and other infrastructure, so that it is not fully reliant on imports. Germany has introduced specific incentives for coal-fired power retirement and replacement, while Slovakia provides opportunities for existing coal-fired power producers to use the same land for renewable energy plants to replace the coal-fired power generation. This tells us that countries around the world are designing mechanisms for energy transition that meet the needs of their local market. There are many examples here that Indonesia could look to in its own efforts to encourage investment and speed up renewable energy development. Indonesia's power sector transition is entering a scale-up phase, with renewable energy and storage becoming central to future capacity expansion and energy security. As of 2025, approximately 14.6% of Indonesia's on-grid power supply comes from renewable energy, predominantly from hydropower. Meanwhile, approximately 57% comes from coal and 23% from gas. But Indonesia has ambitious plans to expand this to 30% renewable energy by 2035, as set out in the ARED, or Accelerated Renewable Energy Development scenario of the 2025-2034 RUPTL, and 44% by 2060, when coal-fired generation is expected to be around only 14% with carbon capture. Other non-fossil technologies such as nuclear are also expected to enter the mix post-2050 alongside renewable energy. This is supported by a planned 10.2 gigawatts in storage, either battery energy storage systems or pumped hydro, which is planned over the next decade to 2034. As we've heard this morning, Indonesia has strong renewable resource potential, but achieving the 2034 target will require a major acceleration in project development, financing, and implementation capacity. The ARED scenario under the 2025-2034 RUPTL targets around 53 gigawatts of new renewable energy capacity, which would require construction to ramp up from around 1 gigawatt per annum currently to 7 gigawatts per annum, which is a huge procurement challenge. This is expected to require approximately 2,100 trillion rupiah, or roughly $116 billion in investment, with more than 74% of this expected to be developed by IPPs, with the remainder developed by PLN, while PLN still has the massive investment requirement for expanding and modernizing the grid to take more variable renewable energy. So the opportunity for private investors is clear. The question is whether the procurement process, risk sharing, and tariffs under the PPAs will be attractive to investors. There are several practical levers which could improve bankability, strengthen grid readiness, and accelerate clean energy development in Indonesia, improving the investment attractiveness for the private sector. Some of the points we mention here come out of a recent study PwC has performed with APLSE, the Indonesian IPP Association, where its members and other stakeholders in the power sector have given responses to our survey. There are a number of measures which you can see here on the slide, but briefly, several measures which may help improve attractiveness of investment in the sector include reviewing and adjusting the renewable energy tariff structures to better reflect project costs, expanding access to blended finance, concessional loans, and other financing opportunities, support land acquisition for infrastructure development to accelerate RE projects. And one of the examples we heard from other countries of actually replacing land use for fossil fuel power to renewable energy could be one of the solutions. In terms of strengthening market design and procurement frameworks, a standardized PPA for large-scale projects could help with bankability and also with reducing the negotiation time between the IPP and PLN. Improving grid connectivity and reducing curtailment risks is also key. And finally, on regulatory transition support, gradually phasing out market distortions favoring coal, including subsidies, as well as expanding carbon market opportunities for renewable energy investors would be significant changes that would support more investment. Nevertheless, The huge scale of Indonesia's energy transition plans creates huge opportunities for investors and for further deployment of sustainable finance. While sustainable finance deployment in Indonesia has grown significantly over the last 5 years, this is still a fraction of the kind of investment needed to achieve these goals. Some of the following speakers will cover this in more detail later in this session. In summary, a successful energy transition in Indonesia will require significant involvement from the private sector, providing opportunities for early movers to capture business value while supporting the country's transition goals. The opportunities can be broadly grouped under commercial benefits, lower energy costs, unlocking new revenue streams, and protecting market access as financiers begin to price in carbon in their calculations. Sustainability benefits, meeting investor, customer, and regulatory expectations. And thirdly, resilience or energy security benefits, mitigating physical and transition risk by reducing exposure to future price volatility, power outages, and stranded assets. In general, these opportunities for businesses are directly complementary to the needs of the country, which should see an opportunity for cooperation and development in the Indonesian power sector going forward. Thank you very much. That ends my comments. We would now like to move to the following speakers. So the next speaker this morning is Pat Nyoman Prawiranegara, Vice President of Various Energy at PT PLN, to share PLN's perspective on Indonesia's energy transition, pipeline, and opportunities for private sector participation. Welcome, Pat Nyoman.
Okay. Good morning, selamat. Good evening. Good afternoon, everybody. So, selamat siang, Bapak Ibu semua. Yeah. It's a pleasure to be here today on behalf of PLN and also New and Renewable Directorate. So I would like to share the PLN perspective for the Indonesian energy transition pipeline, and more importantly, the opportunities for private sector participations in our renewable energy development. So, first of all, the first key message that I would like to emphasize today is very simple. That is Indonesia's energy transitions is creating large and diversified project pipeline, and the private sector will play a central role in turning this pipeline into an actual projects. And for PLN, the energy transition is not only about increasing the renewable energies development, but it is also about the building an electricity system that remain reliable, affordable, and financially sustainable, while accommodating a significantly larger share of renewable energy. So today I would like to briefly highlight the three things: the scale of the renewable energy developments, the project pipeline, and also the participation scheme that available to private sector to be involved in our development on renewable energy. So yes, yeah, we are developing a transition energy scenario. And under this scenario, approximately about the 75% of new capacity towards 2040 is expected to come from a new and renewable energy. while around 25% will come from thermal generations. And this represents a fundamental transformations of Indonesia's power sector. However, the transition must be managed carefully. Yeah, as we know, as an archipelagic country, Indonesia operates electricity systems that with very different characteristics from other country. Like, yeah, we do have a large interconnected scale of system like Java, Madura, Bali systems, and a smaller one like the isolated system in a rural or in a island that spread across Indonesia. And our transition needs to achieve several objectives. First one is we need to significantly reduce emissions. And second, we need to maintain the reliability and security of electricity supply. Third, yeah, the transition must remain economic and financially sustainable for us. And this is why our strategy is not simply to add renewable energy. We need to develop renewable generations together with the storage, grid infrastructure, and a system flexibility. And this requirement creates a significant opportunities from investors, from developers, technology providers, EPCs, contractors, and financial institutions to collaborate. This one is our pipeline. It represents in our 10 years electricity business plan until 2034. And over 10 years period, Indonesia's or PLN plan to add approximately 69.5 gigawatts of new generation capacity and around 52.9 gigawatts or approximately 76% will come from a new and renewable energy and storage. While around 16.6 gigawatt will come from non-renewable resources. And if we look at the portfolio, we have approximately 17.1 gigawatt of solar, 11.7 gigawatt of hydro, 7 gigawatts of wind, 5 gigawatts of geothermal, and around 1 gigawatt of bioenergy and 0.5 gigawatts of nuclear power plant. And also in addition, our business plan also include the 10.3 gigawatt of storage facilities. They will include the batteries and also the pump hydro. And the penetration of valuable renewable energy will become increasingly important for energy shifting, balancing the system, flexibility, and grid reliability. So when we talk about the Indonesia's renewable energy pipeline, we are not only talking about solar panel or wind or maybe generations power plant. So we need to talk about more about the grid infrastructure that still include in our RUPTL and our business plan in 10 years. And this will create more broad investment opportunity for the private sectors. So this is the most important point of today's presentations. The renewable pipeline is distributed across all of Indonesia, from Sumatra, Kalimantan, Java, Madura, or Sulawesi, Maluku, Papua, and Nusa Tenggara. But the most important message is not only the geographical aspects, it is the who will going to develop these projects. As we can see that approximately about the 71% of total capacity of new and renewable energy that we are going to develop is an IPP SIM. So yes, it's clearly demonstrate that Indonesia Energy Transition is not intended to be delivered by PLN alone. Instead, PLN is creating a greater space for private sector participations, and this will become an opportunities available across the multiple technologies, regions, and also different project of scales. And still, solar represents one of the largest opportunities, particularly in Java, Madura, Bali, but we also see a significant opportunities in hydro, wind, geothermal, bioenergy, and also battery energy storage. So yes, the pipeline is large, the technology are diverse, and the private sector participation is embedded in the implementation strategy of our 10 years business plan. So we are going to, we have the three different SIM for the private sector to become our partners or our collaborators in renewable energy developments. And the first is the EPC SIM that it's owned directly by PLN. The private sector companies can participate through competitive procurement as an EPC's contractor. Second one is through the PLN subholding scheme or through our subsidiaries and become partner with our subsidiaries to have an PPA with us. Under this model, development can be assigned to PLN subholdings and as we call the generations company at Genco as a strategic partnership, and then this will provide the opportunities for partner not only as a contractor but also through deeper project level collaborations. Third, and particularly important, the model is independent power producer or IPP SIM. And under this structure, the project is developed through a special purpose company with PLN acting as electricity off-taker through a power purchase agreement. Depending on the project structure, PLN generation subholding may also participate as a partner with ownership up to 30% where applicable. The important point is that there is no single door for private sector participation, and it is we open up wide opportunities for the private sector to collaborate. And our approach provides multiple source and multiple doors through EPC, strategic partnership with PLN subholdings, and direct participation through an IPP structures. And this flexibility is important because the scale of Indonesia's energy transition requires participation from a broad ecosystem of capable partners. So yes, for the closing, Indonesian energy transition pipeline, opportunities for private sector participations, the opportunity is substantial, and we do have 69.5 gigawatt development pipeline, and approximately about 76% is dedicated of new and renewable energy, and around 71% of the current development is expected to be delivered through the IPP SIM. And this number demonstrates the private sector participation is not only complementary to Indonesian energy transitions, but also it's fundamental success. It's fundamental to its successful implementations. And PLN welcomes capable developers, investors, technology providers, EPC contractors, and also financial institutions to participate in this journey. And yeah, Indonesia has the ambitions, the pipeline is being established, and the partnership opportunities are open. We look forward for working together to transform this pipeline into a bankable projects and operating asset, ultimately a cleaner, stronger, and more sustainable electricity system for Indonesia. Thank you, and hope we'll have good discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Nyoman. A very insightful presentation and very much on time, so that's also good to see. And I'm glad that Pak Nyoman's statistics were not very different than the ones I presented, otherwise it could have been a problem. To our next speaker, I'm pleased to welcome Ms. Diana Arango, the lead sector coordinator in energy and financial sector at KfW in Jakarta, to share insights on financing Indonesia's energy transition. Diana, thank you.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Rango. I work at KfW Jakarta office, and I'm heading the energy team here. And I'm very honored today to represent KfW and introduce to you what financiers look for and what our requirements are. Before I start, I would also like to express our condolences for the victims in Flores after Saturday's earthquake. I will present to you 3 slides. In these 3 slides, I will focus on our financing instruments, our requirements. But before I start, I would also like to explain to you who we are and why it matters. So it's very difficult to put in one slide KfW's history. KfW was a bank that was founded after the Second World War II, when Germany was completely destructed. The Allies, they called the Marshall Plan, which these funds, Germany was supposed to be rebuilt and reconstruct. This was the beginning of KfW as a bank and as a banking group. And as you can see here from the slide on the left side, there are still several activities focused on the domestic market to foster in small and medium enterprises, municipality financing, individual financing such as student loans, energy efficiency measures, but also seed capital for startups. But from all the experience gained throughout these years, this has been the basis for our international business. So basically, all this knowledge has been transferred by 3 business areas in the bank to developing countries and developed countries as well. That's what you see on the right side. We have the international business areas, starting with IPEX. IPEX is our business area supporting the export financing for German technologies and European technologies, as well as project financing in developed and developing countries. We have at the same time DEG, and later on you will be following the panel discussion. My colleague Pranay will be presenting what they do and which activities they cover, because they are focusing on the private sector and private companies financing. And as for me, I'm representing the public side of business, the development bank, where we provide the sovereign funding here in Indonesia. So you see all these 3 institutions are working closely together here in Indonesia, and together we bring a portfolio of 3.6 billion euros. As I mentioned, I will be focusing today on the public side of business. This is just a slide to demonstrate what our portfolio in the energy sector looks like and how the German government, through KfW, is financing the energy transition here in Indonesia. You see these 3 pillars. These 3 pillars represent renewable energies, focus on geothermal, hydropower, solar, and wind technologies. Then the second pillar is about transmission and distribution lines. And finally, regulation, which is also a form to finance and support the Indonesian government to implement reforms and foster the energy transition by accelerating the investments and also the implementation of several projects. You see in the map, we work throughout the country in the different islands. And let me continue. The question is, how do we finance these projects? and what are our requirements. So starting with the previous slide, I need to say that one of our biggest requirements is that the projects that we finance align with what Germany and Indonesia decided to support, which is the 3 pillars that I showed before. And second, I would start with the instruments, because here you see as the first instrument is the policy-based loans. Policy-based loans is an instrument that we provide to the government here in Indonesia when we decide and agreed upon specific reforms, public actions such as development of roadmap of hydrogen, or later, I think a few years before the development of the CIPP, which was the basis of the investment plan for the JETP energy, for the Just Energy Transition Partnership, and so on. Development public-based loans are agreed upon, is a package of different measures to foster the renewable energy, incentivize the investments and also the development of these technologies. But once this package is fulfilled, then the disbursement will be triggered. So it's a huge commitment from the Indonesian side to really provide these results before the financing can be committed. Second instrument is the investment financing, which I think everyone will be more familiar with. We will identify a specific asset. Normally on our side are projects of national priority. And this asset, this project will be financed with, we will target our financing only to develop, implement and construct this project. Third instrument is the result-based loan. This is a very interesting instrument, and this is where I try to connect with the upcoming panel discussion when it comes to private financing, because what we notice as a development bank is we need to bring added value. And added value is definitely not in those technologies that are standardized and where IPPs and also private sector can finance this type of projects. So what we do here is still we want to foster solar wind distribution lines, but we do it in a way that we don't target our financing for a specific project. What we do is we agree with our partners on specific results. That's why the name of the instrument. Just to give you an example, we will agree with our partner to provide or to install a certain capacity in the next years. And once this result is achieved, then they will get the financing. But that means at the same time that how this is achieved and which type of projects will contribute to this result is up in the hands of our partner. And this is where private sector gets involved. Where private sector can help with the IPP structure to develop the projects, and at the same time with the private financing to support the financing of these projects that lately will contribute to have more of these technologies. Last but not least, we have the grants. So grants are public funding from the German government, so basically taxpayers' money. That's why it's not an unlimited resource. We have to have a clear definition and a clear target when we implement grants. And this is when I come back to the questions about our requirements. Because what we say is whenever we have to implement or finance a project, we need to ensure the sustainability of this project. And sustainability can only be achieved if there is a preparation when it comes to providing feasibility studies with realistic assumptions, with transparent time and cost constraints, and as well as estimates, to have reliable data on a technical and financial side. And at the same time, when it comes to sustainability, we need to ensure that there is no harm to the environment and to the society around the project area. That's why we also need to have in place an environmental social impact assessment. I think in my pre-speakers already mentioned that bankability is an issue, and these are exactly the type of studies that need to be in place, and this is what we try to support with the grant. We provide the grant to develop those studies, to assess the sustainability of the project before we start implementing and trying to have in place all mitigation measures to avoid any potential risk. I think at this point I've reached the end of my very short presentation. If you are curious, we have an exhibition booth outside so you can gather additional information. And I thank you for your attention, and also I wish you enjoy the panel discussion that is coming up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. I think it was very key that you mentioned that KfW is always looking to see where it can add value to the relationship. And I think the catalytic financing that comes from organizations like KfW will actually be very key to financing the energy transition going forward. So I think, thank you very much. We now move to the panel discussion session of our morning's proceedings. So I would like to invite our distinguished panelists to come to the stage as I call your name. So firstly, Mada Ayu Hapsari, the chairwoman of the Asosiasi Energi Surya Indonesia, or the Indonesian Solar Association. Please, Bu Mada. Secondly, Mr. Jefferson Kuesa, the Chief Executive Officer of Sun Energy. Please, Jefferson. And next, Mr. Pranay Maini, Country Director, Indonesia for DEG. And please, Lea Dunst, Head of Project Development for the German Solar Association, BSW Solar. And finally, for this quite large panel, Bernard Ade Permatista, the Head of Strategy and Market Development for Siemens Energy in Indonesia. Please, Bernard. First of all, thank you all for being here this morning. I would like to start off by asking each of you just to briefly introduce yourselves, with the organization you're with, and perhaps some very quick opening remarks. Not more than 1.5 minutes. Bu Mada, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Shasha. Hello, everyone. My name is Mada Ayu Hapsari. People call me Mada. I'm the chairperson for Indonesia Solar PV Association. Now our member is 170 companies, which cover all ecosystem of solar PV industry in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Mada. Jefferson?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jeff. You can call me Jeff. I'm the CEO of Sun Energy. Sun Energy is Bu Mada's ISIS members, but also one of the leading solar developer in Asia with a 500 megawatt. In Indonesia alone, we're the largest at about, we have installed about 250 megawatt. And recently, we also expanded into electric vehicles. So I think looking forward for the discussion today.
Thank you. Pranay?
Hi, everyone. I'm Pranay. I'm the director for DEG in Indonesia. As Diana mentioned, DEG is the private sector financing arm of the KfW banking group, and we do development and impact financing across emerging economies. I'm very happy to be sitting next to Jeff, who's actually one of our long-standing clients where we finance very early enough.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lea Dunst, and I'm here for the German Solar Association, where I've been working for the past 4.5 years and work as head of project development currently. And we represent around 1,000 companies all along the solar value chain. And I personally represent one of the sections that is less typical maybe for an industry association, at least in Germany or in Europe. So that is an international unit where we also have a very strong third-party funded activity, and that revolves around associations very much. So I may or may not be a little bit biased when it comes to associations and the important role that I think they play in a market. But of course, happily or luckily, we can link that all together with conditions for market development today. So yeah, thank you for having me here.
Thank you.
You have one now.
Bernard?
Yeah, thank you, Sasha. So Siemens Energy is a company with around 100,000 employees. We are active in more than 90 countries, and Indonesia is one of them. And we've been here for more than 50 years already. We are quite active for the high voltage portfolio, from the power generation, transmission, and also for the industrial solutions. So easily that we can say that around 15% of the power generation in Indonesia is from Siemens Energy technology, and we also will be contributing to the future technology like hydrogen, electrolysis, and etc. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So as you can see, we have a very nicely organized panel here with industry associations, local and international developers, as well as financiers. So we should be able to cover a lot of the important topics. So I'll turn to Bumada first. We've just heard two complementary perspectives, I would say, from the earlier discussion from both PLN and KfW. Learning what the opportunities are, as well as how financiers are looking at the energy transition. Today's panel connects these two sides, the growing pipeline of opportunities on one hand, and the conditions needed to make projects bankable and implementable on the other. So I think implementable is one of the key things we want to talk about today. What makes concrete action? So first of all, to Bumada, from the perspective of Indonesian solar developers, what are the on-the-ground realities that you're seeing around permitting, grid access, land access, that determine whether the RUPTL ambitions can really become projects, right?
Yeah, okay. From through our perspective from Indonesia Solar PV Association, we saw that actually now government already changed gesture, which is nice for us because since like I've been appointed as a chairperson of this association, there is some regulation has been changed. For example, like the the ministry decree number 2 about the rooftop quota, and then the ministerial decree number 5 about the transaction with the PLN or PJBL. I think that's one of the gestures that government showed to us how to support the acceleration of solar PV in Indonesia. But again, we still have to create like another demand here, because until now, through our potential demand around like the 3,200 gigawatt in Indonesia for the solar PV, we already achieved 1.5 giga in the last 2 years. So I think we still need a lot of like gap to be achieved, but still means that it's a good positive or a good sign for us. There's plenty project that we can still achieve. The problem is what we see is about the permitting and also about the land acquisition, because this one is one of our big challenges through the solar PV. As you know that solar PV need a quite big land. So until now, people trying to do the acquisition, and some of the area maybe they have different way to approve the permit itself. And also the other one about the access to the grid. So as we know that we are laying in the archipelago country, So the grid cannot be connected all over the island, especially for those who living in a very remote area. The access to the grid is quite hard. So that's why this is the importance of us to build the mini grid. As for now, we are trying to make some program how we can strengthen this grid to accept the solar PV. And then the last one, of course, about the supply chain and also the green job. As we know, the supply chain will help the implementation of solar PV if there is like the product or the equipment is available in those rural area, much more easier for us to do the maintenance. So I think that's the key challenges that now we are facing.
No, I think that's very interesting. And I think it's interesting that you immediately highlighted access to land permitting and those kind of issues, because when we talk about Indonesia, especially if we're starting to talk about development in regional areas, the issues with land become, one of the key bottlenecks, right? Yeah.
That's right, Sasa.
Thank you. No, thank you for that. I think that gives us a good picture of some of the challenges and the conditions that are needed, but also good input that the government is actually starting to bring forward some of the regulatory changes that are necessary for this. I'd like to move to Jeff now, if I could, on a similar theme. PLN highlighted a pipeline of upcoming projects. But the pipeline only creates value once the projects reach financial close and operation. So from your experience as effectively the largest developer of solar PV in Indonesia, from planning through to implementation, what have been the decisive success factors and also the most common bottlenecks in bringing projects to realization?
Right. I think there are 2 points that I want to highlight, especially this topic about the private projects as well, right? So I think point number one is, I think over the past 2 years, what I've seen in terms of the demand of getting renewable energy, be it from solar, battery, or others, is very high, right? From the private sectors in Indonesia, right? For multiple reasons. One, a lot of the companies are in Indonesia, providing supply to Europe, to America, for example. So they have to follow their sustainable regulatory framework from Europe or US, right, as a suppliers, right? But more and more, particularly in the last 6 months that we talk with our clients, it's all about energy security, right? With what happened in the Middle East, the price of diesel is going up really high. In some places, they don't even have enough diesel. So energy security is becoming more and more prominent, right? So the demand is there. So now how can the regulatory, if you talk about permit, land, and others, quota and whatnot, can catch up to that or can facilitate that, right? Because we hear a lot, sometimes we are the one that have to tell our client, oh, I'm sorry, I cannot install the rooftop solar right now because we have to wait for the next quota cycle and so on and so forth, right? Well, they have to report to their headquarters, hey, my company have this RE100 target that I need to achieve right now, right, this year. So how can our regulatory keep up to meet the demand, the speed of the demand, right? I think that's point number one. Point number two is, as Sun itself explore to more energy intensive industries, mining, pulp and paper, cement, those that require a lot of energy. And by energy, not just electricity, but also diesel genset. Now the question is, okay, I need to find project financing for that, right? And when we spoke with few institutions, oh, I'm sorry, I still cannot provide financing for mining because mining is deemed as the dirty industry. That's part of the education, I guess, right? Like our role is to actually help to create the green mining industry, right? How can we help the mining company to reduce their diesel genset, reduce their reliance on solar, and at the same time installing more renewables, right? So I think both on the regulatory and the financing, how can it catch up with this trend that I've seen in Indonesia?
No, I think that's those are all very good points. Particularly your point that actually development of renewable energy is a way to improve energy security for Indonesia. I mean, traditionally we've thought we're a very large coal producer, but you know the right quality of coal is not always going to be there, and the more we disconnect ourselves from these global commodity supply chains, the more security and affordability we'll see in the electricity sector, at least in Indonesia. No, thank you for that. I'd like to move to Pranay now, if I could. We've heard the developers' view on what makes projects deliverable. KfW set out some ideas on what financiers look for and the role of blended finance, guarantees, concessional funding, all this sort of catalytic kind of financing. So let's turn now to what a development finance institution like DEG brings to the table. How does DEG mobilize and de-risk private sector investment for clean energy in countries like Indonesia? Yeah.
Thanks. So broadly speaking, DFIs de-risk in two ways. First is on the financial structuring and credit enhancement side, and second is on the policy, technical, and market support. Now, within the financial structuring part, there are various instruments which have already been discussed. For example, blended finance, but we also do first loss, subordinated tranches, and there's also availability of political risk insurance and guarantees. Lastly, there's also concessional debt. Lastly, there's also concessional debt, and that's not only in terms of pricing, but also in terms of tenors. Longer tenors give you better cash flow, especially in earlier parts of the projects, which is more risky. Now, coming to the policy, technical, and market support, there's a lot of technical assistance which is provided during the early stage, which basically helps to turn a raw feasibility study into a bankable project. Then there's signaling credibility. Whenever a DFI comes in, it validates project integrity, and this helps to bring in other financial institutions. I would say that this is one of our main roles as a catalytic funder, especially when it comes to new technology and new projects. Lastly, we also focus a lot on local capacity building. Just as an example, we are equity investors in IIF. Now, IIF is a domestic DFI, and we help to build capacities there when it comes to technical as well as environmental, social, and corporate governance.
Very good. What I mean, because a lot of what we're talking about now is actually how Indonesia scales up this journey, right, to try to meet some of the targets. Do you see any sort of financing mechanisms that are particularly, useful in that sort of expansion and scale up mode, or do you need to be looking at only large scale projects with large cash flows, or is aggregating smaller projects? I mean, how does blended finance work best?
So I think as institutions, we do need a minimum ticket size, and that is where some of the previous speakers mentioned, we need to think of how we can bundle small projects. I think that's key, especially when it comes to countries like Indonesia, where you need small island solutions. That's where probably we can work together with the Energy Association, see how we put a bundle of projects together. Even PLN is now thinking of bundling projects. So I would say it's not only about large projects, there are solutions for small projects when we sit and work.
Yeah, which I think we've seen in PLN's de-dieselization programs in Eastern Indonesia and things like that, right? And I think that links very well to Bu Mada's point, right? I mean, we don't have an integrated grid across Indonesia. We're talking about disaggregated, smaller grids, and perhaps aggregating, smaller demand centers could be a way to bring the financing in as well, right? So, yeah. Okay. Which goes back to how the procurement processes are run, when PLN brings those to market. No, thank you for that. Obviously, financing and de-risking are essential to the whole scale-up opportunity. I'd like to move to Leah now from the German Solar Association. Germany, as we heard earlier today, scaled solar from a niche technology to mainstream investable asset class. That journey holds some valuable lessons for Indonesia. From Germany's experience, what ultimately made solar PV investable at scale? And which of these lessons do you think are most transferable to Indonesia?
Thank you, Sasha. And I'd like to start this with a small thought experiment, because what are the indicators to measure whether your technology and your projects have become investable. And I would argue that in at least one of them is if a very conservative local bank will give an ordinary customer a loan for a solar roof. And that 25 years ago in Germany, of course, same as in everywhere in the world, but let's say definitely for Germany as well, was not the case. And then came in the German Renewable Act, the so-called EEG, and changed that by introducing a feed-in tariff, by having priority grid access and a very reliable purchasing mechanism. And so that turned PV into a predictable revenue stream, which was very decisive. And I think there is a quieter lesson underneath all of this, because of course, it was a financeable asset, but also money is shy. And so it only really worked because the rules did not change, and especially not retroactively. And so what can we transfer from that to Indonesia? Of course, that is not the EEG itself. Indonesia has its own instruments, but certainly the principle. So removing the same risks just with today's tools. And in many instances, that will be the bankable PPA, something that I'm repeating that other people have already mentioned. But so having a remuneration fixed and high enough to repay the loan, have clarity around grid access and curtailment, and have a very reliable purchasing mechanism. And of course, there is one additional point here, which we were admittedly quite privileged to not have to deal with, which is currency, which has to be dealt with in the contract. And the same suggestion here then would apply, being that it is worth it finding a solution that really works for all sides, and then make it a standard and create certainty around it. Because at the end, and I know it's easy to say as a German, but I would argue with PV and being the upfront investment, it just really helps to be quite German about it, be very boring, predictable, and yeah, don't change the rules. So considering all that, I would say that Indonesia really has an advantage today in implementing their pipeline, because the experience is there, the technology is cheap, storage is available, and digitization as well. So that is many of the aspects that were not available at that level back when Germany started.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe Indonesia has an opportunity to leapfrog in some ways because it hasn't gone through the slower technological rollout that the rest of the world has been through. I think that's a good point. And I think you basically spoke on behalf of all of us and all investors when you're saying that the key thing is a bankable PPA with clear terms, certain terms, which have things like clear currency translation provisions, clear escalation factors for inflation, and all the other things that we need that make something truly bankable. Could I just quickly follow up with a question? How do you think industry associations can help align the needs of developers, EPCs, and government when they're looking at these kind of large-scale rollouts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. I mean, if I had to reduce it to one word, I would say that is trust, because at the end, if you have 100 companies, you have 100 lobbyists, and an association can turn them into one partner with a unified voice and have reliable information that is both something that will create trust, because a bank will finance what it trusts, a customer will invest in what they trust, and the government will move much faster when they have information they can trust. So that is the space an association can fill. And I would definitely argue that that is the kind of quiet work that in Germany definitely contributed just as much to the 125 gigawatts we have about now than any subsidy scheme.
No, agree. And, it sort of takes the self-interest out of some of the discussions that the regulator has to have with individual developers if the association can come with some sort of stated position, right? And it helps accelerate things. Okay, thank you. So now to Bernard. Scaling up also depends on technology that performs reliably and reassures the lenders and other investors. KfW also noted that bankability partly rests on quality, long-term performance, those kind of metrics. So as a global technology player, that works across generation and grids and other parts of the sector, how can emerging power generation and grid technologies help reduce project risks and improve affordability of electricity supply?
Okay, thank you, Sacha. So I'm being thankful to be put as the last question speakers, because then I can also learn from the other speakers. And based on this discussion, I think we all agree that this country is not lack of initiative. This country is not lack of projects. The country has big ambitions, even targeting 8% of growth and energy sovereignty. But of course, that we know that I think all speakers agree that the most challenging part is to convert all those opportunities into implementable and bankable projects. And I would like to emphasize that technology should not be seen as only equipment, right? Because eventually technology can really have the ability to reduce the risk from the developers and also to improve the bankability. And basically, you can improve your life cycle costs. Because if we see that from the current RUPTL, for example, I think 71%, 75% from the whole projects is actually run by the private sectors, meaning that this country's next power generation or energy future lays from the private sector investment. This is be seen as opportunities, as I say, but also that as our technology is also should be seen as an opportunity to reduce the risk. As Indonesia is also moving towards the energy transition, like for example, gas. Gas for most of the people also still seen as fossil-based, but for Indonesia, this is the real energy transition. There is around 10 gigawatt of opportunity for gas-fired power plant in the RUPTL. And if I see from the next 10 years where renewables basically is going to be also dominating the opportunities, gas should be seen as also a flexible power resource that also can be added up to the power system. It can also add as the basic power. It can also add as peaker as well. So the gas can play really flexibility and also can ensure that the investment is actually all the bankables. The other thing is about grid. I think technology is not the issue. Digital substation, grid automation system, HVDC, they're all already available and also already implementable. But the question is that how much investment is actually going to be there? Based on the RPTL, I think there would be around almost 100,000 kilometer circuit of transmission and also I think almost 50,000, 100,000 MVA of substation that's going to be investing. But I am also joining the dissemination of HVDC, for example. It's not easy because the risk is there and it involves so many layers of permits and license, different ministries, and in Indonesia, it needs to really in a good collaboration on having this discussion moving forwards. So I think the most important part for putting the project into realization is that the collaboration between all stakeholders and understanding the risk and also sharing the risk accordingly. Thank you, Sacha.
No, thank you. I think, we have to recognize the huge challenge that the government and PLN have with the grid, right? I mean, I think we're talking something like $50 billion in investment required just to meet the kind of targets that are in the RUPTL, if we're talking about this kind of increase in generation capacity, right? So that is a huge investment. And if we are going to leapfrog in technology terms and talk about modern grids, even AI use in power allocation and all the rest of it. I mean, that is a huge opportunity for Indonesia, but yeah, obviously a huge investment cost. And your point on gas, I think, is quite relevant. You know, many of us for many years have thought of gas as a potential transition fuel while renewables are built out. The issue we have, of course, today is if you start gas procurement for a gas-fired power plant today, you can't get a turbine for, I don't know, 10 years. So hopefully we build the renewables fast enough that that's no longer needed as the transition fuel. But no, thank you for those comments. I would just like to quickly remind everybody that there is an opportunity to ask questions through the Slido application. I think you saw a QR code for Slido earlier. So as we're talking, please submit your questions and we can come to those at the end. So thank you, speakers, for those initial comments. I'd now like to open up the discussion to all panelists and again remind the audience to please submit any questions you have. We've now heard, 5 complementary perspectives: local market realities from ISE, developer experience from Sun Energy, de-risking and finance experience from DEG, how to make solar investable at scale from BSW, and technology bankability ideas from Siemens. So I think there's a recurring theme around alignment between PLN's pipeline and what actually needs to be done to achieve that. So I would just like to open up with a broader question. What forms of collaboration do you see as necessary between, government, PLN, developers, financiers, even German technology providers and financiers, that could help close the gap so that we can actually get to a steady flow of bankable, implementable projects? Maybe Bumada first, and then I'll go in order down the line.
Yeah, I think in this case, what we can do actually, like for example, now from IC itself, now we are trying to create some program to find what is the solution that we can go to try to accelerate about the solar PV in Indonesia. One example is now we are trying to do the program called distributed power generation. The base is like a rooftop solar, but it will like cover all the rooftop, even though maybe there is no need a lot of power, but we will cover to alternate find the land, because the problem is about the land. And then the second is, I'm interested about from the DEG college said about the financing, because the other hand, for example, in the city, much more easier to find the demand. But how about in the rural area? The problem is about the scale. And in this case, means that what we need is about the blended finance. I think that's how we can de-risking the project, if we can help the investor here to aggregate the project and then make the bundle which is feasible for the financiers. Yeah, I think that's one of.
Maybe I'll move to Pranay then first, because it's directly relatable, I think. Yeah.
No, I think 2 aspects on that. One way is that we work on a very strong feasibility study, and we can do that by providing assistance and grants. That's a form of blended finance that we strongly encourage. But we have to work early. We have to work closely, and we have to define the parameters that we are looking at. At the same time, we also need to involve the government there, because at the end of the day, permits have to come from there. And it's not only central, it's also local and regional, and every delay costs money. So it has to be together, hand in hand, early, and use all sorts of assistance grants to ensure that the bankability studies are of standards which meet investor requirements.
Yeah, no, I think that is good. And I think blended finance is becoming more and more the necessity in many emerging markets like Indonesia to actually get the projects moving to start with, right? So until they become fully commercially bankable.
And maybe just one more point, it's not always about project finance. I think what we also need to look for smaller projects is corporate finance. When we financed Sun Energy, they were 7 megawatt. Yeah, so there was no project finance. It was balance sheet corporate financing based on the fact that money can be drawn as more and more projects are set up. So there are multiple options that can be looked at.
But that's generally for captive projects, right? Rather than grid scale opportunities, which if we start to really talk about scaling up, we need to talk about the grid level businesses, right?
Absolutely. So both have to go hand in hand.
Yeah. Jeff, do you have some comments on this?
Yeah, I think there's, outside of this forum, there's also already a lot of discussion or forums and facilitated by Bumada through association. We also, give a lot of feedback, inputs to the government. But that alignment between the regulation and the bankability of from finance, project financing, I think is more important and as ever, because as I said, how can the regulation keep up with the demand, like to execute project fast? Because of course, those, if you look at any financial modeling, you want to minimize the gap between capex deployment and when you get the money, right? That's a standard, right? So how can we facilitate that? And because this is real, even in the past 6 months, I would say, because of some delay and whatnot, and we know in Indonesia, macro-wise, rising interest rate, depreciation exchange rate, a lot of projects that initially was bankable becomes unbankable, right? While we, from the developers, we may already secure the contract with the off-takers and whatnot, but then by the time we execute, this project no longer bankable. That okay, what to do, right? So I think that alignment will need to happen, and what kind of financing available to support that, right? And I think when I say financing, also not just project financing, but for us, we're also looking at like infrastructure fund, any a lot of the, for example, pension fund that is looking for a long-term stable return, right? That's what we're also looking for, because I think the beauty of solar panel typically is a long-term project, 20-25 years. And I think at least we proud ourselves that we have quite a lot of the good credit rating off-takers, private off-takers in Indonesia. So if initially, maybe when DEG came in, we were at 7 mega, now we're at 250, but we're now looking for the next 500, 1 giga type of support, right? And I think like ideas like pension fund is also an interesting idea that we explored.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think it's, we need to somehow facilitate the discussion with government to actually show the economic benefits of accelerating some of this and loosening some of the regulation around quotas, for instance, because it actually does hold back the industrial development that is actually the main target for GDP growth, right?
Correct. And it's about the sustainability of the Indonesian businesses as well, right? Like to reduce their costs, improve increasing their energy security.
Absolutely. So Leah, do you have some comments on this?
Well,
or you
I
covered
think
most of it?
I see we're running out of time, but I would just like to add one more because I think it holds true, and that is making the successful project repeatable. Because every project that is successful will generate knowledge on how the contract was done, how the risk was allocated, what the lender needed to see. And when that stays stays within the project, every new one will start at zero. And I think the form of collaboration I would like to see is one of shared practice. And of course, it is not easy for commercial partners to disclose that information because there are interests involved, but there might be a neutral broker.
Where the association can come in, right? Yes,
exactly.
Right. Yeah. And it helps the buyer, such as PLN, then develop the templates, the standards that actually make these processes
Definitely
move
and
faster.
I just think that is the difference that will or that will upgrade from financing a project to really financing a market, which is what I think is what Indonesia is aiming for.
Okay. Bernard, do you have some final comments?
Yeah, maybe short. So I think the main point is that investors, they don't finance megawatts. They actually finance the confidence, right? So technology role at this place is actually trying to put that confidence and through the reliability, affordability, and also long-term performance. But I like what Pak Jefferson mentioned. The key word is actually alignment. So how the technology provider, the technical designs, all the developers should be involved from the beginning, from the project creation, from the project preparation. And that would actually add value because then everything will be addressed accordingly, vertically integrated, not sequentially. So everything will be seen from the beginning and it creates more confidence to the investors. And the last thing is that about how we can really being innovative, I think in terms of blended financing, I think that's a great idea because then at the end of the day also we'll try to have a very proper risk sharing for all the stakeholders. And I think by combining everything and having alignment, that should be one of the solutions for Indonesia.
Thank you. I think that's a perfect summary, actually, of the discussion. We covered a lot from a lot of different perspectives. We could almost have a panel on each of these topics that you raised, but time is up. So thank you very much to the panelists. And I'm sure you're all keen to continue the discussions over the remainder of the day. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Sasha. Thank you to all our distinguished speakers and panelists for an engaging discussion.
We already have heard the perspective from government, development finance, industry, and the private sector. Exactly the kind of exchange that this conjunction between ISU and IndoSolar aims to facilitate.
And we will now proceed with the presentation of certificates. And yes, I'd like to call upon
we invite Ibu
Ibu
Mada.
Mada Hapsari to give out the certificates to our panelists.
Let's give a big applause to the first certificate to give to Mr. Sasha Winzenrick, Mr. Jefferson Koesar, Chief Executive Officer of Sun Energy,
Mr. Pranay Maini, the Country Director of Indonesia at DEG,
Ms. Lea Dans, Head of Project Development at German Solar Association. And also thank you, Bernard Ade Permasista, Head of Strategy and Market Development at Siemens Energy Indonesia.
and last but not least, Ms. Diana Arango, the Lead Sector Coordinator in Energy and Financial Sector from KFW.
Let's give another applause for our second discussion. Thank you, Mr. Sasha, and thank you to all panelists, Ibu Mada, Mr. Jefferson, Pranay Maini, Ms. Lea Dans, Bernard, and also thank you very much, Ms. Diana.
Bapak dan Ibu, we have now reached our lunch break. We invite all participants to enjoy lunch at the foyer outside of this ballroom and take this opportunity to rest and network.
Kembali kami ucapkan terima kasih untuk para narasumber, untuk moderator yang sudah memberikan perspektif yang luar biasa pada discussion kita siang hari ini. Dan tentunya saat ini kami mempersilahkan para partisipan dan juga peserta untuk dapat menikmati santap siang yang telah disediakan dan juga bisa memanfaatkan kesempatan ini untuk beristirahat maupun melakukan networking. And also don't forget to visit and experience our exhibition area in the ballroom to the left at the door.
And for the full agenda for today's plenary sessions, you may scan the QR code which is on the screen.
And one more important note before you leave. After lunch, the ISU and IndoSolar programs will continue separately. Peserta nantinya akan masing-masing menuju program room di mana sesi plenary ISU akan tetap berjalan di ballroom ini, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Sementara untuk peserta IndoSolar akan dipersilahkan untuk menuju area ballroom di sebelah kanan pintu. Terima kasih. Selamat menikmati santap siang Anda.
Yang nomor 1.
Sudah aku kembalikan.
Makasih
Yang
ya.
nomor 2.
Ya. Nomor 2 di sini berarti ya, Pak. Baterai, masih ada baterai.
ijo royo-royo tak sanggup panganten anyar. Caangan penek no blimbing kui. Lunyu-lunyu penek no kanggo basuh dodo tiro. Dodo tiro ku mintir beda ing pinggir. Dondomono jumatane kanggo sebangun koslore. Mumpung padang rembulan, mumpung cembar kalanggani. Yo prakonco dolanan injobo. Padang bulan, padange koyo rino. Rembulane sing awe-awe. Ngelingake ojo turu sore. Yo prakonco dolanan injobo. Padang bulan, padange koyo rino. Rembulane sing awe-awe. Ngelingake ojo turu sore. Suwe ora jamu kotong telo. Suwe ora ketemu pisan gawe gelo. Suwe ora jamu kotong telo. Suwe ora ketemu pisan gawe gelo. Gundul pacul-cul kembalengan. Nyunggi wakul-kul kembalengan. Wah kul klim pang segane dadi salatan. 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 Cuplak suwen ya tinggal enter. Mambu ketundung budel. Tak empong lera sopong guyun dele ake serpong dele kopong serpong dele kopong serpong dele kopong. Cuplak suwen ya tinggal enter. Mambu ketundung budel. Tak empong lera sopong guyun dele ake serpong dele kopong serpong dele kopong serpong dele kopong serpong dele kopong serpong dele kopong.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the third plenary session. Please kindly take your seats and turn your mobile phones and switch it on to silent mode. Thank you. And I'd like to remind everyone that simultaneous interpretation between English and Bahasa Indonesia is available throughout this session. Please use the interpreter receiver provided and select your preferred language. Channel 15 for Indonesian and Channel 20 for English. We hope you enjoy the session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. I'm Edmund Daniel and it is my pleasure to guide you to today's event and ensure that you make the most out of this opportunity. I am pleased to continue the plenary session of the Indonesia Sustainable Energy Week 2026, and I hope that you have a productive morning and continue for another productive afternoon with the next few sessions. Indonesia Sustainable Energy Week, or ISU 2026, is a flagship event organized by GIZ, or GIZ, and co-hosted by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, known as MEMR, and also the Ministry of National Development Planning, known as Bappenas. Under the theme, Accelerating Indonesia's Energy Transition, Policy, People, and Private Sector Synergy, ISU serves as a platform for policy dialogue, knowledge exchange, investment discussions, stakeholder engagement, and showcasing the German-Indonesian energy cooperation portfolio. The event emphasizes bilateral cooperation between Indonesia and Germany in advancing Indonesia's energy transition agenda. This afternoon, we begin with a very important conversation on how policy and regulatory frameworks can help accelerate Indonesia's power sector reform. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our third session of the day, Enabling Regulatory Frameworks, Accelerating Indonesia's Power Sector Reform. And to guide us through today's discussion, I am pleased to welcome our moderator, Mr. Christoph Lersen, who is serving the Power System Transformation Lead Energy Program at GIZ Indonesia and ASEAN. And he has extensive experience across Southeast Asia, including advisory roles in Vietnam on rooftop solar and grid integration, and hands-on project development experience in Indonesia. Christoph holds a PhD from the National University of Singapore with research on energy storage and solar PV applications. Now, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Christoph Lersen.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's my pleasure to moderate this session on power sector reform and what's ahead for Indonesia. Before we start and before I invite the distinguished panelists to the stage, I would like to go also a bit back into the past and look like what the power sector looked like 25 years ago, what it looks like now, and what it will look like or might look like 10 years ahead of now. So I used a graph and modified it a little bit here. On the x-axis, you can see the timeline, the years, and on the y-axis, you can see the terawatt hours of electricity generation in Indonesia. And you can see 25 years ago, the power system looked very different. We probably had a generation capacity of 20 to 25 gigawatt and only electricity generation of 100 terawatt hours a year. And already in 2024, we are more like at 350 or more terawatt hours per year and have a generation capacity of 100 gigawatt. This is amazing, and this is fueling the economic growth of Indonesia, developing people, developing the country, developing the economy. And the economic growth targets of Indonesia are still high, maybe higher than ever, and Indonesia still needs to grow. Indonesia still needs economic development, and this is more than ever powered by the electricity generation, the power sector. Because the power sector is now not only fueling households with electricity and industry with electricity, but also, if you look on the streets of Jakarta, mobility, if you look in the industry, electrification of what was previously powered with coal or gas, and in other sectors. So sector coupling, everything in the future is going to be powered by electricity, it seems like. And that means more growth in the electricity sector is going to come. Much more generation capacity needs to be added. And referring to the REPTL and the plans of the government of Indonesia, the expansion of coal power will in the on-grid power system is going to more or less stop. There are a few coal power plants still being connected to the PLN systems. And in the 2030s, there are some plans for additional coal that are still in the far future. But other than that, in the government planning documents, there is no new coal. So this is gonna be a real paradigm shift in the power sector in Indonesia. Here, what I marked with the red lines is basically the space that the power sector stakeholders that we will have a conversation with today, the distinguished panelists, need to fill. Not only is the coal sector or the coal power plant expansion not going to continue the way it did the past 25 years, but also the gas sector is under stress. Not in Indonesia, but globally. There is a shortage of gas supply, gas prices, the LNG market is very tense, competition for gas globally, and also the equipment. If you want to order gas turbines these days, you're gonna have long lead times. So the gas sector is under stress on top of the Indonesian plans to not expand coal. So there's lots of room to fill, and I'm excited to talk to the panelists about how they are planning to do that. Not that there wouldn't be a plan. Of course, there is a plan. There is the REPTL, and the REPTL outlines how this empty space is going to be filled in the future. And the plans indicate massive expansion of renewable energy. There's expansion of hydro, a little bit of bio There is expansion of geothermal, but impressively, and for the first time, there are large goals for wind and solar. And the solar journey that we can see in many other countries that has started already some time back and globally is a huge success story, hasn't really started in Indonesia. In Indonesia, we still stand at a comparatively low installed capacity of solar, but the plans are there. And if I listen to the president, the plans are even bigger than in the RUPTL. So I'm excited to hear also what that is going to look like. Zooming a bit out to the Indonesian power systems. There are many power systems. I only indicated here the top 6, the biggest 6 power systems in Indonesia, but there are many, many more, and all the small islands that shouldn't be forgotten. However, if you look at the big ones, you can also notice that the biggest power system is much, much, much bigger, more than 10 or 15 times bigger than most of the others. So the economic heart of Indonesia is here, where we are now, in Java, and most of the additional capacity is then also going to be installed here. The Jamali system has roughly the generation capacity or the peak demand, as I indicated it here roughly, of systems like Spain, like UK, and like the Eastern Australia system. These systems are systems that already have installed massive renewable energy. So if they can do it, we can do it also. And they have undergone through quite a reform and changes in their power sector. If we look at the REPTL 2034 ARET scenario, accelerated renewable energy scenario, the dispatch of a typical weekday might look something like that. So this is over one day, the stack chart of how power plants may be dispatched. And we can see that during weekdays, the coal power plants don't need to contribute much in terms of ramping down yet, because there are also huge plans for installing battery. You see here indicated in purple. Only on weekends, the batteries are really fully utilized. When only on Sundays, actually, the batteries are really fully utilized when they are serving as storage for the surplus PV power. And if you want to install even more solar power than these 20 or so gigawatt in the REPTL ARET scenario, then the batteries will also become really useful for the power system of Jamali. And by the way, also help you to save gas in case gas is tight. So how do we get there? When I prepared for this, I scratched a bit my head and thought about questions I'm really curious about. I want the stakeholders to ask the stakeholders, and I thought about 3 main areas then. Grid access. How can renewable energy power plants access the grid? What are the mechanisms? Technical integration. How do we integrate solar PV and wind and other sources into the power system, as there will be many more stakeholders. Right now, there are PLN-owned power plants, there are some IPP-owned power plants, but in the REPTL, it's indicated that the share of IPPs is rising steeply. That means many more stakeholders need to be managed, need to be governed. And that means probably we need to work on rules, how to do that. I don't know. I'm keen to ask the distinguished panelists. And on procurement, this power needs to come online, and according to Indonesian laws and regulations, there needs to be competitive and transparent procurement. And this is a massive undertaking. To fill this space with generation capacity to fuel the economic growth of Indonesia, it needs big effort. So I'm keen to hear on ideas how that could be done. So you can see here I have a lot of questions that I don't know about, and I would like to ask the distinguished panelists, and I would like to invite them now to the stage one by one. First, I would like to start with Ibu Olga Afiandani. Maaf, Bu, please come to the stage. Olga is Electricity Pricing Coordinator from DJK, representing the government and regulatory perspective. Then Pariki Faisal, please come to the stage. Big round of applause for Riki Faisal, Vice President of REPTL Control from PLN, representing the system planning and utility perspective. Parefi Kunaifi, lead of IPP Task Force, Indonesian Solar Energy Association, representing renewable energy developers and IPP's perspective. And Padidik Prasetyono, Vice Chairman, Indonesian Industrial Estates Association, representing industrial electricity consumers' perspective. And Ibu Kirana Sastravijaya, founding and senior partner of Umbra Strategic Legal Solutions, bringing legal and institutional perspective, particularly on regulatory and procurement reform. We also have our VIP, Bapak Praptono Adi Sulistomo, from Directorate Renewable Energy, EBTKE ESTM, who is our respondent, sitting in the first row, will join in later. All right, now we have the task to wake everybody up after lunch. I hope my presentation was not too boring. Hopefully not, yeah. Thank you for all the audience also to join timely in here. I would like to start the discussion about what it takes to fuel Indonesia's economic growth with electricity. I would like to start with the user side, with those that are developing power plants and those that are using the electricity in industrial estates. So, Parefi, probably I could start with you. According to you and from your IPP and developer perspective, representing the solar power companies in Indonesia, what are the main regulatory and institutional barriers today to bringing new solar projects to the grid, and ultimately not only to the grid, but to the customers that use the solar energy?
Thanks, Christoph, for the question. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today, and I'm honored actually to be invited to speak on behalf of the ISE, Asosiasi Energi Solar Indonesia, Revi, chairing the task force of IPP. So, Christoph, actually, I would like to start with the appreciations to PLN as well as the subholding, because from the IPP point of view, recently we've seen a lot of procurement process being organized by PLN and their subholdings. You know, currently there are various procurement firms like Mentari project in PLN. There is Indonesia organized by PLN Indonesia Power. And recently PLN Nusantara Power also launched another tender called Project X, like 4 by 50 megawatt solar PV projects in various sites in Java Island as well, as you mentioned. So this has been like very good progress from the IPP point of view, from the market stakeholders and market players. And we believe that going forward, there are still a lot of things, I mean, to address to your questions, what's really the challenges, like how we would like to improve the procurement process in PLN. So just sharing with you that in IEC, recently we organized discussions with some commercial lenders that have been active in Indonesia, and this is related to the bankability of the PPA. I mean, the main questions is related to the bankability of PPA. However, like one of the key takeaway from the discussions with commercial lenders is essentially is that the PPA with PLN is bankable, Pak. So we are happy actually with the PPA model of PLN. Of course, there are some nitty-gritty here and there that we can improve. However, the main concerns of the market players is like how we would like to accelerate, speed up the timing between procurement up to financial close. Because tender is one thing, procurement is one thing that PLN can organize, but then how we could eventually materialize the project reaching financial close, then starting constructions, that is very important. So given this in mind, I would like to also address, let's say, one of your topic, how we could improve this procurement process as well as the grid access. One of the idea that coming up from the task force IPP is that can we, for example, imagine scenario where the procurement process in PLN is not really tied to the, who can offer like the cheapest tariff to PLN, but rather can you provide like quality development plan, and then PLN will award the project with kind of equivalent to the grid connections approval, like in Europe, where a developer is competing to have access to the connections point to PLN in this case. Then when IPP will be awarded, they have like 12 months to fully develop the project, to fully de-risking the project, do the land acquisitions, do all the technical study, do the environmental study before. After 12 months, then they can go back to PLN. Hey, I'm ready, like fully de-risking the project, fully develop the project. Then let's negotiate the PPA with the tariff that has been actually regulated, the selling tariff, right? This way, actually, we can reduce a lot the uncertainty of the project from PPA up to financial close. So that's one of the idea that we would like to advocate, propose to PLN, to ESDM on how we could continuously improve the procurement process in PLN. Back to you, Christoph.
Thank you, Parifi. So we acknowledge the big efforts already done by PLN, and you have a couple of requests in terms of consultation with the lenders, more consultations, find ways to reduce time, and I find interesting the basically connection queue management.
Yeah.
Prioritize projects that are already in good development stage. And that also has something to do with consultations to know what the market is doing. So I think Barefi mentioned an important point. If we want to fill the gap there and achieve the RPTL, we can only do it together. Yeah? So it's not PLN alone or the developers alone. I think, yeah, it's an important point, Barefi. We need to do it together. I would like to move to Padidik. What are the main challenges on the other side for the industrial consumers in accessing reliable and competitive renewable electricity?
Thank you, Christoph. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to show a bit ecosystem of the industrial estate here. So this is the geographical distribution of industrial estate in Indonesia. So we have 125 industrial estate, 170,000 hectares, and employee generated is the biggest ecosystem in Indonesia, including 10,000 more industrial tenants. So we sit between the electricity system and the industrial customer. So we need at least three things: reliable, cooperative, and green. Renewable, it's not always located at the same place. Yeah, what far? Is it reliable? Is it competitive? Is it green? So this kind of graphical show the ideal of energy come to industrial estate like this: security of supply, affordability, and environmental sustainability. So we all three is generate together. So the connectivity is the bottleneck. We face the connectivity. How do we deliver renewable energy from where it can be generated to the where industry needed? So the key is transmission. So Pariki gonna be explain about the transmission things, but One of thing is power wheeling, or we call it PBJT. Pemanfaatan bersama jaringan transmisi, or we famous with power wheeling. So from industrial estates perspective, this could at least 3 important benefit: greater access, stronger investment signal, and competitiveness of Indonesia industrial estate. So at least we gonna achieve from 3 things, Christoph. First is regulatory certainty. We have a challenging on regulatory certainty. Second is connect renewable energy planning with industrial demand. Where is it? In Jamali area. Yeah, most of them is in Jawa, Madura, Bali. Third, the Mas Rafi already explained. For the perspective of procurement, so it's gonna be pilot first, then put on the larger scale. Make a pilot project first. How we generate, how we make a transmission on that. So the idea of putting the investment on the right place, the composition of your energy consumption, like where it come from fossil, where it come from renewable energy, is going to be like put on a economic scale. This one is economic scale. You know, security of supply, affordability, and environmental sustainability. It's going to be put on a greater perspective. We have 125 industrial estates that already needed energy. On that, put on the renewable energy not far from the sources of industrial estate. That is, stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Didik. So I would like to move to Pariki next from PLN. Now we have heard about challenges from developers and industrial customers. We have heard about the connection, queue management, about timelines, about PPA negotiation, consultation with lenders and developers, as well as from Pak Didik about joint utilization of the grid in order for industrial customers that fuel Indonesia's economic growth to access reliable, renewable, and competitive electricity. So when you hear about the challenges faced by developers and industrial customers, from PLN perspective, what needs to change to enable significantly more solar, wind, renewable capacity to connect and operate effectively?
Okay, thank you, Christoph. Thank you for being here, and I want to answer your questions about the perspective. In our perspective, in PLN perspective, the priority is to move from connections-oriented approach toward system-oriented framework. As we know, in your previous slide, you mentioned about how we, in PLN, based on our PTL, we will develop so many solars, around 17 gigawatt from almost 69.5 gigawatt in total. So it's very huge amount of solar penetration. And that's why maybe PLN also treat the renewable energy sources, especially from solar and wind, not only as generation capacity, but also as part of the integral of the whole systems. That's why I think, in order to enable more and more higher penetration, especially from solar, there are there are 5 critical changes. The first is how we can strengthen the grid planning and hosting capacity assessment, because you know the solar is not only in utility scale, but also in medium voltage, for example, and also in the low voltage, for example, in rooftop. And then how we can evolve technical requirement from generator correction to grid supporting capability. As you know, currently based on inverter, I think many advantages in terms of our electronics implementation. And then the third one is build the flexibility across the entire system, because with the flexibility, higher flexibility of the system, it can make higher penetration of solar, especially from solar and wind also. And then how we modernize the distribution network for two-way power flows. Because currently, if we talk about distribution, then the power flow comes from the higher voltage level. But in the next future, we will also develop many rooftop as part of the RUPTL, for example, we will have around 3 gigawatts. So besides 17 gigawatt of utility scale, we also have around 3 gigawatt from the rooftops itself. It's not including the 100 gigawatt solar rooftop that being mentioned by our presidents. So RUPTL will become part of the 100 gigawatt program. And then the last one is how we can improve systems feasibility and operational coordination. I think it is our main concern also in order to make a higher penetration from solar and also wind. So thank you, Crystal.
Thank you, Pariki. And what I was also wondering is if all these generators come to the grid, you just mentioned that there are also huge plans on solar,
Yes.
on rooftop solar, right? And there you don't talk about 5 IPPs, but you talk about thousands of rooftops. How do you ensure that they, which rules do they need to follow in order to connect, and how do you ensure that they follow the rules?
Okay, thank you. Currently, we still limit the penetration of rooftop based on the quota. So every maybe around 6 to 1 years, we will revise or we will update the current quota for the rooftop. So the prosumers, we can call it consumer, can also implement the rooftop, but they have to have permit from the Ministry of Energy. So if we want to put your rooftop, especially for on-grid, if we talk about off-grid, there is no problem. But if you talk about on-grid, then you have to follow the rules, the regulation that currently, current regulation is we limit the rooftop by the quota.
Yeah.
But maybe we don't know in the next few years, because currently in our customer who wants to implement the rooftop solar is very huge numbers. So I think in the next future it's also a challenge for us. Yes.
Yeah. So limiting is one thing, but if I look around the world, everywhere it's just going through the ceiling. Even in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Pakistan, it's going through the ceiling, and that is uncontrolled. So they don't follow any rules. They don't contribute to voltage, to frequency regulation, or anything. Maybe we can dive into rooftop solar a little bit later again, because it seems like it's an interesting topic also for PLN at the moment. Before doing that, Ivo Olga, now we have heard we have touched quite a few topics now. Yeah? It was so many. I tried to repeat a little bit on PLN procurement, connection management. That's also possibly a regulatory topic. How to assess project readiness, whatever you call that, right? Readiness of projects that are able to connect, high quality developed projects. On joint utilization of transmission lines from Padidik, and on rooftop solar connection rules, flexibility and planning from Pariki. So which of these topics can be addressed within the existing regulatory framework, and where are more fundamental changes required as you're the power sector regulator?
Terima kasih. I want to speak in bahasa. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Saat ini untuk pengaturan PLTS, memang kita masih menggunakan regulasi yang sudah ditetapkan, yaitu Peraturan Presiden nomor 112 tahun 2022, di mana di situ mengatur terkait mulai dari proses pengadaannya, kemudian harga pembelian tenaga listriknya, termasuk dengan selling price, mekanisme kontrak, dan sebagainya. Kemudian saat ini memang sesuai dengan asa cita Presiden Prabowo dalam penerapan untuk diimplementasikan program 100 gigawatt PLTS ini, pemerintah sedang dalam proses penyusunan untuk regulasi yang akan digunakan mulai dari bagaimana nanti proses pengadaannya sampai mekanisme transaksi jual beli tenaga listriknya. Namun saat ini masih dalam proses penyusunan di mana kita melibatkan berbagai stakeholder yang saat ini masih dalam proses diskusi lintas kementerian. Diharapkannya nanti dengan adanya payung hukum yang jelas, program 100 gigawatt ini untuk PLTS akan berjalan sesuai dengan roadmap dan target yang telah ditetapkan. Dan untuk saat ini mungkin selain Perpres 112 tahun 2022, ada juga Permen ESDM nomor 19 tahun 2025 terkait pengaturan untuk pembangkit listrik yang berasal dari hybrid, termasuk dari untuk pembangkit-pembangkit yang berada di sistem kecil dari PLTS, kemudian hybrid dengan pembangkit lain. Nah, di situ juga telah diatur untuk skema mulai dari selling price dan floor price-nya, di mana akan di pembangkit tersebut nantinya sebelum bersepakat dengan PLN selama berada di harga kesepakatan untuk patokan tertinggi dan patokan terendah yang nantinya telah ditetapkan pemerintah, maka bisa akan langsung melakukan PJBL seperti itu. Mungkin demikian dari kami. Saat ini mungkin Kementerian ESDM juga masih dalam proses untuk penyusunan perubahan regulasi Permen ESDM nomor 11 tahun 2021 terkait usaha penyediaan tenaga listrik, di mana di situ kita juga membuka opsi untuk pemanfaatan jaringan bersama untuk transmisi maupun distribusi, sehingga nantinya diharapkan pemanfaatan bersama jaringan ini bisa berjalan dan sudah ada payung hukumnya dengan mekanisme-mekanisme apakah dalam bentuk operasi paralel atau sewa jaringan. Dan untuk ketentuan mekanismenya memang memerlukan persetujuan dari Menteri ESDM dengan persyaratan yang juga sudah diatur di dalam Permen ESDM nomor 10 tahun 2022. Demikian dari kami.
Sorry, maybe it was a bit lost in translation, but number 11, 2021 is about what? Yeah. Yeah, but the regulation number 11, 2021 is about which topic? Okay, that includes the joint utilization. Understand. Thank you very much, Ibu Olga. Perhaps a follow-up question on the private stakeholders that could access the grid. What do you see there as the preferred mechanisms, or as the mechanisms that could enable fast deployment of VRE, utility scale, and on rooftop mechanisms that you would see as effective there? Well, Ibu Olga again, yeah.
Ya, saat ini memang pemerintah juga telah mengatur di dalam berbagai regulasi terkait mekanisme perjanjian jual beli tenaga listrik, khususnya untuk pembangkit EBT itu untuk sesuai dengan ketentuan di Permen 5 tahun 2025. Di situ meskipun bisa dilakukan secara bisnis to bisnis antara PLN dengan IPP dalam melaksanakan transaksi jual beli tenaga listrik, terkait skemanya, terkait denda, kemudian mekanisme penalti dan sebagainya. Namun kami telah meregulate untuk berbagai batasan-batasan yang harus diatur sebagai bare minimum agar PLN dan IPP memiliki guideline-nya jelas dalam pengaturan untuk PPA-nya.
Thank you. Yeah, DGK has a big role in the power sector, not only policy making, but also the oversight and the monitoring lies with DGK. So very important work you're doing there. already talking about all these regulation numbers and so on that I'm, apologies, not so firm with, I would like to move to our legal expert, to Kirana. So now we have looked across quite some issues here in the past couple of minutes. So I would like to ask you, where does the current legal and institutional framework become constrained to deploy more wind and solar and renewable energy resources? Where do you see the constraints?
Okay, thank you, Christoph. I think as we discussed a couple of times, when we're talking about regulatory constraints, that's something that we've discussed for a long time already. There are a lot of things that being proposed and being discussed on how to reform the regulatory requirements so it will enhance and could rebus the development of entering of the penetration of the renewable energy into the system. So from the market participants that basically discussing a lot about this, we understand that one of the discussion is about the tariff, whether the tariff is basically could be adjusted to be the more into the economic feasible tariff. And I understand that the government right now currently in the process of revising the presidential regulation number 112, which regulates the tariff, which I understand from the draft being circulated and being discussed, that's include the ceiling tariff and also the floor tariff. We are waiting right now for having that regulations to be issued. And we understand that this tariff will include all of the types of the renewable power projects, including some of the hybrid model as well. So we look forward for that one. The other one that also usually being discussed is about, probably I would like to also address for the joint utilization as well. Pak Didik has discussed that joint utilization of the grid is oftenly being discussed to expedite and to increase the renewable entering into the use, because in the situation where the source of the renewable is far from the demand, therefore that there is a need for the transmitting of the supply of the power from the source of the renewable into the factory demand. And when we're talking about the regulatory perspective, we thought that this joint utilization, some of the people we're talking about this need only can be done if the law is being amended. But it's actually the joint utilization and the rental grid is now already included in the MEMR regulation. Bu Olga previously mentioned about MEMR 11 2021, and that's also in the MEMR 10 2022. There are already the mechanism and procedures for the joint utilization, where the tariff requires approval from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. So basically from regulatory perspective, that's something that is already allowed from the MEMR regulations, and that's also in the government regulation. So we are looking forward as well on how the existing regulatory can be used, and we also understand Bu Olga is now being revised. So one of the thing about this regulation is sometimes we get confused on how to differentiate joint utilization versus rental of the transmission, because it seems that the clause a bit same meaning, but some because of the regulation of 10 and regulation 11 talking about the same thing, which is the joint utilization, but using the rental, but providing different model. So we look forward if this something can be clarified further in the revisions of the MEMR regulation 11, and hopefully after the revisions of the MEMR regulations, this method can be implemented. We understand that the government also in the process of trying to find a mechanism on how to do the improvement of the private investment for the development of transmission projects. So if this later on can be combined with the MEMR regulations talking about the joint utilization, so that could be also one of the solutions for the industrial areas tenant, which requires more renewable to their factories where the source is actually far distance from the demand. And then I think we also discussed about the solar rooftop. So that's also some things that market participant and stakeholders oftenly discuss. If we look in the regulatory perspective for the market rooftop, there are a lot of very frequent changes on the policies for solar rooftop. We've in past have, for example, 65% net metering in 2013, I think, and then in 2016 it changed to 100%, and then in 2021 in the latest regulations now no net metering. In past we have restrictions on the installed capacity for the solar panel to be installed, but in the last regulation there is no limitations on the installed capacity, but now we are using the quota capacity. We understand there is also discussion in the government and within the stakeholders that this quota capacity later on will be removed and replaced with another mechanism as mentioned by PLN. RUPTL right now recognized 3 gigawatt for the solar rooftop. So if the solar rooftop is one of the mechanism for contributing to the 100 gigawatt peak plan for the government, so that might require certain mechanism to be discussed in terms of the solar rooftop model as well. And I think, but the solar quota right now, I think from the quota capacity allocated from the regulations by the MMR right now, it's around 2 gigawatt, I think, in 2028. And I think IC already reported quite substantial quota capacity being obtained by the members. I think almost 900 megawatts, around that. Okay, the other one for the regulatory perspective, I think right now because of the intentions of the penetration of renewable for development of the non-PLN areas on the target of the renewables also being part of the discussions as well by market participants. And the other regulatory challenges right now because of the new technology for the to increase the penetrations of the variable renewable energy, like for example, if we are talking about the standalone BESS, for example, so we don't have a particular regulations right now for that. So if for the procurement and also for the pricing, so if that could be something to be considered as well. And then I think for the large scale of the procurement, as Mas Revi discussed right now, is currently being conducted by PLN, the gigawatt projects. There are changes being introduced as well for example, for the, because it requires, and if you are talking about 100 gigawatt, we requires a lot of land areas. So this means that certain changes and also support from the government, for example, if it's used of the land belongs to the state, for example, whether it's possible to, for example, minimize the lease fee, for example, of it, if it is used, the dam belongs to the government, whether it can minimize for the fee that have to be paid to the government. And I think now also it's also allowed for the land it is not mandatory right now for the land to be owned for development of the power project. It can be leased, so it's a good, I think it's a good improvement as well. So it could also improve the potential of the development of the renewable, and also for the BOO and BOT right now is now allowed for BOO, build or operate operations without the transfer at the end of the project. So that's also one of the things that could also support for the renewable energy penetrations into the grid. Thank you.
So there are a lot of points you already touched on. So it seems like a lot of work to do, a lot of legal work as well that you're working on. And besides, you mentioned rooftop, you mentioned non-PLN VLOS, private investment in transmission grid, and so on. But I feel that still for IPPs, for on-grid power plants, and the procurement of that, all eyes are on PLN. And I feel sometimes it's a bit unfair. So this is a very, very huge task that PLN needs to implement there. And PLN might not only is not the owner of the power plants, right? That is a bit contradicting, I would say. So I find it a bit unfair, and wonder sometimes why this task of procurement lies on the shoulders of PLN. It must be very heavy. Yeah. So, Kirana, could a dedicated procurement channel besides PLN, not that PLN stops the procurement, PLN continues the procurement, but could a second channel for procurement alongside the existing PLN IPP procurement process help to accelerate deployment? And what would need to change legally and institutionally for that?
Thank you, Christoph. Interesting question. So first, why PLN? It's because by the law, yeah, because it says that the procurement of the power is conducted by the holders of the integrated IUPTLU, which is owned by PLN, and also that also can be done by in the non-PLN areas. Also can be done by the holders of the WILUS area other than PLN, but it's basically have to be conducted by the holders of the IUPTLU integrated, in this case PLN, or if it is in the industrial areas, the owners of non-PLN wilayah usaha. So because of that requirements, so therefore that the procurements being conducted through PLN. So if it is conducted through other body, meanings that it's, if we are talking about 100 gigawatt peak project, for example, that there are some projects now being procured by PLN, but like 17 gigawatt for solar in the RUPTL, and it can increase. We heard it could be around 30 gigawatt, but how about the rest, for example? So will that make sense to have another entity? So the procurement not through PLN actually has been conducted in past, and there are precedents as well. For example, in 2013, I think for the procurement of solar projects at that time was conducted through the MEMR. At that time, there is a feed-in tariff of 25 kilowatt hour %. But that was only, I think, only 2 or 3 projects at that time, 3 projects, yeah, at that time being procured through that. But unfortunately, the regulations was being revoked by the Supreme Court at that time. And then that's one of the precedent. The other precedents right now, for example, if you do the geothermal projects, the procurement is actually conducted through the regional government, and then PLN is being assigned by the government to purchase. So the procurement of the working areas by the regional government, then PLN will only purchase. Another procurements conducted by the non-PLN is, for example, in the waste to energy project. So in the waste to energy project, the presidential regulation and the waste to energy project assign Danantara entity to conduct it's not the procurement of the electricity, but it's basically the procurement for the partner for the investment. And then PLN being assigned by the government to directly purchase. So it's PLN still conduct the procurement anyway, but through the assignment from the government, which is by the direct purchase. This also has been implemented, for example, in the development of the solar floating projects and the hydro project with the dam of the public works. So in that case, the one conducted the procurement is the public works for the partners for the rental for the dam, and then PLN is being assigned by the government to directly purchase. So there are actually some of the situations where the procurement is conducted through a different entity. So if it is conducted through a different entities, the ones that have to be considered for sure is it couldn't be seen as the procurement of the power, because it's basically stays with PLN, because PLN the one procuring the power. So it has to be structured in a way where the other precedents. But I think from PLN can also give comments on this. Yeah, I see that the procurement it's definitely a very heavy task, because you really have to follow very strict rules, very strict requirements to ensure the compliance. Otherwise, there's an issue of the post bidding and everything. So it's definitely is a heavy task. So that's for sure not an easy task. And I think right now PLN procuring very large scale projects, and it's requires a lot of resources for that as well. So that's maybe from the needs as well, and the support as well from the practical situations that could be part of the consideration from PLN, also from MEMR, looking at the past precedents and the other precedents for the procurement of different projects.
So there are examples for the parallel channels, right?
Yes.
Nothing completely new to Indonesia, actually.
Yeah.
We also have our respondent, Pa Adi, on the VIP chair. So you have observed the discussion so far, and I would like to ask you for your opinion on the panelists' priorities that you have identified so far and how you see the future of the power sector.
Yes.
Kalau mau bahasa Indonesia juga bisa.
Thank you, Christoph. Maybe I'd like to speak in English, or maybe, yeah, I think it's covered all from all the speakers, from procurement, business scheme for the purpose for power wheeling, and also about the perspective from PLN, whether there's there are five ways to do. I think it is interesting what PLN wants to do or what needs to do to in the future power plan. Also, Ibu Olga also mentioning all the regulation that is currently working, and all the discussion like the revision of Perpres 112, and also Ibu Kirana mentioned everything. It's all the issues that maybe being the constraints of the power system. Yeah, I believe that our power system, our future power system is still promising, because one, we have the potential, the renewable energy is abundant in Indonesia, but we still find the way how to implement and utilize them all. And we move from the enabling regulatory frameworks finally, because in the regulatory frameworks, one of the key is dynamic and flexibility. Not only the flexibility in the power system, but the flexibility to change. Dynamics to change the regulation. Maybe it needs the frequent change of the regulation to enable all the requirement, like the issues mentioned by Ibu Kirana and all these other speakers, because the technology change, the research move, and then all the finding and the business schemes find the ways to be more efficient power system. And maybe that 10 years ago, maybe in 2009, when we launched the law, the electricity law in number 30 in 2009, maybe it's not included in that, but we need to move forward. We need to, more regulatory and laws, or maybe more legal aspect that we need to revise. Then and following all the requirements, we need to move forward. So we need the collaboration, not only the shoulders of PLN, but on our shoulders all, between PLN, government, and all the stakeholders. I believe that, and in the future, we need to go forward, not only to answer the technology, but also answer the legal works that we need to enable regulatory framework to better electricity and clean energy in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Adi. So a lot of work ahead, and yeah, we need to split the work. I think collaboration is also in the Indonesian DNA, right? So that is what we need to do to achieve the REPTL, or the next 10 years of the power sector expansion, according to Pak Adi. So now I need the help of my colleague Melody to let me know how much time there is in total until the end of the session. 20 minutes, okay, thank you. And I would like to encourage the participants also to submit questions. There is a mechanism to submit questions, and we may pick them up here then. But we still got a little bit of time, so I would like to dive a bit deeper. There's already a question. there is already a question, then we can also take a question now, but still I would like to use also the chance to dive a bit deeper into some of the hot topics that we have touched so far, but please. Yeah, there is no microphone, but perhaps then we dive deeper now and we give you a mic in about 10 minutes. You will have the chance to ask your question, okay? Apologies. So let's, no, she got the mic. Yeah, do it, please, go ahead.
Can I have some question?
Please.
Ya, terima kasih. I'm speaking bahasa. Saya Nikasi Ginting, saya dari Dewan Pengurus Pusat, Federasi Pertambangan dan Energi, Konfederasi Serikat Buruh seluruh Indonesia. Menarik sekali diskusi kita pada siang hari ini terkait dengan enabling regulation framework for accelerating power sector reform. Nah, biasanya yang menjadi korban adalah buruh dari setiap regulasi yang ada. Ini adalah praktek. Nah, kenapa juga PLN tidak mempensiunkan dini ya sejak beberapa tahun lalu? Oleh karena terlalu besar biaya yang harus kita keluarkan ketika itu terjadi. Nah, regulasi yang ada di Indonesia ini setiap tahun berubah, membuat investor juga kabur ke luar negeri. Yang mau kami tanyakan, pekerja buruh tidak boleh jadi korban reformasi, tapi harus menjadi subjek. Nah, paparan tadi dari Bapak Ibu ya narasumber di depan, kami mau menanyakan diskusi, mohon pandangan dan sikapnya tentang tenaga kerja dan just transition. 1. Partisipasi. Mekanisme apa yang dijamin regulasi ini agar serikat buruh dilibatkan secara sistematis sejak sejak awal ya dalam merancang roadmap transisi energi dan restrukturisasi sektor ketenaga listrikan. Yang kedua, jaminan kerja. Bagaimana regulasi ini menjamin job security bagi buruh, PLN, dan IPP yang terdampak pensiun dini, PHK, atau perubahan model bisnis akibat reformasi sektor. Satu lagi, 3, upah dan kondisi kerja. Apakah ada klausul dalam regulasi yang mencegah race to the bottom? Upah dan standar K3 ketika ada liberalisasi, ya, unbundling atau masuknya investasi swasta baru. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think the questions regarding labor law and labor rules are a bit out of our power sector reform discussion, but the last question was regarding if there is an envisioned unbundling or so, yeah. And that one I would like to give to Ibu Olga. Is there any Ibu was asking if there is any effort by the government to unbundle PLN or not.
Ya, terima kasih Ibu atas pertanyaannya. Memang saat ini PLN masih sebagai off-taker utama gitu untuk penyediaan tenaga listrik. Meskipun di Indonesia sendiri sudah terdapat 62 wilayah usaha selain PLN yang bisa melistriki sistem kelistrikan secara nasional seperti itu. Namun perlu kita ketahui bahwa memang pemerintah telah memberikan mandat kepada BUMN untuk dalam hal ini PLN untuk memberikan sistem penyediaan tenaga listrik untuk di seluruh Nusantara. Kemudian untuk daerah-daerah yang belum bisa dijangkau oleh PLN, pemerintah tetap membuka untuk wilayah usaha yang bisa memberikan kesempatan untuk memberikan penyediaan tenaga listrik di wilayah-wilayah tersebut. Mungkin seperti itu.
Thank you, Ibu Olga. So let's dive a bit deeper into some of the topics we discussed previously. And I would like to remind everyone that there's a mechanism to submit questions online via your app or your QR code. Please do that. So we have heard a couple of solutions. So let's test some ideas. So if you can, if we want to significantly accelerate the VRE deployment, the deployment of wind and solar in Indonesia over the next 2 or 3 years, which reform should come first? Which regulatory reform we should focus on? Just one word for each of you, and then we decide which topic to focus on. So which one is your favorite, your most important, your most pressing need? Maybe we start with Ibu Olga and then go all the way to Kirana. One word. You can answer if you're ready. Yeah. No, not answer the question, but what is the one priority we should focus on to deploy more private VRE? What is the one reform? We talked about rooftop, we talked about power, joint utilization, we talked about procurement topics. So what is the one topic? Yeah. Ole? Ole Patirik? Yeah.
Okay. One word, only one word. Okay. I think integration.
Technical
how we can
integration,
integrate
yeah.
all of the in terms of regulation and so on, because currently
Grid
there's so
integration.
many regulations. Yes.
Grid code and so on.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Okay. Next.
I would opt for the innovative procurement. It is
Innovative
two words,
procurement.
but the idea,
Innovative
procurement is okay.
procurement. I
But
like innovative
innovations in procurement, I
Okay.
think, is highly needed.
Transmission. One word, transmission.
Transmission, okay.
Because the location of
Yeah.
the renewable energy is far from, the demand side. So the transmission is the issue. So the regulatory reform on the transmission sector. Thank you.
Kirana?
Okay, I'll contribute land then.
Land.
Land.
Oh, land. Okay. So 4 different topics. Let's see if we can cover all. We still have 12 minutes, and we would like to answer a couple of questions. So let's dive right into it. Start with the last. Ladies first. Procurement. Ladies first, meaning land, right? Land is your main topic. So where do we start this? Where do we start the land journey? Java is densely populated, and we need to find land here. Solar needs some land, not as much land as palm oil, but it needs to be located closer to the people. Yeah. So where do we start this, and what stakeholders do we need to involve? I understand it's a complex undertaking. Any volunteer to start this?
Okay. Let me add to the Kirana perspective. Land is scarcity in Java Island. 1 megawatt is 1 hectare, so it's gonna be like we need a lot of land. So it could quite a bit tricky. So we put the generate the generate is far from the people, far from the city. Scarcity of the land is number 1 issue. So special regulatory reform. Second is transmission. So we need a transmission to the demand side, because Christoph, the technology is not the issue. Technology not the issue. We have a more cheaper battery. EV tier 1 is gonna be like cheaper. The technology is progressing, but the problem is where to put. So we should have a roadmap for 100 gigawatt. The clear roadmap where to put the IPP of the renewable energy. This one, RUPTL already have a 20 giga, but we need implementation quick. One is solar PV. So we put rooftop. Rooftop is limited. Rooftop is very limited. So we need ground mounted or floating system. So it's challenging regulatory on the sector. Floating, we not yet have any regulatory reform on floating system. Not once. Ground mounted, we have faced the scarcity of the land. So it's going to be the most challenging. Thank you.
Okay, so you now connect the land topic also to the transmission topic, which is very fair because the land that is far away from the grid might be a bit cheaper than others. So Pariki wants to say something. Please join the discussion.
Okay, you mentioned about the land previously, maybe inspired by our speakers also. But Christoph talked about where we have to start, whether it's in Java or in outside Java, Sulawesi. I think the previous one, we have to combine all of them, as I mentioned, integrations, because currently we cannot develop many infrastructure such as generation, transmission, substations, if we don't have any demand. So the previous key is demand. Is there any demand in Java? Of course, so many high demand, including from the industrial and so on. But in also in the eastern of Java, western of Java, I think in Sumatra, the demand is also there. But which one is priority? And then the second one is the system readiness. Which system is already ready to absorb the higher penetration of renewable energy, especially from the solar. And the third one is land readiness also. So I think we have to integrate all of them. So we have to make some kind of timeline, scheduling or something that which one is prioritized in terms of the demand, is there any demand, and then the system readiness and also the land readiness. Yes, thank you.
Very, very good. So, Padidik, I would like to come back to you in a minute on the demand, yeah, because industrial areas are not only in Java but also outside. So let's touch on that a bit. I know it's difficult, but from a developer's perspective, Parefi, you are the specialists in finding land. That is a key job of yours, to find land that is close enough to a substation, close enough to a road where you have access. So you specialize in that. What do you think about this?
Yeah, indeed, I think land is very imperative, very important topic to be addressed. Like I've seen so many projects where it is awarded by PLN and then finally cannot be implemented because the land cannot be acquired, cannot be secured. So it is very important to have the land really ready when we are bidding towards PLN or their subsidiaries. This back to our original discussions. I mean, I mentioned earlier in the discussions that what if we imagine like the alternative of the procurement process, right? So it's not like we need to submit like the lowest tariff to PLN and then you are winning just for the sake of winning a bid, but then you cannot really finance the project because you are not able to secure the land, right? So what if we kind of flip the approach, where PLN is like, okay, can you please submit us like a reputable development plan, how you would like to develop and then finance the project? What is your credential? What have you done? And then I will give you, let's say, 6 months, 12 months, right? Including to secure the land. And then get back to me. If I'm PLN, right? Get back to me in 6 months, 12 months with everything ready. Then we negotiate the tariff that with everything, including the land, has been solved. So I think, yeah, again, this is very, very important topic, the land availability. I mean, so yeah, it is what it is. It is very important for us to work on the land seriously, actually, on Indonesia for any infrastructure projects, not only for PV and wind in this case.
And on the demand creation, Pariki mentioned that that demand is also a main topic, right? So how about the demand outside of Java, Padidi, in terms of industrial estates? What are the plans of the industry?
Exactly, we need energy everywhere. So Java or outside Java, it depends on the industry. Java usually manufacture related to market, and then outside Java is compared to resources of the usually mines, like everything. So we need energy everywhere right now. Yeah. So the key issue is, like I said before, security of supply. Before investment coming in, we need availability of how much PLN could support the energy. Okay, we don't have enough, so you have a lose. It's okay. Yeah, you know, the security of supply, and then affordability. Green or no green, not the issue yet. You know, not the issue yet, because affordability is important for constructing business. And then we have discussion that the topic is sustainability energy. So combine of these three aspects, affordability, readiness, security of supply, and green energy is like what investment after. Thank you, Christoph.
Yeah, that brings us a bit naturally also to the innovative procurement topic. Yeah? Since electricity is needed everywhere, as you say, we can also see that customers go captive, go off-grid. Yeah? And these are usually big customers that need a lot of electricity, but don't get it where they need it. Yeah?
At the investment at three, site acquisition for the land, infrastructure, water, and energy. The fourth thing is right. What is substances of every investment? Is there energy available? Is water available? Infrastructure available? And land acquisition. So it's kind of like a combine of those things, include energy, because you know.
Pariki, how difficult is it to align the planning here? The planning between the industrial customers and
we're looking for the RUPTL, so
yeah, that's why I'm asking Pariki now.
It's on the Pariki shoulder.
No, but what are the challenges, or what are the good sides of the opportunities of maybe joint planning with the large consumers?
Okay, thank you. As you mentioned about the captive and so on, I think also mentioned by Pak Dedik about the importance of transmission, because sometimes we have big customers and they also have a big generation, for example, but the problem is that the grid is not, the coverage of the grid is not ready to connect with it. Or we need some investment to connect between two systems with PLN and then another business area or we lose. So I think that's also the challenge. But currently we start to search, to assess the potential renewable energy sources and then also the demand. So we can compare between the supply and demand and what is the issues. For example, do we have to build many transmission lines to connect between this generation to the, especially from renewables, or we can create also the demand. For example, maybe in the in the last RUPTL and before the 2025-2034, the mindset is that it depend on all each of the regional. For example, Sumatra cannot develop many renewable energy sources because the demand is not so high. But currently in the last RUPTL, we can create the demand. The demand is in Java. We can connect it with, for example, expedition line. That's why we can transfer the energy from Sumatra to Java. We can have two benefits here. We can supply the demand, and we can also increase the numbers of renewable energy penetrations. So that's the challenges, but there is also some solutions. Maybe I also want to share my opinion about the land issues, because maybe a few weeks ago we discussed with the Ministry of Agraria and also from the Ministry of Energy. We talk about the land in order to fulfill the 100 gigawatt, because I think that's the main issue, the big challenge for PLN and also for other in order to implement the 100 gigawatt in Indonesia. And maybe also I think from previous speakers talk about the use of the dam that built by the government, the Ministry of Work. We can also collaborate with them. Actually, in the RPTL, we also mentioned that that's why not only land solar plant, but also floating solar plant. So that's another. Or we can use the land that previous use as the mining, because maybe last month we discussed that the topic is with the about the use of mining area that currently not used, such as in East Kalimantan and also South Sumatra. Many area that maybe we can use them as one of the solutions to implement the solar rooftop. We can put there the solar, and because currently it's not used. Yes, I think that many solutions, but also I think this again I agree with Pak Didik about the importance of the land, and it becomes issue, especially if we want to put the solar in Java Island. Meanwhile, we need the demand is here. Currently, you mentioned about 35 gigawatts in your slides, and that's correct because many, maybe more than 75% of the electricity is provided in Java. Yeah, thank you.
I want to let you know that we also have a dedicated session on renewable energy used on post-mining land. Here in the ISU, you can check the agenda and you will find the session. Going back to the mismatch between the demand and where it might pop up suddenly and long-term planning. From PLN side, is there also, would it be possible that the industrial customers build the transmission line for PLN and transfer it to PLN and also bring their own generation? I mean, they're also grown up, right? The industry is just give me electricity, but how about they contribute and do it by themselves?
Okay, maybe around last week I attend the signing of MOU with the data centers, especially in West Java. There's around 3.1 gigawatt data center that signed the MOU, and maybe in the next 5 years it should be supplied by PLN. And one of the scenario, because currently, as you know, that the transmission that we have to provide is not already listed in the RPTL. So it's still a struggle because we have to discuss with the MEMR and propose this new transmission line that not already in RPTL to be listed in the next RPTL or in the revised RPTL. That's also our challenge. And the others is that we discussed with our colleagues from data centers providers, and they told us that there is a scenario which PLN, which they will build the infrastructure. In this case, is substation and also the transmission, and then it will treat it as part of the payment. For example, maybe in terms of if we talk about the PPA with the IPPs, there is a E component that the IPP will build, and then will hand over to PLN, and it will treat as the transmission component. I think the same way for the industrial, and it's already there's maybe some kind of share, PLN 50% or some I don't know the detail, but there's some business game. It's already and the industry already approved, and they agree to make some kind of scenario, because and then maybe in terms of payment it will be calculated as well as terms of payment.
Great
part of the
opportunity
payment.
for PLN to get
win-win solution, I think.
Yeah, very good. Good deal. So let's do one question at the end, please. I would ask my colleague to put a question on the screen here that I can read out from the audience. Does it work technically? I stand up to read. What regulatory reforms are needed to accommodate 100 gigawatt of the PV program? I think we have discussed this today, and in depth and in breadth. So thank you very much to everyone for the panel discussion. It was great fun. Thank you also for the audience to stick around. Thank you very much. appreciation session.
Thank you very much to all our speakers, moderator, and everyone who contributed to the discussion. Today's conversation has highlighted an important message, which is a successful energy transition requires not only ambition, but also the right enabling environment, one where policy, regulation, investment, and collaboration move forward together. With that, we officially conclude the third session, Enabling Regulatory Frameworks, Accelerating Indonesia's Power Sector Reform. Thank you all for your participation. And I'd like to call upon Mr. Praptono Adi Sulistomo, Policy Analyst, Directorate of Renewable Energy, DG NREC KESDM, to come up on stage. And it's time right now for a photo session before we hand over the certificate as a token of appreciation. And the certificate will be handed over by our moderator, Christoph Larsen, to Mr. Praptono Adi Sulistomo, Policy Analyst, Directorate of Renewable Energy, DG NREC KESDM. Mrs. Olga Arfiandani, Electricity Pricing Coordinator, Directorate of Electricity Business Development, Director General of Electricity, MEMR. Mr. Ricky Faisal, Vice President of RUPTL Control, PLN. Mr. Refi Kunaifi, lead of IPP Task Force Indonesian Solar Energy Association, or IC. Mr. Didik Prasetyono, Vice Chairman of Indonesian Industrial Estates Association, and Mrs. Kirana D. Sasrawijaya, Senior Partner of Umbra Strategic Legal Solutions. With that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for a quick coffee break, and I shall see you here in 15 minutes' time for the commencement of the fourth session. Feel free to go to the foyer to enjoy coffee and some snacks. Thank you very much. See you in 15 minutes.
Diinformasikan untuk dapat menikmati hidangan coffee break di area foyer dalam 10 menit ke depan. Sekali lagi diinformasikan untuk dapat menikmati hidangan coffee break di area foyer untuk 10 menit ke depan. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the next session on this afternoon's plenary session. For those of you who'd like to take tea or coffee and refreshments, please do so. And then make your way inside the ballroom for the commencement of the next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is about to start, so please make your way inside the ballroom area for ISU 2026, session number 4. And I'd like to remind all of you to put your mobile phone on silent mode. And simultaneous interpretation between English and Indonesian is available throughout this session. Please use the interpreter receiver provided and select your preferred language. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please make your way inside the ballroom area as we are about to commence the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you to enter the ballroom area as we are about to commence the next plenary session. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang masih di foyer, silakan masuk ke areal ballroom karena kami sesaat lagi akan memulai sesi keempat plenary session. Terima kasih. Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer diharapkan untuk memasuki ruangan ballroom karena sesi keempat akan segera dimulai. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way inside the main ballroom area as we are about to begin the next plenary session. Thank you. Bapak dan Ibu, silakan masuk ke areal ballroom karena sesaat lagi kami akan segera mulai sesi keempat sore hari ini. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please make your way inside the main ballroom area as we're about to commence the next plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we continue this afternoon's plenary session. Indonesia's energy transition is not simply about replacing one source of energy with another. It is also about creating new opportunities for communities, regions, industries, and workers as we move toward a cleaner and more sustainable economy. For regions that have historically depended on coal, this transition presents both challenges and opportunities. How can renewable energy become a driver of economic transformation? How can we ensure that communities and local economies remain resilient throughout this transition? And how can different stakeholders work together to create a transition that is not only greener, but also inclusive? These are just some of the questions we will explore in our next session. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 4, Strengthening Community Participation in Managing Impacts of Large-Scale Renewable Energy Projects. To guide us to the next session of discussions, I am pleased to welcome our moderator, Mr. Aldiza Artama, who currently serves as Just Energy Transition Advisor, Energy Program, GIZ, Indonesia and ASEAN. Mr. Aldiza holds a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Engineering at Bandung Institute of Technology, known as ITB, from 2008 to 2014. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Mr. Aldiza.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Since all of the panelists or spokesperson from this session are Indonesians, please allow me to speak in Bahasa Indonesia. Selamat sore Bapak Ibu, para narasumber, kemudian para hadirin sekalian yang namanya tidak bisa saya sebut satu persatu. Selamat datang di sesi terakhir ISU dan IndoSolar hari pertama yang berjudul Strengthening Community Participation in Managing Impacts of Large-Scale Renewable Energy Projects, atau penguatan partisipasi masyarakat dalam pengelolaan dampak proyek energi terbarukan skala besar. Perkenalkan, saya Aldiza, advisor dari GIZ Indonesia dan ASEAN. Dalam kesempatan kali ini, saya akan izinkan saya untuk memimpin sesi ini dan juga diskusi kita nanti. Hari ini kita sudah melihat rangkaian ISU. Kita membahas transisi energi yang dilihat dari berbagai perspektif, mulai dari penyelarasan kebijakan, penguatan kemitraan, dan juga investasi, kemudian bagaimana peluang transisi energi atau peluang energi terbarukan bisa diterjemahkan menjadi proyek yang dapat diimplementasi melalui private sector cooperation, hingga pentingnya kerangka regulasi dan reformasi di sektor ketenaga listrikan. Di sesi sore ini, kita akan coba melihat lebih jauh di level implementasi, bagaimana proyek energi terbarukan itu diimplementasi dan seperti apa dampaknya atau bagaimana dampak bisa dirasakan oleh masyarakat di sekitar proyek energi terbarukan. Pertanyaannya adalah bagaimana kita bisa memastikan bahwa pengembangan atau proyek energi terbarukan skala besar tidak hanya bisa berjalan cepat, namun juga mampu untuk melakukan pengelolaan dampak sosial dan lingkungan secara baik, serta melibatkan masyarakat ke dalam partisipasi yang lebih bermakna. Oleh karena itu, kita melihat pentingnya percepatan energi terbarukan skala besar dalam transisi energi Indonesia. seperti yang kita tahu, pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia itu pasti akan membawa dampak, baik itu yang positif maupun yang negatif. Dampak positifnya antara lain untuk pengembangan energi terbarukan skala besar bisa membuka peluang investasi, bisa membuka lapangan pekerjaan yang baru, dan juga meningkatkan akses kepada energi yang lebih bersih yang dapat mendukung kegiatan ekonomi lokal nantinya. Sedangkan di sisi lain, dampak negatifnya adalah masyarakat yang tergantung kepada lahan, yang kemudian lahannya dimanfaatkan untuk energi terbarukan, itu mungkin akan kehilangan pekerjaannya, akan kehilangan mata pencahariannya. Dampak lainnya adalah dampak terhadap lingkungan dan juga keanekaragaman hayati, dan potensi konflik mungkin bisa juga terjadi ketika proyek energi terbarukan skala besar. Oleh karena itu yang tidak kalah penting adalah bagaimana kita bisa menyusun dan juga melakukan aksi-aksi yang bisa memitigasi resiko atau dampak negatif dan juga sekaligus mengoptimalkan peluang-peluang yang ada di pembangunan energi terbarukan skala besar yang manfaatnya dapat dirasakan secara luas, terutama kepada masyarakat terdampak yang ada di sekitar lokasi energi terbarukan. Oleh karena itu di sesi ini saya coba menggali 3 hal. Yang pertama adalah seperti apa peluang pengelolaan dampak sosial dan lingkungan pada proyek energi terbarukan skala besar. Kemudian yang kedua, seperti apa faktor keberhasilan, tantangan dan juga pembelajaran atau lesson learned dalam mendorong partisipasi masyarakat yang lebih bermakna. Dan yang ketiga, peran serta peningkatan kapasitas yang kira-kira dibutuhkan, baik itu oleh pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, PLN, pengembang atau project developer, dan juga masyarakat dalam melakukan pengelolaan dampak sosial dan juga lingkungan untuk atau terkait proyek energi terbarukan skala besar. Nah, dalam konteks itu kita melihat peran masyarakat sangat penting. Karena masyarakat tidak hanya diinformasikan bahwa akan ada pembangunan energi terbarukan di sekitar lokasi mereka, tetapi mereka juga memiliki kesempatan bagaimana menyampaikan keluhan, kekhawatiran, kemudian juga kebutuhan, serta aspirasi. Dan bagaimana masyarakat dapat terlibat penuh dalam proses pengambilan keputusan yang dapat mempengaruhi kehidupan mereka ke depannya. Nah, di dalam sesi ini kita juga ingin memperkenalkan kerangka kerja transisi energi berkeadilan, atau kita bisa menyebutnya juga JET Framework, Just Energy Transition Framework, yang saat ini sedang dikembangkan oleh Direktorat Sumber Daya Energi Mineral Pertambangan, Bappenas, bersama dengan GIZ. Nah, melalui kerangka kerja ini kita mencoba melakukan pendekatan yang sistematis bagaimana mengidentifikasi potensi resiko dan juga peluang, kemudian menentukan area mana yang bisa mendapatkan perhatian yang prioritas, dan bagaimana kita menyusun rencana-rencana aksi untuk dapat memitigasi resiko dan mengoptimalkan peluang yang sudah diidentifikasi di awal tadi. Kerangka ini masih berupa draft, masih berupa living document, artinya dokumen ini masih belum final dan masih bisa dikembangkan dan juga diperkaya dari berbagai masukan-masukan dan juga input dari tenaga ahli dan juga pemangku kepentingan yang terkait. Oleh karena itu, langsung saja nanti saya persilahkan Bapak Togu Pardede selaku Direktur Sumber Daya Energi Mineral dan Pertambangan Bappenas untuk dapat menjelaskan kerangka kerja tersebut lebih detail dan juga bagaimana hubungannya dengan partisipasi masyarakat dan regulasi apa yang sudah ada di Indonesia untuk mendukung hal tersebut. Waktunya 20 menit Pak, kepada Pak Togu Pardede saya persilakan untuk naik ke panggung.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Aldiza sebagai moderator sesi kita siang sore ini. Selamat sore Bapak Ibu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Tadi sudah dikenalkan, saya dari Bappenas, Direktur Sumber Daya Energi Mineral Pertambangan Bappenas. Mungkin juga teman-teman bisa tahu bahwa di Bappenas ini kan yang merencanakan pembangunan nasional, jangka panjang, jangka menengah, dan juga jangka tahunan ya bersama kementerian. Nah, direktorat kami memang yang menyusun kebetulan transisi energi berkeadilan ini. Kita masukkan di dalam RPJPN 20 tahun, dan juga RPJMN 5 tahunnya Pak Prabowo. Nah, nanti itu yang saya akan jelaskan. Dan juga tadi disampaikan pada oleh moderator, kita sedang menyusun satu kerangka transisi energi berkeadilan. Itu seperti apa? Kita sedang bekerja sama dengan GIZ. Nanti saya akan jelaskan. Nah, ini apa yang saya mau sampaikan ini nanti saya akan dibantu sama teman-teman dari PLN ya, betul ya? Dari tata pertanahan, dari IPP dan juga dari lingkungan hidup. Karena apa? Ini pas sekali Bapak Ibu. Karena transisi energi ini atau proyek PLTS skala besar ini atau energi skala besar ini tentu akan memberikan dampak cukup luas ya. Baik dari sisi lahan tentunya ya, nanti kebutuhan lahan, sisi lingkungan, dari sisi lingkungan juga akan ada dampaknya. Jadi bukan semata-mata menghasilkan energi bersih, tapi dampaknya itu lingkungan, kita butuh lahan dan juga mungkin masalah sosial ekonomi. Itu nanti para narasumber lain juga akan menjelaskan itu. Nah, baik di awal ini saya menjelaskan dulu bahwa kita sudah meletakkan transisi energi berkeadilan dalam RPJPN. Next slide aja, mana? Next yang mana? Ini ya? Oh, oke. Nah, jadi saya akan menyampaikan bahwa pentingnya partisipasi masyarakat dalam pengembangan proyek energi skala besar. Bagi Indonesia, energi terbarukan ini penting ya, sebagai bagian dari transformasi pembangunan menuju energi lebih bersih, tangguh, dan berkelanjutan. Nah, namun tentunya pembangunan semakin besar, energi butuh juga semakin besar. Nah, kebutuhan ini kita juga perlu memastikan agar aspek sosial, ekonomi, lingkungan itu juga bisa dikelola dengan baik, Bapak Ibu. Oleh karena itu, transisi energi tidak cukup hanya bicara teknologi, listrik bersih, investasi, tapi juga bagaimana masyarakat berpartisipasi, beradaptasi, dan terlibat ya dalam proses transisi energi. Namanya juga transisi ya, jadi membutuhkan banyak sisi-sisi, nah, gitu, sisi-sisi politik, ekonomi, lingkungan, masyarakat. Nah, oke. Indonesia punya alasan Bapak Ibu cukup kuat untuk mempercepat transisi energi. Kenapa? Pertama, cadangan energi fosil kita menurun. Kebutuhan energi akan terus meningkat seiring dengan pertumbuhan ekonomi dan pembangunan. Lalu pada saat yang sama, sebenarnya potensi energi terbarukan Indonesia cukup besar Bapak Ibu. Ada sekitar 3.687 gigawatt. Bayangkan saja mungkin Bapak Ibu. Nggak bisa bayangkan ya. Oke, potensinya cukup besar, lalu pemanfaatannya EBT masih kecil. Jadi kalau nggak salah, tahun ini 2025 itu target 16 ya. 2026 ini 17% adalah renewable energy, Bapak Ibu. Kebetulan tadi saya dengar dari, siapa tadi, Ibu Dirjen ya. 17% 2026. Turun sedikit, ya 17%, oke. Paling besar itu, kalau nggak salah, itu ya, biofuel itu, lalu hydro, lalu panas bumi hanya 2,5% dari 16% itu. PLTS hanya 0,23 sekian persen. Jadi potensi besar, tapi pemanfaatannya untuk renewable masih kurang. Kemudian, satu lagi, perkembangan teknologi untuk renewable ini semakin memberikan peluang. Biaya teknologi energi terbarukan terus turun, Bapak Ibu. dan efisiensi rantai pasok juga meningkat. Jadi momentum percepatan pemanfaatan EBT ini semakin kuat. Namun tantangannya sekarang bagaimana memastikan momentum ini Bapak Ibu supaya bisa berjalan dengan baik, yang tentunya cepat tapi juga memberikan manfaat bagi masyarakat, tidak memberi dampak negatif bagi masyarakat, dan kita semua bisa juga terlibat dalam percepatan renewable energy ini. Nah, itulah yang menjadi penting sesi sore hari ini. Kita diskusi tentang bagaimana kita mempercepat renewable energy ini bagi energi kita, dan bagaimana kita seluruh masyarakat bisa terlibat. Karena banyak sekali kita ngomong begini, tapi sementara pemahaman di lapangan berbeda Bapak Ibu ya. Seperti terjadi misalnya di Flores, masih banyak melihat panas bumi itu tidak baik bagi lingkungan, masih ada demo di sana-sini yang menolak renewable energy. Nah, ini ternyata masih ada seperti itu. Oke, jadi dalam RPJPN 2025-2045 ini sudah jelas arah kebijakan adalah ekonomi hijau, pembangunan rendah karbon, ini 20 tahun Bapak Ibu ya, meningkatkan efisiensi energi, mempercepat transisi energi, dan juga transisi energi berkeadilan. Dan next, ini langsung saja. Ini juga di RPJPN, kita punya 4 tahapan dalam mencapai upaya tadi. Tahap 1 2025-29, tahap 2 5 tahun berikutnya, 3 5 tahun berikutnya, dan 2045 kita mencapai target-target ini. Nah, dalam rencana 20 tahun ini kita punya rencana 5 tahun yang pertama, paling kiri ini Bapak Ibu. Jadi paling kiri ini adalah rencananya Pak Prabowo gitu ya. Next. Nah, ini adalah ada di dalam Astacita Pak Prabowo. Kita untuk energi kita memiliki highlight intervensi yang paling kanan itu 3 ini. 3 yang mudah kita ingat Bapak Ibu. Apa sih kebijakan energi kita selama 5 tahun ini? Pertama, kita ingin meningkatkan penyediaan energi bagi masyarakat yang murah, yang akses. Dan kedua, perluasan akses pelayanan energi. Dan yang ketiga adalah penguatan percepatan implementasi transisi energi berkeadilan. Nah, pada hari ini kita akan membahas yang ketiga ini ya. Bagaimana kita mempercepat, memperkuat implementasi transisi energi berkeadilan. Baik, nah. Jadi kalau kita lihat ini, transisi energi ya, kita konsentrasi ke transisi energi. Ternyata melibatkan berbagai sektor. Ada sektor pertanian, ada sektor industri, kawasan perkotaan, hingga hidup masyarakat sehari-hari. Karena itu, transisi energi ini harus menjadi bagian dari strategi upaya meningkatkan produktivitas dan juga mendorong pertumbuhan ekonomi yang inklusif. Nah, ini kita juga harus memastikan bahwa masyarakat di sekitar setiap proyek-proyek ini harus memiliki ruang partisipasi untuk bisa memperoleh manfaat dan juga potensi dampak terhadap mata pencarian mereka, terhadap penggunaan lahan, lingkungan, dan juga yang harus kita antisipasi dalam setiap perencanaan. Nah, tadi seperti disampaikan, kita memiliki sedang menyusun ya kerangka bagaimana ya transisi energi berkeadilan itu. Nah, jadi Bappenas, direktorat kami, kedeputian ini, sedang menyusun Just Energy Transition Framework, yaitu kerangka pembangunan JET untuk memastikan transisi energi tidak hanya fokus pada pencapaian target pengurangan emisi, pencapaian target energi terbarukan, tapi juga secara sistematis mengidentifikasi, mengelola dampak sosial. Jadi kita mengidentifikasi dan mengelola dampak sosial yang mungkin akan muncul dari proses transisi energi tersebut. Nah, dalam konteks Indonesia, kita tidak hanya berbicara mengenai pengurangan energi fosil, peningkatan EBT, tapi juga efisiensi energi, perubahan bahan bakar, dan juga elektrifikasi di berbagai sektor. Oke, jadi ini upaya-upayanya. Kemudian pendekatan yang digunakan di dalam menyusun kerangka just energy transition berkeadilan, ini adalah kita mengidentifikasi hotspot, wilayah, kelompok masyarakat, dan aspek tertentu yang mengalami dampak transisi paling besar dan membutuhkan intervensi yang lebih terarah. Nah, identifikasinya ini mempertimbangkan besarnya dampak kerentanannya, kemudian juga kapasitas adaptasinya masyarakat seperti apa, dan prioritas penerimaan pemangku kepentingan juga seperti apa, dan juga peluang-peluang intervensinya seperti apa yang bisa kita lakukan. Nah, yang menjadi perhatian utama ada dua sebenarnya, dua hotspot, yaitu bagaimana kita bisa mengurangi bertahap produksi batubara di daerah yang memang penghasil batubara. Pengurangan bertahap artinya juga memberikan satu solusi ya bagi ekonomi transisinya. Lalu yang kedua, bagaimana juga daerah itu bisa memanfaatkan energi terbarukan. Nah, ternyata ada risiko dan juga peluang dari energi terbarukan ini Bapak Ibu. Tentunya ada peluang ya, peluang tenaga kerja, kita bisa lihat di sini. Ada peluang ekonomi industri lokal, ada juga risiko untuk akses keterjangkauan energi, karena tentunya di daerah-daerah terpencil, kepulauan ini butuh investasi ya, jaringan untuk keterjangkauan listrik. Terus ada juga risiko penggunaan lahan, yang tadi saya sampaikan, kebutuhan lahan yang besar, ini berpotensi menimbulkan persaingan penggunaan lahan untuk yang lainnya, untuk industri, untuk pertanian, dan sebagainya. Sehingga ini perlu juga pengelolaan yang baik gitu. Dampak kesehatan dan lingkungan tentunya kalau renewable energy ini jelas lebih sehat. Jadi namun ini skala besar ini juga memiliki risiko terhadap berkurangnya keanekaragaman hayati kalau kita juga nggak hati-hati. Sehat tapi juga ada dampak yang lainnya. Lalu pendapatan daerah tentunya pendapatan daerah juga meningkat akibat energi terbarukan, mungkin nanti banyak industri yang bisa, green jobs yang bisa dibuat, tapi juga adanya dampak perubahan mata pencarian akibat transisi ini. Nah, oleh karena itu untuk menjawab Bapak Ibu tantangan ini, dari JET ini sudah teridentifikasi 4 kelompok aksi utama. Ya betul, ada setelah kita punya kerangka tadi, kita ada aksi utamanya. Aksi utama itu adalah pengelolaan sosial dan lingkungan. Yang kedua, pendidikan, pelatihan, ketenagakerjaan. Yang ketiga, kompensasi dan dukungan sosial. Yang keempat adalah pengembangan ekonomi lokal. Keempatnya ini perlu kita lihat sebagai suatu kesatuan Bapak Ibu. Kita tidak ingin pendekatannya hanya berhenti pada kompensasi ya setelah ada dampak gitu ya. Tapi yang lebih penting bagaimana kita menghindari, memitigasi dampak ini sejak awal. Kita persiapkan masyarakatnya dengan keterampilan yang relevan. Saya ingat waktu saya di Slovakia, ya kalau nggak salah ya Slovakia tahun lalu, ada PLTU yang ditutup yang terakhir mereka punya tahun 2025. Persiapannya Bapak Ibu menyiapkan masyarakatnya 10 tahun untuk bisa beralih. PLTU-nya akan ditutup, listriknya akan ditutup. Nah ini kita juga harus melihat begitu, harus jangka panjang. Mulai menyiapkan masyarakatnya, nanti perusahaannya juga akan tutup gitu kan. Dan perusahaannya harus siap beralih industri apa, masyarakatnya juga harus beralih menjadi apa, itu dipersiapkan di sana. Jadi kebetulan perusahaannya sudah bisa beralih dari tambang PLTU, langsung dia punya lahannya untuk PLTS katanya. Jadi udah aman dia. Tenaga kerjanya yang dulu jadi supir truknya, mereka dilatih menjadi supir guide tour gitu, untuk wisata. Dan banyak hal lah. Jadi semuanya sudah dipersiapkan. Kita harapkan Just Energy Transition Framework ini kita memiliki satu framework seperti itu dan nanti diterapkan di daerah-daerah atau provinsi-provinsi yang memang tadinya berlandaskan fosil menjadi renewable. Itu ya Bapak Ibu. Kemudian slide berikutnya. Nah, untuk memastikan tadi pendekatan berjalan, kita butuh tata kelola yang kuat nih. Jadi ada 4 komponen yang saling berkait. Pertama, kita perlu menguatkan struktur tata kelola. Kita perlu, ini penting ini, melembagakan transisi energi berkeadilan dalam perencanaan pembangunan, baik di nasional maupun daerah. Ini saya rasa belum ada. Kita sudah ada memang disebut tadi saya sebut di RPJPN ada, di RPJMN ada, menyebutkan ya payung besarnya bahwa kita punya kebijakan transisi energi berkeadilan. Tapi belum mungkin dari hal transisi energinya, ngomongan energi sudah ya, sudah turun ke PLN, Pertamina udah siap dengan energi bersihnya begitu target-targetnya. Tapi berkeadilan yang belum. Berkeadilan itu apa? Kalau kita lihat berkeadilan adil terhadap masyarakat sosial ekonomi, juga adil terhadap lingkungan gitu ya. Nah, apakah kita sudah punya istilahnya kalau dulu itu mainstreaming ya, mainstreaming pembangunan yang bertransisi energi berkeadilan. Saya rasa ini penting nanti melalui ini kita akan mencoba melembagakan transisi energi berkeadilan dalam perencanaan pembangunan baik nasional maupun pusat. Mainstreaming lah, mainstreaming TEB, JET dalam pembangunan, perencanaan pembangunan. Lalu mobilisasi pembiayaan, penyelarasan sistem monitoring dan evaluasi dan learning. Nah, keempat komponen ini penting agar transisi energi berkeadilan tidak berhenti pada konsep, apalagi omong-omong, tidak berhenti pada dokumen kebijakan, tapi perlu masuk dalam proses perencanaan pembangunan di nasional dan di daerah. Didukung pembiayaan yang memadai, lalu juga pembagian peran kelembaganya clear, jelas, lalu dipantau secara berkala. Dan terus kita dapat belajar ya satu sama lain ya. Pemda Kaltim yang sudah duluan maju sama Sumsel nanti bisa ditiru oleh Pemda provinsi lainnya begitu. Lalu demikian. Dan yang terakhir sebagai penutup, nah terima kasih. Baik, jadi kembali saya menekankan bahwa percepatan pengembangan energi terbarukan ini bagian penting daripada transformasi energi Indonesia menuju sistem energi yang bersih, tangguh, dan berkelanjutan. Namun, keberhasilan ini tidak hanya diukur dari berapa banyak kapasitas energi terbarukan yang berhasil dibangun, tapi juga sejauh mana proses tersebut mampu memberi manfaat yang inklusif, dan kita dapat mengelola dampaknya itu secara adil. Nah, jadi itulah transisi energi berkeadilan. Jadi kita nggak berhenti hanya transisi energi, Bapak Ibu, kita juga hanya ikut-ikutan transisi energi bersih, tapi masyarakat kehilangan pekerjaan atau ternyata di wilayah Indonesia lainnya kesusahan sumber energi masih mati lampu dan sebagainya. Nah ini kita harus melihat secara detail, secara holistik ya untuk setiap wilayah Indonesia dan setiap potensi sumber energi yang ada di Indonesia. Mungkin tambahan bulan lalu Bappenas juga meluncing satu buku, Bapak Ibu, bukunya berjudul Transisi Energi Berbasis Kewilayahan. Di situ kita memetakan setiap daerah di Indonesia, potensi energinya apa, yang renewable ya, kemudian dikembangkan sesuai dengan kebutuhannya apa. Kita tahu banyak proyek-proyek PSN atau proyek-proyek industri, kawasan industri di mana-mana. Jadi kita membantu provinsi sebenarnya untuk melihat nih, kamu punya energi ini, kamu punya kebutuhan pembangunan ini, sehingga energinya harusnya menggunakan ini, begitu. Nah seperti itu. Jadi setiap wilayah berbeda, Bapak Ibu. Jadi nanti mereka harus sangat bergantung pada potensi energi yang ada di wilayahnya. Dan yang penting pada sore ini, kita juga perlu memperkuat partisipasi masyarakat. Tanpa itu, ini perencanaan juga tidak inklusif. Jadi kita juga tidak memberi manfaat yang baik kepada masyarakat, ataupun kita juga hambatan-hambatan bisa terjadi, Bapak Ibu, kalau kita semua tidak berpartisipasi. Kita mungkin bisa berpartisipasi dengan berbagai cara ya, dengan sosial media masing-masing Bapak Ibu. Kalau punya IG, saya mohon Bapak Ibu yang di sini ini bisa mentransferkan, memprovokatorkan energi bersih gitu loh, dengan berbagai cara. Jadi nggak cukup memberi pemahaman. Mungkin pemahaman teman-teman bisa memberikan pemahaman melalui IG. Tapi satu lagi, masyarakat harus terlibat ya dalam setiap proyeknya. Nah itu nanti tugas pemerintah ini di daerah juga Jadi paham tapi juga melakukan. Dan mudah-mudahan dengan itu pengembangan renewable energy di Indonesia ini bisa berjalan dengan baik sesuai dengan rencana kita, dan tentunya transisi energi juga berkeadilan. Demikian mungkin sebagai awal dari diskusi ya, sesi nanti. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih banyak Pak Togu. Mungkin Pak Togu saya persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat duduknya. Ya, sekali lagi terima kasih untuk Pak Togu atas paparannya, paparan yang sangat komprehensif. Jadi kita bisa melihat bahwa penerapan transisi energi berkeadilan itu sudah ada payungnya dan merupakan kegiatan prioritas dari pemerintah Indonesia. Dan melalui sesi diskusi panel nanti kita mencoba mengidentifikasi bagaimana praktik-praktik yang sudah dilakukan di lapangan, dan juga tantangannya seperti apa, pembelajarannya seperti apa, dan kira-kira peran yang dibutuhkan seperti apa, dan dukungan yang dibutuhkan oleh masing-masing institusi itu akan seperti apa. Mungkin langsung saja, oleh karena itu izinkan saya untuk memperkenalkan para panelis yang akan hadir di sesi keempat ini. Yang pertama adalah Ibu Dwi Sapti Puswanhari, selaku Kepala Bidang Penilaian Tanah dan Penilaian Dampak Sosial dari Direktorat Penilaian Tanah dan Ekonomi Pertanahan Kementerian ATR BPN. Kepada Ibu Sapti, saya persilakan untuk naik ke panggung. Kemudian yang kedua adalah Bapak Imam Mutakin, selaku Vice President Safeguard PT PLN Persero. Kepada Pak Imam, saya persilakan untuk naik ke panggung. Yang ketiga, ada Ibu Aisyah Dwi Daningsih, selaku Kepala Dinas Lingkungan Hidup Provinsi Jawa Barat. Kepada Ibu Ai, saya persilakan untuk naik ke panggung. Dan yang terakhir ada Bapak Muhammad Afandi, selaku Vice Manager Permit and ESG PT Nusantara Guodian Karangkates Indonesia. Kepada Pak Afandi, saya persilakan untuk naik ke panggung. Terima kasih atas kehadirannya para panelis untuk sesi keempat ini. Waktu diskusi mungkin sekitar 40 menit. Saya akan mencoba memberikan beberapa pertanyaan kepada masing-masing panelis, dan setelah itu jika masih ada waktu, mungkin kita akan membuka sesi tanya jawab kepada para peserta. Diskusi pertama mungkin saya mulai dari Ibu Sapti dari Kementerian ATR BPN. Mungkin dari sisi lahan gitu ya. Lahan ini kan seringkali menjadi salah satu titik pertama di mana suatu proyek infrastruktur, dalam hal ini pembangunan energi terbarukan skala besar khususnya, itu bersinggungan langsung dengan masyarakat di sekitar. Nah, karena itu mungkin proses pengadaan tanah yang dilakukan atau yang direncanakan itu akan mempengaruhi bagaimana hubungan antara proyek dengan masyarakat tersebut. Nah, mungkin pertanyaan saya yang pertama adalah selain mengembangkan dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah, yang saya tahu Kementerian ATR BPN juga saat ini sedang mengembangkan yang namanya pendekatan Social Impact Assessment atau SIA yang didukung oleh World Bank. Nah, SIA ini yang saya tahu sudah align dengan standar internasional, dan harapannya akan menjadi bagian atau komponen gitu ya dalam penyusunan dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah. Nah, pertanyaan saya, bagaimana SIA ini dapat digunakan untuk memperkuat partisipasi masyarakat sepanjang pelaksanaan proyek energi baru terbarukan itu? Kemudian yang kedua, dalam pembangunan untuk kepentingan umum, dalam hal ini listrik gitu ya, pembangunan energi terbarukan, apakah penyusunan DPPT atau dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah ini hanya berlaku untuk badan usaha negeri atau negara, atau berlaku juga untuk perusahaan swasta, karena pembangunan atau pengembangan energi terbarukan ini juga pelaku pengembangannya banyak dari pihak swasta atau perusahaan swasta. Kemudian pertanyaan ketiga, nanti kita akan mendengar mengenai implementasi ISMS dari PLN, dan saya minta tanggapannya dari Bu Sapti bagaimana apabila ke depannya ada potensi alignment antara SIE yang menjadi komponen dari DPPT, dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah, dengan ISMS dan juga instrumen-instrumen lain terkait dengan pengelolaan dampak sosial dan juga lingkungan. Mungkin itu dulu Bu, pertanyaan dari saya. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Mas Disa atas waktunya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore Bapak Ibu semuanya. Mungkin berkaitan dengan apa yang tadi sudah disampaikan Mas Disa ya. Mungkin kami menyampaikan perspektif dari Kementerian ATR BPN. Yang pertama tadi yang disampaikan kaitannya seberapa kuat ya SIE meningkatkan partisipasi masyarakat. Mungkin sebelumnya saya ingin menyampaikan ya situasi ya untuk SIE ini seperti apa di Kementerian ATR BPN. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, jadi kalau seperti tadi Mas Disa bilang ya bahwa pembangunan ini pasti memerlukan tanah. Dan untuk pengadaan tanah kita sudah memiliki instrumen yang cukup lengkap untuk peraturan ya, mulai dari Undang-Undang 2 2012, Undang-Undang 6 2023, kemudian ada PP 19 2021 sampai dengan Permen 19 tahun 2021. Nah, di dalam peraturan-peraturan yang menaungi penyelenggaraan pengadaan tanah tersebut secara jelas sudah diatur ya untuk tahapan penyelenggaraan pengadaan tanah, mulai dari perencanaan, kemudian persiapan, pelaksanaan sampai dengan penyerahan hasil. Dan ini sifatnya multi sektor ya, tidak hanya Kementerian ATR BPN sendiri, tetapi berproses dari instansi yang memerlukan tanah, kemudian lanjut ke pemerintahan, baik itu gubernur, bupati maupun wali kota, kemudian lanjut ke pelaksanaan, nanti Kementerian ATR BPN berkoordinasi dengan dinas terkait sampai dengan penyerahan hasil dan siap membangun. Jadi saat ini di Kementerian ATR BPN memang sedang mengembangkan pedoman penilaian dampak sosial seperti tadi disampaikan Mas Disa. Kami memang ada kerjasama dengan World Bank dan KFW dalam hal penyusunan penilaian dampak sosial. Jadi posisi penilaian dampak sosial ini masuk di dalam tahapan perencanaan. Jadi seperti mungkin Bapak Ibu sudah mengetahui dari awal ya, untuk tahapan perencanaan pengadaan tanah ini nanti output akhirnya merupakan dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah. Di dalam Permen 19 tahun 2021 di situ sudah didefinisikan ya muatan apa saja yang ada di dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah. Jadi walaupun sudah cukup komprehensif, tetapi karena ada banyak situasi dan kondisi yang ditemukan saat penyelenggaraan pengadaan tanah, maka saat ini kami juga sedang melakukan proses revisi Permen 19 tahun 2021, di mana di dalamnya menambahkan muatan untuk dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah itu adalah penilaian dampak sosial. Jadi di dalam konsep penilaian dampak sosial yang saat ini sedang dikembangkan dan berproses untuk menjadi peraturan menteri, tetapi memang diusulkan di tahun 2027, tetapi saat ini kami sedang melakukan koordinasi secara terus-menerus dengan pihak-pihak terkait. Jadi untuk SIE sendiri nanti ini akan masuk di dalam dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah yang di dalamnya tentu mengharuskan ada partisipasi aktif dari masyarakat, tentunya ini dinahkodai oleh instansi yang memerlukan tanah. Jadi dari tahapan awal ketika menyusun data awal yang dilakukan secara survei sosial dan ekonomi yang nantinya akan menjadi dasar untuk analisis resiko dampak sosial, di situ sudah melibatkan secara aktif masyarakat. Kemudian dari hasil analisa dan prediksi dampak yang tentunya disusun oleh instansi yang memerlukan tanah bersama ahli dengan kualifikasi di bidang sosial, ini akan dilakukan konsultasi publik, kemudian nantinya akan ada persetujuan dari masyarakat. Nah, kemudian berkaitan dengan tadi perusahaan swasta ya. Perusahaan swasta, jadi ini kalau kami menilik dari peraturan menteri ya, di dalam klasifikasi instansi yang memerlukan tanah, di situ diatur juga kaitannya dengan badan usaha yang mendapatkan penugasan dari pemerintah pusat maupun daerah di dalam hal mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur. Dan tentunya di sini apabila badan usaha itu bertindak sebagai instansi yang merupakan tanah, maka wajib menyusun dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah yang di dalamnya ada penilaian dampak sosial. Jadi secara umum untuk penilaian dampak sosial ini diharapkan dapat mengidentifikasi resiko lebih awal, kemudian menganalisa dan menyusunnya ke dalam rencana pengelolaan dampak sosial. Mungkin itu Mas Disa kurang lebih sebagai awalan. Terima kasih. Terkait alignment dengan SMS ya, ISMS dengan SIA, ini rasanya akan menjadi hal yang sangat baik ya. Jadi informasi yang ada di SMS itu bisa menjadi bagian dari penilaian dampak sosial yang tahapannya itu meliputi dari penyusunan data awal, baseline melalui survei sosial ekonomi, analisis dampak, kemudian mitigasi resiko, rencana aksi, serta monitoring dan evaluasi. Jadi merupakan hal yang sangat baik ya, jadi satu tujuan tetapi dapat menggunakan data yang sekiranya bisa sama. Mungkin itu Mas Disa.
Terima kasih atas penyampaiannya Bu Sapti. Jadi kalau ada yang bisa saya kutip terkait dengan SIA saat ini sedang dalam tahap revisi Permen 19/2021. Kedepannya komponen SIA ini bisa menjadi bagian dari dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah yang di dalamnya itu ada salah satunya konsultasi publik yang meminta persetujuan, yang akhirnya meminta persetujuan dari publik tersebut. Jadi memang partisipasi masyarakat di sini terlibat gitu ya secara aktif dalam pengadaan tanah yang dilakukan oleh pengembangan atau pengembang energi terbarukan. Kemudian terkait perusahaan swasta tadi, selama itu pembangunan infrastrukturnya untuk kepentingan umum, maka wajib gitu ya Bu ya, untuk mengajukan dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah. Kemudian terakhir terkait penyelarasannya dengan ISMS, dari ATR BPN setuju gitu ya, dan ini akan menjadi hal yang baik gitu ya, jadi kita bisa melakukan sekaligus gitu ya, melakukan satu aksi atau satu kegiatan sekaligus untuk bisa mengadres kebutuhan-kebutuhan yang ada di masing-masing instrumen. Mungkin setelah dari Bu Sapti, saya akan bergerak ke PLN kepada Pak Imam. Sebentar. Nah, kalau tidak salah ISMS ini kan sudah diresmikan gitu ya tahun lalu. Mungkin pertanyaan saya, apakah sudah ada proyek energi terbarukan yang mengimplementasi ISMS ini? Kalau sudah ada, seperti apa namanya pengalamannya? faktor keberhasilannya seperti apa, kemudian apakah ada tantangan-tantangan dalam mengimplementasinya, kemudian juga lesson learn-nya seperti apa. Nah kalau misalnya belum, itu kira-kira proyek mana yang akan mengimplementasi SMS. Nah pertanyaan kedua sama dengan pertanyaan yang saya sampaikan ke Bu Sapti, bagaimana tanggapannya terkait dengan penyelarasan antara ISMS, kemudian juga nanti SIA juga akan diterapkan juga kan oleh PLN, dan juga SIA yang saat ini dikembangkan oleh Kementerian ATR BPN. Silakan Pak Imam.
Terima kasih Mas Aldiza. Iya, mungkin sebelum saya jawab, saya masuk dulu ke konteks ISMS. Mungkin ada partisipan belum mengenal apa itu ISMS PLN. Jadi tadi Pak Togu menyampaikan soal transisi energi di Indonesia, gitu ya. Dan PLN punya peran cukup vital untuk bisa mentransisi energi dari fosil ke IBT. Dan untuk bisa transisi ke sana, tentu butuh biaya yang sangat besar. Indonesia membutuhkan investment dari international financing, dan dampak dari itu maka akan ada ketentuan-ketentuan yang mesti kita penuhi gitu ya. Nah, selain daripada itu, transisi energi juga tidak hanya ramah lingkungan tapi juga ramah manusia. Tadi disampaikan just energy transition. Kami cukup senang mendengarkan akan ada transisi energi berkelanjutan ya dari Bappenas. Mudah-mudahan itu menjadi framework yang bisa kami adopsi, karena ISMS sendiri bergerak dari sana. Jadi kami sekarang punya ISMS, Environmental and Social Management System, ada di website PLN. Di sana sudah tersedia manual sebagai framework governance yang isinya juga align dengan just transition principles. Kemudian ada 16 manajemen guidelines, ada 10 manajemen guidelines terkait dengan lingkungan, ada 6 terkait dengan sosial. Ada land acquisition, ada indigenous people, stakeholder engagement, dan yang lainnya. Ada guidelines bagaimana kita menerapkan ISMS di proyek gitu ya. Nah, pertanyaan, apakah udah diterapkan? Karena trigger awalnya kami dari pendanaan luar negeri, bank pembangunan seperti World Bank, ADB, KfW yang ada di sini memberikan pendanaan dengan syarat comply dengan requirement mereka. Karena ADB punya sendiri, World Bank punya sendiri, KfW punya sendiri, AFD Prancis juga punya sendiri. Maka kami membuat ISMS sebagai framework korporat yang mengadopsi punya mereka, termasuk peraturan Indonesia. Jadi satu framework kita acu, semua compliance kita penuhi. Kira-kira gitu idenya. Dan itu diterima oleh mereka di beberapa proyek pendanaan dari mereka udah kita terapkan. Ada proyek-proyek pembangunan PLTS skala kecil, kemudian termasuk di punyanya Pak Avandi ya di Karangkates juga termasuk salah satu yang kami lingkupi sebagai program loan kami. Ada PLTB, ada distribusi dan lain sebagainya. Itu yang udah kami lakukan karena di launching tahun lalu, tahun ini udah mulai implementasi, tapi itu masih segmented gitu ya, belum secara nasional karena memang kami masih butuh penguatan regulasi. Nah, ngomong soal regulasi, kami senang ketika ini akan jadi regulasi. Tadi Ibu menyampaikan bahwa akan ada peraturan ya Bu ya untuk terkait dengan social impact assessment sebagai framework bagaimana kita mengelola atau memitigasi dampak sosial dari pengadaan lahan. Karena selama ini di proyek kami kesulitan untuk bisa mengadopsi requirements dari bank tersebut ya, bank-bank tersebut di tahap di skala proyek. Karena yang kita tahu, seperti yang kita tahu bahwa BUMN diaudit oleh auditor, oleh BPK dan lain sebagainya, kami nggak bisa memberikan cash kepada masyarakat yang bukan pemilik lahan gitu ya. Tapi lenders menginginkan itu ada sebagai bagian dari resettlement rehabilitation plan gitu ya. Nah, dengan adanya regulasi nanti itu akan menjadi rujukan bagi kami untuk bisa memberikan nomenklatur yang spesifik, kemudian juga teman-teman di unit juga bisa pede memberikan hal itu karena selama ini kita coba bingkai dengan cara yang lain gitu ya. Karena ini dari sisi PLN ini menjadi mandatory ya, bukan voluntary karena terkait dengan loan agreement dengan World Bank dan yang lainnya. Nah, dan di tahap pelaksanaan sudah sore kayaknya ya. Udah mulai lelah mic-nya. Mudah-mudahan teman-teman di sini nggak pada lelah ya. Jadi sesuai terkait dengan mainstreaming di AMDAL dan sebagainya, kami juga udah melakukannya karena sekali lagi itu requirement dari pendanaan. Kami biasanya membuat AMDAL plus, jadi SIA AMDAL tapi kita juga masukkan persyaratan dari World Bank, ADB dan sebagainya. Di pengadaan lahan juga ada proyek Bu, misalnya kami ada sebuah proyek pengadaan lahannya seperti peraturan nasional, undang-undang pakai undang-undang 2 dan sebagainya. Terus jika proyek itu bisa diklaim pendanaannya kalau memenuhi kriteria mereka, maka kami melakukan due diligence. ESDD, Environmental and Social Due Diligence, mana saja gap yang terjadi antara yang udah dilakukan dengan standar nasional, dengan regulasi mereka ataupun dengan ISMS. Nah, gapnya ini kita follow up, kita tindak lanjuti. Kalau udah oke, kita bisa klaim. Nah, itu yang udah kami lakukan di PLN. Triggernya pendanaan, tapi kami berharap nanti bisa menjadi trigger nasional bahwa ini bukan soal pendanaan, ini bukan soal loan agreement, tapi juga ini soal visi Indonesia gitu dari Bappenas terkait dengan RJPP-nya, kemudian transisi energi dan berkelanjutan, berkeadilannya, dan juga SAE nanti yang menjadi framework pengadaan lahan. Kira-kira seperti itu, Bang Dija. Ada yang terlewat? Cukup? Oke, terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak Pak Imam atas penyampaiannya. Ini cukup menarik gitu ya. Kita juga senang kalau framework atau kerangka kerja yang sedang dikembangkan bersama dengan Bappenas ini bisa dimanfaatkan gitu ya untuk para pemangku kepentingan. Mungkin sebagai konteks saat ini pengembangan atau penyusunan kerangka kerja ini masih dalam konsultasi internal Bappenas. Kemudian setelah itu mungkin ke depannya kita coba konsultasi dengan kementerian teknis terkait. Nah setelah itu mungkin kita bisa publikasi terkait dengan kerangka kerja ini. Kemudian yang kedua terkait dengan penyelarasannya antara ISMS dan SAE ini mendukung gitu ya, karena kalau saya lihat pada saat pelaksanaan ISMS ini atau misalnya ada audit kadang menemui tantangan gitu ya jika kegiatan atau beberapa yang dilakukan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan dari international lender itu tidak ada payung hukumnya gitu kan Pak. Dengan adanya revisi Permen 19 2021 yang nantinya akan memasukkan atau mengintegrasi SAE atau Social Impact Assessment ini dapat mendukung pelaksanaan ISMS ke depannya. Cukup menarik. Ya mungkin itu yang bisa saya simpulkan dengan Pak Imam. Kemudian diskusi selanjutnya dengan sebelum saya menanyakan Bu Ai, mungkin saya bertanya dulu dengan Pak Afandi gitu ya. Karena Mungkin biar sekaligus terkait dengan pelaksanaan ISMS, kemudian Asia dan instrumen lainnya. Kepada Pak Afandi mungkin bisa dijelaskan apa saja faktor keberhasilan, tantangan, dan lesson learn yang sudah yang menjadi pengalaman pada saat pembangunan kalau nggak salah PLTS Terapung Karangkates gitu yang kapasitas 100 megawatt peak, itu apa saja tantangannya dan juga sukses faktornya. Kemudian yang kedua, mempertimbangkan tantangan-tantangan yang ditemui di lapangan, kira-kira butuh dukungan seperti apa, baik itu dari pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, maupun PLN. Mungkin itu Pak Afandi, saya persilakan.
Ya, terima kasih atas kesempatannya Mas Aldi. Jadi yang pertama, kami dari PLTS Terapung Karangkates saat ini masih fase konstruksi, di mana memang faktor apa saja yang menjadi keberhasilan terkait implementasi dari lingkungan dan sosial. Mungkin yang pertama ialah untuk perencanaan awal. Jadi memang erat kaitannya antara lingkungan dan sosial ini, fokusnya di sini mungkin ini kita masukkan langsung ke dalam pihak-pihak yang terkait. Pihak-pihak terkait di mana utamanya untuk implementasi konstruksi, mungkin saat ini yang berkaitan langsung dengan hal-hal di lapangan ialah dari EPC kontraktor. Jadi mungkin di sini untuk faktor keberhasilan utama ialah memasukkan aspek lingkungan dan sosial itu dalam kontraktual antara kami sendiri dengan pelaksana konstruksi. Kemudian yang kedua mungkin dari stakeholder engagement. Jadi memang tak dapat dipungkiri bahwasannya salah satu requirement dari AMDAL untuk PLTS Terapung Karangkates ialah di awal kita melaksanakan konsultasi publik. Nah, di mana dari konsultasi publik itu tidak berhenti sampai situ, tapi memang kita harapannya tadi telah disampaikan oleh Pak Imam juga bahwasannya memang trigger dari adanya Asia atau menganut dari standar internasional ialah adanya kepentingan dari pendanaan dari luar. Nah, di sini stakeholder engagement ini kami tidak lepas atau tidak berhenti hingga AMDAL atau konsultasi publik itu selesai. Akan tapi kita melaksanakan secara berkelanjutan untuk implementasi atau merangkul pihak-pihak terkait dari pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, hingga ke stakeholder yang terdekat untuk ring 1 kami di masyarakat itu sendiri. Kemudian yang ketiga, terkait adanya implementasi grievance mechanism. Jadi memang di dalam Asia sendiri atau lebih luas lagi dari AMDAL itu memang adanya komitmen untuk pelaksanaan grievance atau pengaduan atau saran masukan terhadap dari ring 1 atau pekerja di situ sendiri. Jadi dari grievance mechanism itu sendiri kita melihat bahwasannya apabila ada masukan awal dari pihak terkait ke kami, ini mungkin harus segera kita tindak lanjuti supaya dari dampak sosial atau mungkin yang berkaitan dengan lingkungan itu tidak hingga melebar luas seperti itu. Nah, di mana mungkin tantangannya di sini tantangannya kembali lagi ya, karena memang secara aturan regulasi mungkin ini di lingkungan sudah ada AMDAL, akan tapi memang secara sosial untuk saat ini secara regulasi belum ada. Jadi besar harapan kami apabila memang dari rekan-rekan ATR BPN menerapkan aturan sosial dalam regulasi pemerintahan, itu mungkin cukup sangat membantu karena memang tak dapat dipungkiri mungkin dari awal ketika berlangsungnya proyek kami mendapatkan case yang cukup besar yaitu terkait adanya keramba jaring apung di lokasi wilayah waduk. Nah, di situ karena memang tidak ada payung hukum yang secara pasti atau tidak ada payung hukum secara sosial yang menaungi bagaimana implementasi. Jadi kita di awal proyek kami juga terus berkomunikasi secara intensif dengan pemerintahan daerah. Nah, dengan adanya mungkin nanti harapan kami selanjutnya apabila memang ini bisa diharmonisasikan antara mungkin ISMS, kemudian SAE, kemudian adanya AMDAL, kemudian nantinya mungkin dengan standar internasional yang berlaku. Nah, ini mungkin cukup akan membantu di proyek-proyek selanjutnya. adanya harmonisasi dari masing-masing regulasi atau kepentingan ataupun hal-hal yang terkait masalah lingkungan dan sosial khususnya. Mungkin ini yang berkaitan dengan energi baru terbarukan. Mungkin itu dari kami, Mas Aldi.
Terima kasih Pak Afandi atas penyampaiannya, cukup menarik. Mungkin saya coba ada pertanyaan lanjutan gitu ya. Tadi menarik terkait dengan grievance mechanism. Mungkin bisa diberikan contohnya nggak seperti apa? Apakah ada hotline atau ada tim tertentu yang menangani ini? Kemudian juga tindak lanjutnya seperti apa? Kemudian yang kedua tadi ada komunikasi dengan pemerintah daerah itu kepada siapa gitu dan terkait apanya? Mungkin itu. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih. Jadi mungkin yang pertama terkait penerapan grievance mechanism. Jadi di kami sendiri ini menerapkan dua hal ya untuk grievance. Yang pertama dari sisi internal ini working grievance mechanism itu di internal atau di lokasi project yang pekerjanya langsung bekerja di situ itu dapat memberikan saran masukan langsung. Kemudian yang kedua kita juga menyebarkan atau memberikan informasi kepada khalayak umum khususnya mungkin di ring 1 itu kami juga memberikan penjelasan bahwasannya dari masyarakat sekitar maupun dari pemerintahan setempat itu dapat memberikan saran masukan langsung ke kami. Nah, mungkin salah satu case-nya ialah contohnya pada saat kita memanfaatkan jalan umum di area lokasi sekitar proyek. Nah itu akan cukup mempengaruhi dari kebersihan jalan tersebut. Nah itu adanya masukan ke kami bahwasannya harapan dari masyarakat setempat untuk jalan ini dijaga bersama-sama. Nah, oleh karena itu setelah adanya masukan itu kami di internal dari proyek sendiri ini langsung berdiskusi dan juga bagaimana implementasi perbaikannya untuk jalan di area setempat tersebut. Itu untuk penerapan grievance mechanism. Kemudian yang kedua terkait erat kaitannya bagaimana komunikasi dengan pemerintah setempat. Nah ini mungkin erat kaitannya dengan masalah sosial yang timbul. Karena tak dapat dipungkiri bahwasannya untuk masyarakat ini merupakan dinaungi oleh pemerintah setempat. Nah, apabila memang adanya kendala konflik, contohnya memang di awal kita terdapat jaring apung, itu kan memang cukup erat kaitannya adanya potensi konflik ke depannya. Jadi di sini kita pada masyarakat terdampak tersebut, kita tidak hanya mendengar satu sisi dari rekan-rekan terdampak. Akan tapi kita juga meminta guidance atau saran masukan dari pemerintahan setempat khususnya di pemerintahan kabupaten untuk bagaimana solusi secara bersama-sama supaya apabila kita membangun atau konstruksi di wilayah tersebut ini tidak adanya dampak secara signifikan, akan tapi kita dapat meminimalisir atau mentransfer dari yang sebelumnya rekan-rekan pemilik keramba ini memiliki penghasilan di situ, bagaimana upaya lain sehingga rekan-rekan pemilik keramba atau masyarakat terdampak itu memiliki pendapatan dari sumber mata pencaharian lain, seperti itu.
Baik, terima kasih Mas Afandi atas penyampaian. Mungkin ya sedikit yang bisa saya kutip di sini adalah mungkin salah satu keberhasilan menerapkan ISMS dan juga yang diselaraskan dengan international standard itu salah satunya adalah stakeholder engagement yang dilakukan tidak hanya untuk memenuhi kebutuhan penyusunan AMDAL, tetapi dilakukan secara berkelanjutan. Nah ini hal yang penting bahwa partisipasi masyarakat itu terlibat secara aktif gitu ya dari awal proyek hingga mungkin nanti ke depannya hingga proyek itu bisa berjalan gitu ya dari proses konstruksi. Kemudian terkait dengan grievance mechanism itu mekanisme penyampaian keluhan gitu ya. Ini dari ring satunya pekerja itu bisa menyampaikan keluhan secara langsung kepada manajemen, kemudian juga dari masyarakat juga bisa menyampaikan keluhan secara langsung yang kemudian keluhan tersebut dicari solusinya. Nah, pencarian solusinya itu tidak hanya dilakukan secara internal, juga bisa berkomunikasi dengan pemangku kepentingan yang relevan. Dalam hal ini mungkin pemerintah daerah atau kabupaten gitu ya. Oke, terima kasih Pak Afandi. Selanjutnya saya akan menanyakan ke Ibu Ai, gitu ya, selaku Kepala Dinas Lingkungan Hidup Provinsi Jabar. Pertanyaannya mungkin dari perspektif pemerintah provinsi, peran-peran apa saja yang sudah dilakukan pemerintah daerah hingga saat ini dalam pengelolaan risiko sosial dan juga lingkungan dari pengembangan energi terbarukan. Kemudian pertanyaan keduanya, apakah ada kebutuhan dukungan gitu ya dari pemerintah daerah atau dari entitas lain untuk dapat meningkatkan bagaimana pemerintah daerah dapat melakukan pengelolaan dampak sosial dan lingkungan terkait dengan pengembangan energi baru.
Ya, baik, terima kasih moderator untuk pertanyaannya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, mungkin terkait dengan peran dari pemerintah begitu ya Pak ya. Karena tadi saya mendengarkan dari beberapa narasumber, memang nampaknya dari proyek-proyek EBT yang ada baik di Jawa Barat khususnya maupun di nasional, mungkin obstacle yang utamanya adalah masalah lahan, barangkali seperti itu. Tetapi sebenarnya saya ingin coba juga melihat dari sisi kondisi kekinian Mas ini ya moderator, bahwa untuk EBT di Jawa Barat saat ini ke depan kita akan menghadapi cukup banyak PSEL. Mungkin bisa dibantu di paparan ya. Ini ada, nah ini kondisi persampahan di Jawa Barat ini 25.000 ton timbulan sampah perharinya, namun baru terkelola sekitar 44%. Berarti kira-kira 50%-nya ini masih tersebar di lingkungan. Nah ini bagaimana kemudian saat ini beberapa regulasi dari pemerintah presiden begitu ya, dari pemerintah pusat menerbitkan Perpres 109 untuk mempercepat pengolahan sampah menjadi listrik atau waste to energy, dan ini kita bisa lihat bahwa dalam waktu 1 tahun ini sudah beberapa proyek PSEL yang akan dibangun di Jawa Barat begitu. Baik ini mungkin yang langsung menjadi listrik maupun yang menjadi fuel atau RDF. Nah tentunya kalau melihat dari apa yang menjadi kebijakan pemerintah pusat saat ini, masalah lahan itu mungkin tidak menjadi yang utama. Karena rata-rata PSL proyek-proyek ini mereka akan menggunakan lahan-lahan yang memang sudah dimiliki oleh pemerintah. Tapi tentunya kami menyebut baik tadi apa yang disampaikan oleh Ibu dari ATR, kemudian juga dari Pak Imam ya dari PLN, bahwa nanti ke depan proyek-proyek lain yang mungkin akan membutuhkan pengadaan lahan ini ada mekanisme-mekanisme yang akan melakukan penilaian dan juga membantu begitu untuk menyelesaikan permasalahan ini. Kembali lagi ke masalah ini Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, bahwa ternyata ada dampak lain yang saat ini mungkin bisa memicu gejolak di masyarakat. Bahwa PSEL ini, persepsi dari masyarakat ini adalah insenerasi, di mana dampak lingkungannya itu adalah dari pembakaran sampah, ini akan menimbulkan emisi-emisi yang akan mencemari lingkungan. Nah ini juga menjadi satu hal selain daripada apa yang tadi sudah diceritakan oleh para narasumber. Dan ini menjadi satu concern Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, bagaimana kami menghadapi keluhan-keluhan atau pertanyaan-pertanyaan, atau saat ini mungkin sudah mulai ada komplain-komplain dari masyarakat ya, penolakan-penolakan terkait dengan program-program PSEL ini. Selanjutnya kami akan masuk kepada proyek yang kami miliki sendiri, yaitu di Legok Nangka ya. Ini mengapa kami coba untuk menyampaikan, karena ini adalah salah satu contoh yang saat ini akan kami implementasikan, dan ini yang tentunya akan langsung berhadapan dengan masyarakat. Tentunya saat ini alhamdulillah untuk pembebasan lahan untuk TPAS sendiri ini sudah selesai dilaksanakan, tetapi memang ada satu tantangan lagi Bu Dwi begitu ya. Karena saat ini presiden pertama, masalah transmisinya akan dibangun oleh pemerintah provinsi beserta BUP. Ini karena melalui mekanisme KPBU. Nah ini tentunya tadi sudah disampaikan, kami mengapresiasi sekali ada beberapa instrumen yang sudah disiapkan ATR dan juga dari PLN nanti karena akan berhubungan dengan PLN, kaitannya bagaimana memitigasi hal-hal yang akan kami hadapi di dalam pengadaan lahan transmisi. Tetapi kemudian ada hal yang lain, tadi masalah emisi transisi dan lain-lain begitu ya. Yang tentunya tadi juga sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Alfandi begitu ya. Ini sama sebenarnya contohnya dengan proyek Legok Nangka yang nanti kami akan laksanakan. Ini beberapa contoh yang akan kami lakukan dari beberapa proses atau tahapan dari proyek ini, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Tentunya kita akan mulai dari perencanaan. Kemudian dari prakonstruksi, dari konstruksi operasional sampai pasca operasional. Tadi sebenarnya sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Alfandi, ini sebenarnya sama. Jadi yang pertama tentunya ada hal-hal yang perlu kita mitigasi terhadap proyek-proyek yang ada, yaitu tentunya mitigasi-mitigasi ini sudah kita miliki melalui dokumen-dokumen AMDAL. Kemudian kalau ada pembebasan lahan tentunya ini dari dokumen-dokumen misalnya LARAP ataupun DPPT seperti itu. Dan hal ini tentunya tidak diselesaikan hanya oleh pemilik proyek, tetapi ini memang butuh kolaborasi, koordinasi dengan sebuah stakeholders pemangku kepentingan begitu. Dan tentunya tadi satu kunci adalah bahwa ini harus berkelanjutan. Nah ini yang berkelanjutan itu tadi disampaikan tidak hanya selesai di tahap perencanaan, tetapi juga dari mulai prakonstruksi, ini kemudian konstruksi operasional sampai kepada pasca operasional. Sebagai contoh bahwa Legok Nangka ini nanti akan melibatkan sekitar 1.500 masyarakat begitu tenaga kerja yang akan dilibatkan di dalam proyek. Tentunya ini adalah bagian dari bukti pelibatan masyarakat di dalam proyek, sehingga tentunya ini bisa meminimalisasi resiko ataupun gejolak sosial yang ada yang berasal dari proyek. Sebenarnya mungkin bisa kami simpulkan Mas Moderator begitu ya, dari proyek-proyek yang ada yang berskala besar, khususnya mungkin di Jawa Barat, sebenarnya hanya cukup 3 hal begitu ya. Yang pertama sosialisasi. Sosialisasi ini dimulai dari perencanaan. Tadi dokumen-dokumen AMDAL yang kita siapkan, tentunya mitigasi-mitigasi ini sudah kita lakukan. Kemudian yang kedua adalah pelibatan. Nah pelibatan ini tentunya akan kita lakukan di berbagai tahapan begitu ya. Nah kebetulan saja untuk Legok Nangka ini pemerintah Provinsi Jawa Barat adalah pemilik proyek. Sehingga kami juga tentunya mengikuti atau bertanggung jawab terhadap keberlanjutan dan pelibatan masyarakat ini sepanjang proyek ini berlangsung. Dan yang ketiga adalah benefit Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Benefit ini tentunya ini yang barangkali kita sudah suka melihat begitu ya, tadi juga disampaikan oleh Pak Direktur, banyak penolakan dari masyarakat terhadap proyek-proyek yang ada begitu. Karena apa? Masyarakat hanya melihat dampak negatifnya saja. Bahkan pimpinan kami Pak Gubernur sudah menyatakan masyarakat ini kadang-kadang menjadi yang paling dirugikanlah katakanlah seperti itu. Jawa Barat ini sebagai lumbung energi, tetapi masyarakat yang masih ada di dalam kegelapan itu justru yang berada di dekat-dekat pembangkit. Nah hal ini yang mungkin perlu menjadi penyadaran kita semua bahwa masyarakat ini harus menerima benefit langsung, khususnya yang ada di sekitar, yang menerima benefit pertama dari proyek-proyek yang ada. Tentunya apabila hal ini bisa kita provide kepada masyarakat, saya kira dukungan sosial ini bisa semakin kuat begitu, karena masyarakat juga mendapatkan manfaat yang ada. Jadi intinya adalah tadi sosialisasi, pelibatan, serta benefit yang diterima oleh masyarakat sehingga tidak terjadi antras kepada pemerintah begitu ketika proyek-proyek dari pemerintah ini lebih banyak negatifnya lah daripada positif yang diberikan atau diterima oleh masyarakat. Barangkali demikian, Moderator, terima kasih.
Terima kasih atas penyampaiannya Bu Ai, ini cukup komprehensif ya. Jadi partisipasi masyarakat atau pelibatan masyarakat mungkin tidak hanya dari pengadaan lahan gitu ya. Ada kasus-kasus lain yang serupa bahwa perlu adanya pelibatan masyarakat pada saat pengembangan proyek energi terbarukan, dan tidak hanya lahan, bisa saja kasusnya seperti yang di Jabar gitu ya pada pengembangan terkait dengan PSEL. Kemudian yang dilakukan di Legok Nangka itu kurang lebih sama gitu ya, terkait dengan pelibatan masyarakatnya sama dengan yang dilakukan oleh Mas Afandi, yang dilakukan oleh IPP, dan stakeholder engagement ini tidak hanya dilakukan di tahap perencanaan, tapi juga dilakukan sampai tahap operasional, dan pelibatannya itu sampai 1.500 masyarakat yang dilibatkan untuk menjadi tenaga kerja pada saat proses pengembangan PSL ini dilibatkan. Dan 3 hal penting terkait dengan pengembangan PSL ini, yaitu yang pertama sosialisasi, Jadi kita bisa identifikasi resiko di awal, bisa mitigasi resikonya di awal. Kemudian yang kedua itu pelibatan masyarakat. Jadi masyarakat benar-benar terlibat penuh, masyarakat tahu proyek apa yang akan dibangun dan mereka bisa menyampaikan keluhan, bisa menyampaikan aspirasinya dan bisa terlibat dalam proses pengambilan keputusan gitu yang dapat mempengaruhi kehidupan mereka ke depannya. Yang ketiga adalah benefit. Jadi masyarakat di sekitar pembangunan energi terbarukan ini juga harus dapat menerima benefit langsung. Jadi dampak yang dirasakan tidak hanya dampak negatif, tapi juga dampak positif bisa dirasakan. Jadi ya sesuai dengan prinsip transisi energi berkeadilan yang mengadopsi juga SDG yaitu no one left behind. Jadi benar-benar semua pihak, semua stakeholder, semua pemangku kepentingan itu bisa mendapatkan manfaat lah dari pembangunan energi baru terbarukan yang khususnya skala besar. Oke, di sini waktu diskusi panel sudah habis. Mungkin sebagian yang bisa saya sampaikan terkait ini adalah bahwa integrasi instrumen-instrumen pengelolaan dampak sosial dan lingkungan itu sangat penting. Baik itu AMDAL, kemudian ISMS, dan nantinya SIA. Dan harapannya itu juga bisa selaras atau align dengan standar internasional yang mana nanti jika ada project developer atau pengembang yang mendapatkan pendanaan internasional dan harus memenuhi kebutuhan dari international render itu bisa melakukan satu kegiatan yang bisa untuk memenuhi kebutuhan di keseluruhan instrumen. Kemudian yang kedua, pentingnya partisipasi masyarakat yang bermakna sejak awal. Jadi keterlibatan masyarakat itu penting untuk dilakukan sedini mungkin. Jadi mulai dari tahap perencanaan sampai dengan tahap operasional dan juga inklusif serta berkelanjutan. Jadi tidak hanya untuk memenuhi prosedur konsultasi publik itu ya, tapi juga untuk memastikan bahwa kebutuhan, kemudian keluhan, kekhawatiran itu bisa dapat diakomodasi dengan baik gitu ya. Dan mereka bisa mendapatkan dampak positif dari pengembangan energi baru terbarukan tersebut. Kemudian yang ketiga, mungkin perlunya kolaborasi atau koordinasi antar seluruh stakeholder, baik itu dari pemerintah pusat, menyiapkan mungkin regulasi pendukungnya, kemudian dari pemerintah daerah dan juga pengembang bisa saling kerjasama, bagaimana mencari solusi jika ada potensi risiko dan juga dampak-dampak negatif lainnya, dan bagaimana mengoptimalkan peluang yang ada saat pengembangan energi terbarukan tersebut. Oke, mungkin bisa dibuka untuk sesi tanya jawab. Untuk slide-nya apakah bisa ditampilkan? Oke, pertanyaan pertama, dengan banyaknya pembangunan PLTS di lingkungan desa, banyak terjadi mobilitas tenaga pekerja asing yang hilir mudik di lingkungan desa. Salah satu masalah yang muncul kemudian adalah fenomena kawin kontrak dan perkawinan anak yang melibatkan tenaga kerja asing dengan perempuan dan remaja perempuan sekitar. Saat proyek selesai mereka ditinggalkan menjadi perempuan kepala keluarga. Apakah risiko demikian juga diperhitungkan di dalam implementasi ISMS ataupun Asia, dan apakah ada komitmen yang dituangkan dalam gender action plan dari Asia tersebut? Mungkin dari Pak Imam atau Pak Muhammad Afandi.
Ya. Terkait dengan child labor ataupun GBV, gender bias violence, itu ada. Jadi ada di ISMS gitu. Dan itu misalnya kami punya project di Cisokan di Jawa Barat, itu kita ada gender action plan untuk kontraktor dan juga untuk pengawas dari PLN. Jadi ada workshopnya bagaimana mereka melakukan berinteraksi dengan masyarakat, atau mungkin dengan koleganya mereka gitu, sehingga tidak ada isu seksual terkait seksual harassment atau ketimpangan gitu ya. Termasuk soal kawin kontrak dan sebagainya gitu ya. Ini bahkan dari World Bank standar yang kami yang mendanai proyek ini bahkan dilarang melakukan, bahkan hubungan asmara saja udah dilarang gitu, karena akan mempengaruhi akan men-trigger isu-isu yang lainnya, walaupun itu sah gitu ya secara norma ataupun ya suka sama suka, tapi akan ada potensi tersebut gitu. Jadi aspek tersebut memang sudah kami terapkan di proyek-proyek PLN di KBT.
Dari Pak Fandi, cukup. Mungkin karena belum ada pengalaman seperti gitu ya di lapangannya. Terima kasih atas paparannya Pak Imam. Ya mungkin yang bisa saya kutip di sini adalah secara regulasi sudah ada dan tidak mendukung hal tersebut, dan itu sudah diakomodasi gitu ya dalam action plan yang ada di Asia. Oke.
Mungkin menambahkan sedikit begitu ya
silakan,
Mas.
Bu
Ini kalau dari sisi pemerintah begitu ya kan, kalau misalnya ini terjadi di Jawa Barat lah katakan, atau di daerah lain, saya kira terkait dengan perkawinan anak di bawah umur dan lain-lain, ini sudah ada regulasi yang mengaturnya juga untuk perlindungan perempuan dan anak, saya kira seperti itu. Jadi pelibatan pemerintah daerah dalam kondisi hal seperti ini menjadi sangat penting. Mungkin nanti yang akan terlibat adalah Dinas Pemberdayaan Perempuan dan Anak, barangkali seperti itu. Ini adalah bagian dari bagaimana pemerintah melindungi anak-anak dan perempuan-perempuan di sana. Jadi barangkali pelibatan gendernya itu akan lebih kepada bagaimana memberdayakan perempuan dalam proyek yang arahnya positif begitu. Tentunya hal-hal seperti ini yang memang ada aturan atau regulasinya khusus yang melindungi, ini harus betul-betul diseriusi untuk bisa ditindaklanjuti. Barangkali demikian.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Ai. Mungkin yang saya bisa tanggapi di sini adalah resiko-resiko ini kita bisa identifikasi di awal, kemudian bagaimana memitigasi resiko ini pelaku atau misalnya pengembang gitu ya, pihak pengembang bisa bekerja sama atau berkolaborasi dengan pemerintah daerah yang terkait dengan resiko-resiko yang sudah diidentifikasi. Jadi misalnya risiko A dengan OPD misalnya dengan SDM, kemudian resiko B itu bisa dengan Dinas Perlindungan Anak dan sebagainya. Ada pertanyaan lain? Oke. Sepertinya mungkin sudah waktunya untuk ditutup sesi ini. Terima kasih atas partisipasinya dari para panelis, dari Bu Sapti, Pak Imam, Bu Ai, dan juga Mas Afandi. Mungkin sedikit yang bisa saya simpulkan di sini bahwa pelibatan masyarakat itu sangat penting sehingga mereka tidak hanya merasakan dampak negatif dari pengembangan energi terbarukan, tetapi juga mereka bisa merasakan, bisa mendapatkan benefit atau dampak positif, dan mereka bisa memberikan keluhan yang mana nanti keluhannya itu bisa diakomodasi dan bisa dicarikan solusinya, sehingga mereka bisa mendapatkan manfaat secara luas. Mungkin itu saja dari saya, sesi ini ditutup. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Aldiza. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to scan the QR code on the screen to access our post-event report and discover the highlights from today's event. And thank you to all our distinguished speakers for sharing your valuable insights. Please give another big round of applause to our guest speakers. We will now proceed with the presentation of certificates as a token of appreciation. And Mr. Aldizar will hand over the certificate to Mr. Togu Pardede, Director of Energy, Mineral and Mining Resources of the Ministry of National Development Planning, or Bappenas. Mrs. Dwi Sapti Puswanhari, Head of the Land Valuation and Social Impact Assessment Division of the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, or National Land Agency. And Mr. Imam Mutakin, Vice President Safeguard, PT PLN. Mrs. Ai Saadiah Dwidaningsi, Head of Environment Office, West Java Province. And Mr. Muhammad Afandi, Vice Manager Permit and ESG, PT Nusantara Guardian Karangkatas, Indonesia. And also Mr. Dedi Rustandi, Coordinator of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation Division of the Directorate of Energy, Mineral and Mining Resources of the Ministry of National Development Planning. Let's take this opportunity for a photo session. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that a simultaneous interpretation between English and Indonesian is available throughout all sessions. Please use the interpreter receiver provided and select your preferred language. Thank you to our speakers and moderator. With that, we officially conclude session 4, Strengthening Community Participation in Managing Impacts of Large-Scale Renewable Energy Projects. Once again, thank you for your participation. And I'd like to remind you, you can scan the QR code on the screen for any of the reports for today's event. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated, as shortly we will close today's, or day 1 of the IndoSolar 2026 and ISU 2026 plenary sessions.
Nunggu Bapak, bukan sebenarnya sudah sholat lebih awal, malah nunggu Bapak Toninya lagi sholat, jadi kita baru mulai setelah Bapak selesai sholat. Aku sih nyiapinnya makanya ini 2, nggak tahu jadi sendiri apa 2 ya. Boy, Big Boy, Mbak Yunita, Big Boy, Mbak Yunita, aku bertanya dong, ini nanti kalau sing remarks saya MC berdua. Oh tadi Mas Masaan bilang berdua, Masaan Mas Wahyu. Saya udah pulang. Kalau kayak gitu mah bilang aja sama Ajis. Gue udah nyiapin nih soal 2 skrip. Ya kalau MC sendiri juga nggak apa-apa sih. Nggak apa-apa. Ya udah gini MC sendiri aja ya. Mas Ed aja sendiri ya. Mas Wahyu. Jadi Mas Ed sendiri. Mas Ed sendiri. Iya. Karena udah pulang. Mbak Cynthia-nya. Iya, udah. Kawanku update-nya. Apa tuh? Apa? Oh iya. Oh ini nih, yang bener yang ini. Oh kayaknya memang bener deh. Coba aku lihat ya. Sembilan halaman, coba aku cek lagi ya.
Bapak dan Ibu segera masuk ke area ballroom karena sesaat lagi closing remarks untuk Day 1 IndoSolar 2026 and ISU 2026 akan segera dimulai. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way inside the ballroom as the closing remarks for Day 1 of the IndoSolar 2026 and ISU 2026 is about to commence. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di luar foyer, diharapkan untuk memasuki ballroom karena sesaat lagi akan segera dimulai closing remarks Day 1 of IndoSolar 2026, ISU 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the day one closing of the ISU in conjunction with IndoSolar 2026. It has been a full and engaging first day, bringing together government, international partners, the private sector, financiers, industry players, and other stakeholders to discuss Indonesia's energy transition from policy and investment to technology, implementation, and collaboration. To formally conclude today's program, we will be hearing closing remarks from representatives of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and Ministry of National Development Planning, or Bappenas, of the Republic of Indonesia. And it is our honor to invite Mr. Tony Susandi, the Director of Renewable Energy, Directorate General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, to deliver the first closing remarks.
Lisa, I think not only the room was shrunk, but also the participant. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Mr. Yusuf Suryanto, my colleague, Director of Transmission, Electricity, and Aerospace, Ministry of National Development Planning, or Bappenas. Frau Lisa Tinchert, Energy Program Director, GIZ Indonesia, ASEAN. My also senior Ibu Ai and Pak Catur. Where is Bu Mada? Bu Mada Ayu Habsari, Chairwoman for Indonesia Solar Energy Association. All participants, ladies and gentlemen from energy sector and other relevant stakeholders on energy transition in Indonesia. Good afternoon and best wishes to all of us. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to meet you all again here in the Indonesia Sustainable Energy Week in conjunction with IndoSolar 2026 after the remarkable opening in the morning session. As we conclude the first day of ISU IndoSolar 2026, I would like to summarize several key points and takeaways from the discussions and presentation along the day. First and the foremost, accelerating the energy transition requires stronger collaboration across the energy transition ecosystem. Collaboration is a keyword that also raised during the ministerial meeting between my minister with the minister from BMZ Germany earlier in our office. The government or regulators, utilities, project developers, industrial off-takers, technology providers, and financial institutions need to work together from an early stage to identify and address various barriers to implementing the energy transition. Indonesia's energy transition faces three interconnected challenges: limited grid access mechanisms for the private sector, inadequate technical standards for reliable renewable energy or VRE integration, and a regulatory framework thereby hindering the implementation of the 2025-2034 RUPTL. The vertically integrated electricity market structure limits opportunities for industrial and commercial sectors to directly procure renewable energy. Although a mechanism for the shared use of transmission networks is already in place, its operational frameworks remains limited. Grid inflexibility and inadequate forecasting systems pose a threat to system reliability, thereby affecting investor confidence as VRE such as solar and wind capacities increase. These issues regarding grid access and technical standards are directly linked to project bankability, a point consistently raised by financial institutions and investors in Indonesia. Grid infrastructure and technology are key to integrating renewables. The grid needs upgrading and stabilizing to accommodate VRE with technology support. For example, with support from German and European technology providers, as shown earlier in the morning during exhibition visit by both minister and vice ministers for smart grids, storage, and inter-island power distribution. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to talk further about project preparation and bankability, there are still many projects that are not bankable and ready to invest. Project bankability should ideally be established well before financing is secured. Robust project preparation, reliable data, credible developers and off-takers, appropriate technology, clear risk allocation, regulatory certainty, ESG readiness, and project execution capacity are critical factors in attracting private sector involvement. Furthermore, project preparation should comply with international best practices to attract investors and financiers. Private sector entities such as developers, investors, and financial service institutions, as well as other stakeholders, must be involved from the outset in project planning and development to ensure the project is bankable and ready for investment. Project preparation will subsequently be followed by the determination of innovative financing and risk-sharing mechanisms, a more supportive business environment, and partnerships capable of consistently advancing the project from the pipeline stage to financial close and ultimately to implementation or COD. Indonesia has abundant opportunities to increase private sector participation in the energy transition. However, translating the growing project pipeline into realizable projects requires a shift from mere targets and concepts toward well-prepared projects as elaborated earlier. PLN, I think, aims to develop affordable, reliable, secured, and financially sound electrify to all. As you might already know, in the new RUPTL, 76% of additional capacity will be fulfilled from new and renewable energy, especially hydro storage and nuclear, and the rest from fossil-based. To deliver its target, PLN is opening its various strategic partnership to private sectors, investors, technology providers, developers, ranging from EPC contract and collaboration with PLN subholdings to participate in IPP project. And beyond PLN, there is a national target launched by President Prabowo Subianto to develop solar power plant with a total capacity of 100 gigawatts until 2029. This strategic directions aims to achieve energy self-sufficiency, gradually retire diesel power plants, and save substantial state budget in terms of energy import. Indonesia-Germany cooperation play a pivotal role in transforming opportunities into an investment-ready project by combining Indonesia's vast potentials, market size, and implementation capabilities with Germany's technology, project development expertise, and financing solution. As mentioned by the BMZ minister, there are around 600 million euros soft loan to be provided with an additional grant for supporting the energy transition in Indonesia. Such partnerships should focus not only on individual projects, but also on developing replicable business models and scalable project pipelines. My minister, Mr. Bahlil, in this meeting with BMZ Minister also mentioned that we are looking forward to a fruitful and win-win collaboration between Indonesia and Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow on the second day, we will continue to hold a number of plenary sessions, such as accelerating the deployment of renewable energy and overcoming barriers to the implementation of renewable energy projects, parallel breakout sessions such as expanding microgrids, strengthening the green workforce, and harnessing floating solar power plants, amongst others. And there will also be a business matchmaking event. We look forward to seeing you there tomorrow. To conclude my closing remarks, on behalf of Director General of New and Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, my boss, Ibu Eni Alistiani Dewi, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas, GIZ Indonesia and ASEAN, the Indonesian Solar Energy Association, as well as all speakers, discussants, moderators, exhibitors, and participants, both those present in the ballroom, also shrunk, and those joining online for making day one very successful and fruitful. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Tony Susandi, for the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we'd now like to hear the closing remarks from the Ministry of National Development Planning, or Bappenas. Please welcome Mr. Yusuf Suryanto, Director of Transmission, Electricity, Aerospace and Space Affairs from the Ministry of National Development Planning, or Bappenas.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada para hadirin yang masih bertahan di dalam acara penutupan ini. Pak Tony, Ibu Lisa, ada Pak Togu juga, Pak Denny, Pak Catur. First of all, thanks for the participation, all of you here in the day one of Indonesia Sustainable Energy Week in conjunction with IndoSolar 2026. Thanks Pak Tony again that he already summarized the today dialogue, and so my task easier Pak, because what I said, I just can give additional remarks to Pak Tony summaries. So I believe that one of the consistent message that we've heard today is about national energy security can only be achieved if we work together in harmony in terms of the policies, the partnership, as well as the investment from many different actors. And in fact, this spirit already embodied in the national development planning, and the conclusion, or I believe that it is in line with our theme today, that from target to action. So we need to push or to strengthen the delivering Indonesia energy transition. So from global partnership to discussion on harmonizing electricity regulation and strengthening the domestic industry, one common thread, I believe, is clear. The private sector is not merely the complement to national target, but also be a key actor to achieving the target. So we can see here from the target to increase the renewable energy capacity, at least 71% of which is expected to come from the independent power producers. So additionally, several other key points as well. We note that we still need to harmonize and streamline the regulatory as well as institutional framework. We also note that international collaboration and the private sector must be strengthened to policy certainty, as well as the success of the project also depend on the alignment among all the stakeholders. So we've heard that today there are knowledge sharing from different best practices with regard to the project. And some of them have been successfully developed in Indonesia and serve as collective lesson to accelerate the achievement of Indonesia energy transition. So then it seems in line with the themes of the this year ISU. I also note that another equally important discussion today with regard to circularity of renewable energy components. Also, we've heard about community participation and the cross-sectoral utilization of solar energy. We believe that this underscores the need for our energy transition must be effective, equitable, and environmentally sustainable. And of course, if we can deliver all the target, meet the target, then hopefully the benefit will be for the Indonesian people. So again, to close the remarks, on behalf of Bappenas, we would like to thanks to particularly Pak Tony and team from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and GIZ Indonesia, Bu Lisa Tinsert, and the Indonesian Solar Energy Association. Of course, we also would like to thank to the participants, the speakers, the panelists, moderators, exhibitors, for all your contribution. We believe that the ideas, the energy that you bring here, meaningful for the sake of the discussion as well as for the sake of energy transition at large in Indonesia. So today we've discussed about the foundation of policy. So tomorrow we're gonna meet again, and hopefully we can move toward how to mobilize the investment through business matchmaking event, and there will be many other important topics that we can discuss tomorrow, such as how to align the planning with capital, how we can collaborate between multi-stakeholders, and perhaps we can also discuss about things such as procurement. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that today is not the end, but it is actually, in fact, the start of our journey in the future. So with this, I close the remarks and close the first day of ISU IndoSolar 2026. And hope we can see tomorrow on the second day. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Yusuf Suryanto. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it brings us to the end of day one of Indonesia Sustainable Energy Week 2026 in conjunction with IndoSolar 2026. Today, we have brought together diverse perspectives on Indonesia's sustainable energy future, from high-level policy dialogue and international cooperation to private sector participation, investment, innovation, and concrete opportunities for collaboration. And I'd like to remind all of you, don't forget to scan the QR code on the screen to access our post-event report and discover highlights from today's event. On behalf of the organizers and partners, I'd like to sincerely thank all our distinguished speakers, moderators, partners, exhibitors, and participants for making the first day of this event a magnificent, meaningful, and productive one. But our conversation does not end here. We warmly invite all of you to join us again tomorrow, Thursday, the 20th of August, for day 2, where we will continue with more in-depth discussions, business engagements, networking, and opportunities for collaboration. Registration will begin at 8 a.m. And one important reminder, please keep your lanyard with you as you will need it for access and registration throughout tomorrow's program. For the latest program and session details, please check the website in your confirmation emails or through our social media, where you can find the updated agenda and information on tomorrow's sessions. One final important reminder, please scan the QR code displayed on the screen to access the post-event survey. Completing the survey is required for participants to receive the e-certificate for ISU 2026 in conjunction with IndoSolar 2026. We kindly encourage everyone to complete the survey before leaving the venue. For this evening, we invite you to continue the conversation at the networking area and exhibition, and to make the most of the opportunity to connect with fellow participants, partners, and industry colleagues. Thank you once again for being part of ISU 2026 in conjunction with IndoSolar 2026. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening and safe travels. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tak ijo royo-royo, tak sanggup panganten anyar. Lunyu-lunyu penek no kanggo basuh dodo tiro. Dodo tiro, ku mintir beda ing pinggir. Dondo mono jumatane kanggo sebangun kosore. Mumpung padang rembulan, mumpung cembar kalanggani.